In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie in the morning while I'm driving. Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie. Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. I hope you guys had a fabulous weekend. Thank you for being here. Please hit the like button on your way in. Well, it appears that we have the semblance of a fake memorandum of a understanding that there is no ceasefire, there is no agreement, there is going to be no end to this war because Benjamin Netanyahu is still striking Lebanon. So are we clear on what is going on? Because regardless of what your president is saying, Benjamin Netanyahu is saying that he is not going to abide by whatever your president says that is going to get our military out of Iraq, out of this Iraq war, that he followed Benjamin Netanyahu advice that it was going to be so easy to get out of this war, as Netanyahu goes on some folly to own all of the Middle East as he attacks in Lebanon and has the United States stuck in a war of choice in Iran for absolutely no reason. So now we're talking about the Strait of Hormuz being opened up. The Strait of Hormuz was opened when we called ourselves going in and making a strike against Iran. So how is it the Strait of Hormuz the deciding factor of us getting out of Iran when the Strait of Hormuz was wide open when we went into Iran? This is a whole fool's mission. And we had a whole few fool who got us into this situation. So if you're not aware of this, become aware of this. Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel uh, absolutely said that the Americans can do whatever they want to do, but they are going to continue to wedge their strikes on Lebanon, and they don't care what America thinks about it. So the point of the whole situation right now is, what is America going to have to say or going to do with Israel? All of these rumors of these harsh conversations and phone calls, is America going to uh, tell Israel, you're not getting a dime more of our money, and kick rocks? Is that what America's going to do with Israel? Is America going to make us believe that we are to take them seriously? Take over, take over, take over the door. Hey, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Greg hiring, are you sleeping? Oh, Jesus. Okay, so also, why is it we are in at a war? We are in the middle of a war. Now, how is it that sleepy Donald Trump, all of this are talking about Joe Biden signed everything with an auto pen. All of these portraits of the presidents hanging at the White House in this tacky gold leaf surrounding everything. And instead of having the portrait of Joe Biden hanging up, how is it that in this uh, memorandum of understanding, how is it that Donald Trump signed this with an auto pen? How did he sign this with an auto pen? Donald Trump couldn't find it within himself to schedule a time where they would meet up to sign it. And I have been asking all of the time, who is it was negotiating on the United States behalf? Now we have been seeing uh, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff flying here and there and everywhere, spending a bulk of their time in the Middle East, garnering deals for their private properties and their private businesses. We have been seeing Marco Rubio at sporting events at the World Cup, at these mixed martial arts games, and all of these types of events. And as we have been hearing talks about negotiations to end this war, who has been negotiating the close of this war for the United States? Now we are hearing that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and uh, J.D. Vance are supposed to be going somewhere, possibly Geneva, Switzerland, to sign this memorandum of understanding. Isn't Geneva, Switzerland, the place that Pete Kegbreat, where they signed the Geneva Convention? Isn't this where Pete Kegbreat referenced that uh, the military shouldn't be taking commands of that of agreements that were signed in wood paneling rules about rules of engagement? The military should not be taking uh, commands about rules of engagement, where they signed agreements in these wood panel rules rooms. You know, the Geneva Convention that Pete Kegbreat doesn't want to follow. You know, where the Geneva Convention was signed. Now, speaking of Pete Kegbreat was lolled out on these Sunday shows this Sunday. Isn't it a coincidence that of all people to bring out on Sunday shows, they would bring Pete Kegbreat out on Sunday shows? The same Pete Kegbreat who, in his confirmation hearings, said that the military should not be held to rules of engagement that were agreed upon in the Geneva Convention, because these were outdated rules agreed upon after World War II in wood paneled rules, these outdated rules of engagement. You know, the same Pete Kegbreath who is still investigating the war crimes that happened the first day of this Iranian war, where school children lost their lives at the hands of reported Tomahawk missiles that struck a school. Isn't it ironic? Do you not find this ironic? And this is who is touted out about this war. Let's get into a little bit of Pete Kegbreath. Hello, Fred Shields. It is good to see you. I dislike what people do, but hate is a very strong word. I hate Donald Trump. Hurry up, 2028. Okay. User, what, what? What, what? What, what? What are you talking about? What? 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 Okay, let's continue. Let's get into Pete Kegbreath. This who they bring out. How are how is it that Donald Trump, who's falling asleep at the in Madison Square Garden, who's falling asleep at his own baby birthday party, UFC fighting event, as he has these uneducated, dumb fighters fighting in a ring on the front lawn of the White House. He's sitting up there napping as he has these crass, ignorant fighters fighting on the front lawn for him, and he's doing his dementia nap as they're napping. How is it that this motherfucker is signing this memorandum of understanding to end a war with an autopen? And he thought that he was making a real strong jokes about Joe Biden by having an autopen up on the wall as the portrait for Joe Biden. Isn't that ironic? Don't you find that very ironic? That he can't find the time to show up to actually end the war that he put us in? Don't you find it ironic that this man who is so obsessed with Barack Hussein Obama has gotten us in a situation that we have spent over close to $100 billion to fight a war, and we have gotten nothing out of this war? The only thing that we have gotten out of this war is that we have emboldened Iran more than they have been emboldened. We have made Iran a stronger world figure. We paid all of this money. The United States have paid out all of this money and lost 13 military people to embolden Iran, to lift all these sanctions off of Iran, have allowed Iran to make money off of oil sales. We have enriching Iran. We have allowed Iran to make more money by charging fees. We're not going to call them tolls. They're calling them fees that they will be charging ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. And we're not going to forget to count the billions of dollars that it took to fight this war. We're not going to forget to count the billions of dollars that it's going to take to restockpile all the munitions that we have wasted, that we have lost in this war that we definitely did not win. We used all of these munitions. We wasted all of our ammunition and munitions in losing this war to Iran, that we have to restockpile. The whole world know that we are down on munitions, that we cannot even defend our homeland. And the whole world know that it's going to take us time to restockpile our munitions to be able to defend our own homeland. So the cost that it's going to cost us to do that, the whole world knows that we are unprotected as a homeland. Who does that? To lose a war to someone who to a country who hasn't done anything to us. But the other thing about this is, who does this to pay restitution of $300 billion back to a country who we bombed? I thought that America didn't have money to pay restitutions back to African Americans for the slavery that they put us through. I thought that restitutions were out of the question because there was no money to pay back restitutions. It didn't take a week. It did not take even 7 days for them to bow down and say, okay, we're going to pay 300 billion back in restitution to Iran for the bombing and the harm that our bomb caused your nations. You know, the bombing that we did to your nation for absolutely no reason. So, in this memorandum of understanding, where is it stated about any of these 47 years of them causing the United States harm? You know, all of these cries of the Iranian government have been harassing us. They have, for 47 years, they have been crying death to America. For 47 years, Iran has been doing this, that, and the other. For 47 years, they have done nothing to America. But you had J.D. Vance, you have had your president out here lying to the public, telling you that for 47 years, Iran had been doing something that was so egregious to the United States that they had the military striking Iran. That actually came out of your president's mouth and your vice president's mouth. That Iran had did something so egregious to America over the past 47 years, and that other presidents did not do anything about it, but they were going to be the people who did something about it for 47 years worth of something that Iran was doing to America. Don't you remember them saying that Iran had been doing something to America for 47 years that had gone unaddressed? But it still has gone unaddressed because they are leaving Iran with their tail tucked between their legs. Iran has won this war. If you are unaware, Iran has won this war, and your government is having to back out of Iran, and they are having to sweep up behind themselves and pick up every piece of rubble on their way out, and they are having to give a dollar and a dime for everything that they broke in their country on their way out. But the unfortunate thing about it, what they are not able to do, they are not able to restore the lives of those children that they incinerated on the first day of that war. What they are not able to do, they are not able to get back the lives of that people that they carpet bombed with that dumb peak head breath over the military. This is what they're not able to do under the guise of Iran had done something to the United States. When Marco Rubio clearly told you that Israel said that they were going to strike Iran. So therefore, the United States knew that Iran was going to strike America interest in that region. So therefore, America decided that they were going to strike Iran alongside Israel. Let's be real clear about it. Iran had not done anything to America. America decided a long time ago to go along with whatever Israel decided to do with Iran. All the way back to those strikes in June of 2025, when Israel decided to strike Iran, America rode along with whatever Israel decided to do with Iran. Like President Clinton said when he first met Benjamin Netanyahu. The first time President Clinton met Benjamin Netanyahu, he left out of that meeting and he said, "Who is the motherfucking superpower in this deal?" Because Benjamin Netanyahu was so cocky and was so matter of fact with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton left out of the meeting and was like, "God damn, who the motherfucking superpower?" Because Benjamin met Netanyahu, who had a whole lot of balls. He talked like he was the superpower. And this is what's going on. So, the question is, we have an alleged peace deal. An alleged peace deal. That includes Lebanon. But Benjamin Netanyahu says he's going to continue to strike Lebanon. And he gives zero fucks about what's in this peace deal. So what is President Trump going to do? Are you curious? Let me see if you guys are curious. Nobody alive today deserves reinstitution or reparation. People just want to be lazy and get up and be a real man or woman and earn that money. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody, nobody deserves reparations. Nobody deserves generational wealth that they did not earn. Nobody deserves to have generational wealth that is bestowed upon them on things that their family did not earn. Nobody deserves to have wealth bestowed upon them on shit that they did not earn, on wealth that was born on the backs of slaves. Nobody deserves that. That's what nobody deserves. Nobody deserves to wake up every morning and be rich off of the wealth that they got off of the backs of free labor. That's what no one deserves. The fuck out of here. Okay. Hi, I'm 70 years old, watching from the Philippines. Thank you for watching. I appreciate your watch. Please subscribe to the channel. First of all, do you know how stupid you sound? I never said I deserved anything. Do you know how stupid you sound? Did you hear me say I deserved anything? Do you know how stupid you sound? Let's start there. Let's start there. But what I will tell you, you sound very stupid. Don't try to recreate what I said. You sound extremely stupid. Yeah, we lost this war. Uh, we won this war? How did we win this war? You think we won this war? Who's stupid? You think we won this war? Who's stupid? Explain to me how this war was won by us. Explain to me how we won the Iran war. Explain to me how we won the Afghanistan war. Explain to me how we won the Vietnam war. I will wait, stupid. I will wait for your stupid ass to tell me how we won any of those wars. Stupid. But you want me to believe that I'm not the smart one. You want me to believe that it should matter that you calling me stupid as you are proven to be an ignorant motherfucker. Okay, let's continue. I don't think people understand. It doesn't matter what color the president is or whoever elected has their own personal agenda that they're going to enact before anything else. Bitch, no one says anything about the color of anything. You're a stupid bitch. It really shows that you're a stupid bitch. No one says anything about the color of the person. You cannot understand the conversation of what's going on. You are trying to bring something the about color into the conversation of this that has nothing to do about race. It has something to do about the facts of this conflict. You dumb bitch. You are a stupid dumb bitch. I'm gonna have to ban you, you dumb cunt. This is a stupid ass bitch who's trying to get this conversation off topic. Uh, Enough of that hole. Okay. Bull crap. We saved Israel. But Israel ain't saving you. Well, Israel is not saving you. Israel said, "Thank you for saving us, but we are not saving you." Israel said, "Fuck you. We gonna continue to strike Lebanon, and we don't give a fuck if this busts up your peace agreement with Iran." So why are you arguing with me? Where is your argument with me? Why are you telling me it's bull crap? Where's your disagreement with me? How am I stupid? It seems like you're the one who's stupid. Where is it with me that you think that I'm stupid when you're showing how stupid you are? Please explain. Please explain while we wait for your explanation. Because Israel is the one who said they don't care what America agrees with, because America agreement is not their agreement, and they are going to continue to strike Lebanon regardless of what uh, America agrees with to end their war with Iran. They are going to continue to strike Lebanon because that is not their agreement. So, who's stupid? Are you stupid? Oh, yes, you are. You are the stupid one. Oh, okay. And you just really proved your ignorance. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, lovely lady love. You can feed please don't feed into the people with opposing opinion. You can't lead a horse to water, but you can't force them to drink. You have a great commentary. I mean, this. I mean, the ignorance of it all. They cannot even comport anything that they are even trying to say. They cannot even enunciate a straight point from A to B. They cannot even enunciate any sane, rational point in this. Oh, black and stupid. Oh, a libtard. But we have lost this war. We are paying a rep what do we reparations to a country in the tone of $300 billion. We are paying rep what is it? Repu, re, reputation. Lord. We are paying Lord, I cannot even say the word. We are paying reputation. Repu, we are paying back money to repu. We are paying back money to a country. Reputations. What is it? Reputations. I want to say reputations. Yes. I can't. I'm like reputations. Yes. Yes, we're paying money to rebuild something that we tore down for absolutely no reason. Absolutely no reason. But I thought that we didn't have reputation money to pay back black people. That was a bridge too far. Uh, uh, People should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. Where would we get that money from? It seems like we did have that money. It in fact did seem like we in fact had that type of money. But they wanted you to believe that the United States did not have that type of money. And now, when it shows you, when you see that the United States, in fact, does have that type of money, they want you to believe that something is wrong with you when you absolutely see that they actually have that type of money. See, every other race of people that the United States wronged, they got reputations. But they didn't give it to the black slave, but they gave it to every other race of people that they wronged. And it didn't take a month for them to give it back, give it to the Iranian people that they wronged. But the black slave, they try to make you feel like you are asking for a handout when you ask for it when you built this country's economy. When you built this country's economy, when they want to act, when they want to decry that they are the greatest country in the world, they want to act as if you are saying something crazy. When you ask for your reparations, you see how that works? Do you see how that works? When they gave it back to the Jewish people, they gave it the to the Japanese people. You see how that worked? Now they finna give it to the Iranian people. But the whole U.S. economy was built off of the black backs of free slavery. But they acted as if there was no way that the American economy could pay reparations to the black people who built the American economy. Okay, so let's get into this. The inability to pronounce basic words is hilarious. Calling other people stupid while being unable to speak basic English isn't the gotcha you think it is. Reparations isn't the gotcha you think it is. The inability uh, to uh, speak what word? Reparations. What isn't the got you you think it is? What got you you speak of? What inability are you speaking of? I'm waiting. What inability are you thinking of? Hmm? I'm waiting. What inability are you thinking of? Hmm? What got you? Are you waiting on? But the got you is the fact that you cannot address the topic that I'm talking on. That's the got you, bitch. The gotcha is you have no response to the actual topic that I'm speaking on, ho. The gotcha is that you want to talk about English when you cannot talk about the fucking topic that I'm talking on. That you have nothing to say about the simple fact that this country, this government is about to give Iranian $300 billion. bitch. That's the gotcha, you stupid hoe. Reparations, bitch. Reparations, hoe. I'm back at you, bitch. Reparations. I'm back at you, bitch. Reparations. I'm back at you right now, bitch. Reparations. But you can't say anything about the fact they're about to give them to Iranians, bitch. I'm right at you now. But you don't, she don't have nothing to say about that. She don't have anything. She or he doesn't have anything to say about $300 billion of their money going right over to Iran. Doesn't have anything to say about $300 billion of their money going over to pay the Iranian people. But they were bemoaning what Iran had did to the United States for 47 years. But what about the 47 years of what Iran had did to us? You guys are not bemoaning all the things that Iran had did to the United States. Oh, for 47 years they had cried death to America. Look at what they had did to us for 47 years. What about all of the 47 years of terror that Iran had rained down on us? Uh, According to Pete Kegbreat, according to your president, according to your vice president, now your mouth is shut about them repaying them reparations, bitch. And you want to talk about how I speak because I couldn't think of the word right off the cuff, bitch. You want to talk about how I speak, you dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. Yes, you're dumb. Yes, you are the dumb bitch in the room. So let's get let's get into let's get into this, shall we? Let's move forward. The dumb bitches in the room. Let's hear let's hear from JD Vance, shall we? Let me share my screen with you. It's unfortunate that you cannot watch for-profit media, the U.S. for-profit media. You have to get your media. You cannot watch your president and get honest media. You cannot watch U.S. media and get actual media that you can trust and I believe that it is true. It is unfortunate that the U.S. media is so full of shit and lies that you have to venture out and try to find media that is from obscure places to find the real story. And 2 and 3 days later, you find out the first thing that you find in U.S. media was a full of BS and lies, and then 3 days later, you find out the obscure media has been the absolute truth. And if you are not familiar with this channel, I find that this channel uh, always has been the absolute truth the first day out. So let's hear about this memorandum of some type of agreement.
Boy, the deranged occupant of the White House has made a spectacular surrender to the Islamic Republic. Of all the people, Trump's deputy, J.D. Vance, has confirmed the U.S. decision to pay $300 billion to Iran in reparations and $24 billion of payment in cash immediately. Trump has also agreed for Iran to continue to enrich uranium. In return, Iran has made a pinky promise to never produce nuclear bombs. The development has caused unprecedented meltdown amongst American Zionists. In Lebanon, Israeli terrorists have tried to kill a brave journalist, Hadi Hotef, whose clip I played in my video last night. In the UK, a panel of 5 judges have controversially reversed the High Court's ruling, which had termed the proscription of Palestine Action as a terrorist group illegal. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also, in this video, an Iranian footballer confronts an American journalist on the safety of Iranian players in the US during the World Cup football. So please stay tuned. So it's official. What Iran's state media reported last week has turned out to be true, word by word. The supposedly most powerful country in the world with the supposedly most powerful military has capitulated to Iran, a country which has faced brutal and illegal sanctions by the same supposedly powerful.
So the U.S. has capitulated to Iran. Remember, your president talked about, Barack Hussein Obama. He gave them a plane load of cash. He gave Iran, he paid them off. He gave them $1.2 billion in cash. Well, it seems like this president is giving them $24 billion in cash. Now, when I told you, no, he released their money in sanctions. Your president kept telling you dummies that he gave them cash. He gave them cash. He paid them off. I told you he released their sanctions. But when he is releasing their sanctions, he's releasing far more of their sanctions. But I'm going to tell you that he's paying them off. But I will also tell you that he's releasing far more of their sanctions. Which sounds better? I choose not to lie. But they chose to lie to you. But they're giving them $24 billion in their sanctions. But when Barack Obama gave them $1.7 billion in sanctions, they decided to tell you that he was paying them off because he wanted a deal so bad. But when they do the same thing, do they call it a payoff? Because they want a deal so bad. But what Barack Hussein Obama didn't do, he didn't have to use a military force to get it. So therefore, he did not have to pay them off to rebuild their country because he did not have to use military force to get an agreement in the first place. All he had to do was negotiate like a rational human being. He did not have to use military force. He had to use his common sense and his brain and actual negotiate with his uh, brain set and his skill set, his best skill set, common decency. And therefore he did not have to go back in and use $300 billion and rebuild a whole country. See, that's what Barack Hussein Obama did not have to do. You see the difference in that? You see the difference in a man who's not a barbarian, as in these white nationalists, these barbaric white nationalists, and an elite, educated black man. Do you see the difference? In a more astute, elite black man, in a barbaric, cave man, white nationalist. Do you see the difference? I see the difference. I do. Let's continue.
Country for over 47 years. How do we know this? Well, a person no less than the Vice President of the US, J.D. Vance, has just confirmed. Listen to his reply on the question of the US paying Iran $300 billion in reparations on CBS TV channel.
Walk through some of this. The Iranians are saying that they're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things...
Now, okay. What is the Gulf Coast Coalition? That is one of the things that they could have access to. What is the Gulf Coast Coalition? Is that one of these things that, when have you ever heard of the Gulf Coast Coalition? You've never heard of any such thing as the Gulf Coast Coalition. That's on par with the this peace this what is that, Department of Peace, or that they made up after that fake peace treaty with Israel and Pakistan, Israel and Palestine. You never heard of this envoy of this peace envoy, and you never will. Because there is no Gulf Coast peace envoy. It is the United States who is paying this. They could have it. There is no such thing as this thing that J.D. Vance is trying to make up.
They're going to have access to a $300 billion reconstruction fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition, so long...
Gulf Coast Coalition. I couldn't even remember it. Gulf Coast Coalition. When have you heard of the Gulf Coast Coalition? Who is the Gulf Coast Coalition? That's the United States of America's money. That's the taxpayer dollars. Gulf Coast Coalition. That's your tax dollar. Gulf Coast. That sounds like isn't the whole point that Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and all of these Gulf Coast, all of these Middle Eastern countries, isn't the reason that they invested money in the United States and allowed and gave Jared Kushner and allowed Donald Trump to and invested all of these money in these corrupt politicians and allowed them to build military installments in their countries and gave Jared Kushner's $2 billion and allowed Donald Trump to build $1 billion golf courses in their countries and allowed them to build air bases in their country. Isn't that investment that they gave to make sure that their countries were protected? Don't you understand that that money that they gave was the reason that they gave that money was to protect their countries? Are you not clear that these countries have already invested billions with these politicians, with Jared Kushner's private companies, where Jared Kushner got $2 billion after the first Trump administration, while that Jared Kushner was over there asking for $5 billion more for his private company, while he was supposed to be negotiating the end of this Iranian war. He was over there asking for $5 billion more in the Middle East as he's being a special envoy for this current war. Do you think that these people are interested in being on the hook for $300 billion to rebuild Iran? Don't you think that the whole point of them investing money and allowing the U.S. to build military installment in their country was to protect their countries so they would not have to be on the hook and have Iran tear up their country? They're going to have to rebuild their own country. Who and do you think that they want to have to rebuild their own country after the United States follow Israel on some fool's errand and they get their own countries torn up and they hear from the United States that, hey, well, will you guys give us some money and pool some money together with us so we can get this $300 million and rebuild Iran? When they have to rebuild their own country after they have been given guarantees, if you let us build a military base in your country, we will protect you so nobody will tear apart your country. And that didn't work out and you got to rebuild your own country. You think that you're going to pool some money together to build to get $300 million to fix the country that tore apart your country? Who the fuck are these coastal what did he call these people?
Fund. True or false?
Well, Ed, that's the sort of thing they could have access to, funded by the Gulf Coast Coalition.
Who the fuck is this Gulf Coast Coalition? Do you think that it is these Emiratis, these Saudis, these Qatari nation, Bahrain? Or do you think that it's these Gulf Coast coalitions that have to rebuild their own countries? Do you think that they're going to get together and be a part of this $300 billion that has to be rebuild Iran? No, that it's not. It's the United States tax dollars. Putting a little smooth word on the fact that it's going to be the United States tax dollars trying to lull you into some sense of comfort, trying to make you believe, oh, that sounds like the people over there in the Gulf region is going to get together and put the money together. No, motherfucker. They got to rebuild their own country after they have already been given guarantees that since they had air bases in their country, that they were going to be protected by the United States. And after Iran rained down missiles on them because the United States did what Israel told them to do. Did some dumb shit that Israel told them to do, and now they have to rebuild their own countries. Do you think that they're going to give some money to help rebuild Iran after to the tune of $300 billion when they have to rebuild their own country? JD Vance is playing in your fucking face. No, the United States is going to have to give Iran all of this money. Are we real clear about this? Oh no, after and why is it? And the good question is, JD Vance is telling you what is in this the memorandum of understanding is reported to be a page and a half long. You understand that JD Vance is being very, very vague. He's not telling you exactly what is in this memorandum of understanding. He could tell you every point that is in this memorandum of understanding. He could read to you what is in this memorandum of understanding. He is being very vague. He is going around it, and he is being speculative about what is in this memorandum of understanding, but he is not telling you what is in this memorandum of understanding. Oh well, people are saying this and that is in there, but I can tell you, oh, this is not in there and that is not in there. And tell us what is in there. That is what he's not telling you. He is going, they're not telling you what is in there. They are not telling you what is in there, so they can have some plausible deniability. So they can go back and lie and say, oh, that was never in there. But what is not in there is the fact that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon. That is not in there. The thing that they said that they were holding fast on, that Iran could never have a nuclear weapon, that is not in there. That the Strait of Hormuz will have to be open. That is not in there. Everything that they said that this war was dependent on, none of that is in there. None of that is in there. Let's be real clear. The United States has lost this war, and as far as this alleged memorandum of understanding, let's understand that there may not be any type of a peace agreement going forward, because we are real clear that Benjamin Netanyahu has already said that as far as Lebanon is concerned, he is not acknowledging anything about Lebanon not being struck. He is not acknowledging any ceasefire on Lebanon. So what are we doing here? What are we talking about? Papers being signed on Friday. Do you think that Trump is going to grow some balls and tell Benjamin Netanyahu that he's going to have to stop by Friday? Are we playing that game? Are we acting like Benjamin Netanyahu is going to have to stop? This motherfucker doesn't even have the gravitas or the leadership to tell some muffin top underrated UFC fighter that he shouldn't have had the audacity to say that Michelle Obama was a man. This crass, disgusting president doesn't have the wherewithal, isn't man enough himself to be mature enough to say that it is beyond the pale for a underclass, disgusting piece of trash of a fighter, a motherfucking un-American immigrant to this country fighter to call a black American, a former first lady, first wife, a woman, to say that she was a man. This trash, this man who is found thousands of times in the Epstein files, who has credible women who have come out and said that they have been SA'd by him when they were 13 years old. What do we expect of anything of this president? So y'all think that this war is over? Y'all really think that this war is over? Y'all really think that there is some type of agreement? Y'all really think that that the prices of gas are going to go down? Y'all, this man has said, okay, start the engines on these ships. The Strait of Hormuz are open. Y'all really think this? When Iran said that they are going to be in control of the straits, and this dumb motherfucker wrote on Live Social that the straits are open. Y'all really think this? You dummies really think this? I'm just trying to understand this. Y'all don't understand that this world has been radically changed because you guys refuse to wise up to the fact that this man has really fucked up this world.
So long as they honor their end of the obligation. I think that one of the things you're going to see, Ed, and people have to be skeptical of this, is that the hardliners in the Iranian system will overemphasize the benefits that Iran gets while underemphasizing.
The hardliners will oversize the benefits that Iran gets. And that's the same thing the hardliners in your administration will also do the same thing. Iran will do the same thing that you will do. And the thing about it is, there are no benefits that the United States is getting out of this. The thing about it is, we get zero benefits out of this. The only benefit we get out of this is to tuck our tails and get the fuck out of that region. And when we get out of that region, our sailors going home? No, we're going on another folly of war. We're headed over to Cuba to spend more of our blood and treasure with this fool of a president. To spend more billions of dollars to get absolutely nothing. That's the gist of it. On these fools. And get nothing in return.
All the things that they have to concede and all the things they have to provide in order to get these benefits. So we absolutely are open to the Gulf Coast countries investing in the reconstruction of Iran, but only if Iran ends their nuclear program, ends their enriched stockpile of material, and is really open to an inspections and enforcement regime that gives the American people confidence they're never going to have a nuclear weapon. So I think the dance you're going to see, Ed, which is going to be interesting, is the Iranian media, especially the hardline media, they're going to talk a lot about what they get without talking about what they give. It's important for all of us to correct that record.
So not only did Vance confirm that Iran will receive $300 billion in damages, but he also confirmed another claim widely made by the Iranian media, that the US will pay $24 billion in cash to Iran.
They say they're going to get $24 billion in frozen funds if they hit certain benchmarks. Is that true?
Well, again, Ed, we're open to a lot of things that are on the table, but that $24 billion just doesn't appear anywhere in any of the texts that we've talked about with the Iranians. What we have said is that we're willing to talk about unfreezing assets, but a much
Yes, they're going to get a $24 million, a $24 billion. It doesn't appear in any of the text. Yes, they're going to receive a $24 billion. The lie in your face.
Well, again, Ed, we're open to a lot of things that are on the table, but that $24 billion just doesn't appear anywhere in any of the texts that we've talked about with.
It doesn't appear in anywhere in any of the texts that he is not showing you. We're open to a lot of things. But it doesn't appear in the text that the text that is not appearing in front of anyone to review this alleged text. That they're hiding from the media so that they can have plausible deniability of what appears in this text. Let's continue.
The Iranians, what we have said is that we're willing to talk about unfreezing assets, but a much bigger deal is unsanctioning their economy so long as they make the long-term commitments on the nuclear program. So, again, one of the things these hardliner elements in their country are going to do is misrepresent the deal so that they can sell it to certain elements of their domestic audience. But I think, again, the text is very clear. There's nothing about $24 billion. What there is clarity.
So you wouldn't do the same thing. You wouldn't misrepresent the deal so you could sell it to your audience. Are we to believe that you, JD Vance, wouldn't misrepresent the deal and lie and say, since you're so open to anything, you wouldn't misrepresent the fact that you are going to give them the $24 billion? And misrepresent that to sell it to your audience? Where would that come from? You wouldn't misrepresent that to sell it to your audience, bitch.
About though, Ed, is that Iran gives up their nuclear program for the long haul. They allow a real inspections regime, and then of course we want them to have a lot of benefits. The president has said we want them to be a successful country.
Right.
We want to turn over a new leaf with Iran, but that requires them to meet us in the middle.
Just confirm the body language and tone of how Vance and his delusional fool boss spoke before and immediately after they launched an illegal war on Iran. This is what Iran has earned because of its decision to stand up to a rogue bully and his terrorist Israeli master. It seems Trump has no option but to even throw that baby killer in chief under the bus now.
But let me ask you this before you go. Is Israel on board with this? It doesn't appear so at this time. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
Well, Gail, of course, Israel's been a good partner, but we do expect everybody in the region. They've been participating in this peace agreement. They've been participating in our talks with Iran. They understand where our perspective is. And what the president has said is that we expect everybody to honor this agreement. There are always, Gail, these bumpy moments with these ceasefires. Sometimes someone will fire and sometimes somebody responds. We think right now that there are probably people within Iran, because of the internet blackout, that are not even aware that this deal has happened. So we certainly expect the Israelis are going to be a participant in this peace process, but we think it's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for the Gulf Coast Coalition. And Gail,
is Israel on board? So JD Vance is lying. JD Vance sat up there and said that, it's a bumpy road. He knew Israel was not on board. In fact, Israel turned around and did strikes on Lebanon. Israel came out and said that they did not care about the agreement, that they will continue to strike on Lebanon. Your president came out and waddled and begged Iran, please do not strike. Please do not return strikes on Israel because Israel struck Lebanon. J.D. Vance was full aware that Israel was not on board, and then the simple fact that J.D. Vance tried to put it on Iran that they don't have internet. They may not even know about the peace agreement. How did J.D. Vance say that they are negotiating a peace with a country, and because the country does not have internet, that some of the people in the country that they are negotiating with may not even know how far in the negotiations that they are? Bitch, are you crazy or do you think we're crazy? The people you're negotiating with may not know where the negotiations are. Well, then why are you sitting on TV talking about the the memorandum of some agreement? The what is it? What is it? The memorandum of understanding or whatever the fuck this shit is called. The memorandum of understanding or whatever the fuck this shit is called. So you mean to tell me that they don't have the internet and they may not understand where we are in this agreement because they don't have the internet? So you, if anything happens between now and then, it's because some of the Iranian people don't have the internet. So it's touch and go right now, Gail. Are the Israeli people, they have the internet? JD Vance, are they on board with this? I'm not gonna tell you no, that the Israeli are on board, but I'm gonna blame it on the fact that the Iranian people don't have the internet. Do you see these people sitting in front of you with this bullshit?
Someone will fire, and sometimes we do expect everybody
Under the bus now.
But let me ask you this before you go. Is Israel on board with this? It doesn't appear so at this time. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
Well, Gail, of course, Israel's been a good partner, but we do expect everybody in the region. They've been participating in this peace agreement. They've been participating in our talks with Iran. They understand where our perspective is. And what the president has said is that we expect everybody to honor this agreement. There are always, Gail, these bumpy moments with these ceasefires. Sometimes someone will fire and sometimes somebody responds. We think right now that there are probably people within Iran, because the internet blackout, that are not even aware that this deal has happened. So we certainly expect the Israelis are going to be a participant in this peace process, but we think it's going to be good for them. It's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for the Gulf Coast Coalition. And Gail, if the Iranians comply with their end of the bargain, it's going to be good for Iran.
Wish the Arab rulers learn from this. Isn't it sad that while Iran has emerged as the regional superpower after this conflict, the Arab countries that always acted as America's loyal bootlickers are today moving with lightning speed to please Iran? So Iran's victory is not just against the powerful America or genocidal settler colony of Israel, but also against the entire might of the Arab nations. American journalist Rick Sanchez appears to make the same point here.
I've talked to Arachi and the assistant foreign minister in the past. I've got a pretty good read on them. Here's my take on why this is important and why I am taking Iran's word for it this time, that they are actually in agreement with this deal. And it's the fact that Iran is bragging not about the United States' role, certainly not about Israel's role. You know what they're bragging about? They're bragging about Turkey, Iraq, Egypt, Japan, and Saudi Arabia. Apparently, Saudi Arabia played a very big part. The Saudis played a big part in doing this deal. And yeah, they're willing to open the Strait of Hormuz once again to all traffic, not just Iran-friendly traffic. Apparently, there was a telephone call Monday where Turkish officials spoke with Iraqi officials and Egyptian officials. This was a call between Mogegi of Japan, Hussein of Iraq, Abdalati of Egypt, and Hakan Fidan, who is one of the foreign ministers assistant foreign ministers of Turkey. They all got together on the phone with Arachi, the foreign minister of Iran, and they discussed the process, and they're all going to stand by it.
Aside from agreeing to pay hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran in reparations, Trump has also agreed to let Iran enrich uranium at a significantly lower level.
So right now, President Trump is on his way to the G7 summit after reaching a deal with Iran. Trump reportedly telling the New York Times the deal will still allow Iran to continue enriching uranium for non-military purposes. Former President Obama casting doubt on how it's different from his own deal.
It is doubtful that any agreement that...
Wait a minute. I thought that he was going to do a deal that was better than Barack Hussein Obama. I thought that a Barack Hussein Obama deal was so bad that he was still letting him rich uranium. Therefore, it was a bad deal. He had to tear up that deal. What about that? What about all you dummies sitting in the chat? You dummies did not know that your God chief, 4547, was still letting Iran enrich uranium. Now what you got to say? Let's continue.
Arises is going to be significantly different or a significant improvement from the deal that we had in the first place.
And then Iran will continue to control the Strait of Hormuz by collecting a service charge. That's what they're calling it now. No toll tax from ships in exchange for their safe passage. Something Iranian Foreign Minister Sayyed Abbas Araghchi has said last week. Ismail Baqai, the spokesperson of the Iranian Foreign Ministry, has repeated the same. Listen to him here in this clip in Farsi, voiceover done by my 17-year-old son Kegbreat.
Securing the Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is very important to us. The measures we have taken in recent months have been fully in accordance with international law to safeguard Iran's national sovereignty and national security. Moving forward, the Islamic Republic of Iran, as a coastal state, will, together with Oman, take the necessary measures to ensure the safe passage of ships through this. In the text of the Memorandum of Understanding, Iran has committed to taking the necessary measures in cooperation with the other coastal state, Oman, and in consultation with the other stakeholders, because our fundamental goal is to ensure safe and secure transit through the Strait of Hormuz. We are supposed to ensure safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz for a very specific period, in parallel with the actions of the other party. This is perfectly clear. This task has been entrusted to the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran as a coastal state. Therefore, I don't think there is any doubt that in this regard, the sovereignty and the position of the Islamic Republic of Iran are fully. We have always said that we are not looking to collect fees, but in exchange for the services, we will provide navigation services, environmental protection, possibly ship insurance, and other services to be offered by Iran and Oman. The necessary costs will be designed and collected. Therefore, in regard, the matter is very clear.
As expected, Trump's political rivals have reacted furiously to mock the man who wanted to win the Iran war in just 4 to 6 weeks. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, a former lawmaker and a former supporter of Trump. To be fair to her, she has been consistent in her opposition to the Gaza genocide and even Iran war all along.
So I'm reading today that in the U.S.-Iran proposed peace deal that is supposedly going to be signed later this week. This is after we've been told at least 38 to 40 times that there's going to be a peace deal, but supposedly there's one. There is an agreement that there will be $300 billion be given to Iran for reconstruction. and investments for Iran. Now, I'm assuming this comes from the American taxpayer, and I want to tell you that's a bunch of bullshit. This is a war that Americans did not support. As a matter of fact, we said no more foreign wars, and that's what we voted for in 2024. Well, Trump decided to bomb Iran and go to war against Iran on behalf of his good friend, Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, and he's on record saying that he did this for Israel, while he claimed that it was to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. By the way, former DNI Tulsi Gabbard told Congress that Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, and so did other nuclear regulatory agencies, said Iran was nowhere close to having a nuclear weapon, but Trump went ahead and bombed them anyway. Well, this cost Americans approximately $2 billion a day and depleted much of our weapons and ammunitions that we need for our country's defense. But let's add on to that. What else did it do? You know what it did? It drove the cost of gasoline that hurt the average American citizen, drove it to over $4.50 a gallon, drove diesel up close to $6 a gallon, and much higher prices if you live in states like California. So not only have Americans already paid the price at the pump, also including inflation went up. We've been paying $2 billion a day for Trump's war in Iran and Israel's war in Iran. And now we're getting told that we may have to pay an additional $300 billion to rebuild what Trump and Netanyahu decided to bomb.
But the internet is now full of meltdown videos of American Zionists. This is John Podhoretz, a known Israeli supporter in the US.
I honestly don't know if it could be worse, because if this war ends the way I fear it's going to, America is going to be in a strategically, tactically, and militarily worse position than it was under Biden and before Trump came back into power. That is to say, he made a choice to test America's resolve, America's ability to win war, to exert its will, to change the nature of the map. And he has choked. He has chickened out. He has bled himself dry. And better that we shouldn't have done it in the first place.
Remember why we are here in the first place. Trump chose to attack Iran just because he had to serve his bloodthirsty Israeli master Netanyahu. This despite the fact that he had already sponsored Netanyahu's Holocaust in Gaza. Another journalist who has called the Israeli mass murder of Palestinians a Holocaust is Candace Owens.
You know, Judaism is a faith. Israel is a state, and it is not above critique. And that what Bibi Netanyahu has done to the Palestinians since October 7th is a Holocaust. It is a Holocaust that is being committed on Palestinian children and women. And I'm not going to quiet my perspective on that, you know, to kowtow to whatever the prevailing narrative is at the New York Post.
This is important because she too has been a known supporter of Trump and the conservative movement in the past. But it seems the Gaza Holocaust.
Not B666. Democrats, we have got to make this a thing. Thanks, retardicans. Since 4547 wants to make it Democrats instead of Democrats, we have to coin the words retardicans. Instead of Republicans, we have to coin the term retardicans. Oh, what a thank you for that. Not B666. Thank you. Retardicans. Thank you. Ironically, MAGA fools used to believe every idiotic thing she said. Exactly. In order to, in defense of Trump and conservative ideology, but as soon as she starts speaking the truth, they stopped, I guess, was what you mean. I still support a strong military and a must have to be free. But how strong can the military be with Pete Kegbreat over the military and Pete Kegbreat commanding the military to commit war crime? How strong can the military be with Pete Kegbreat over the military instilling white nationalist teachings and instilling white nationalist values into our military? Let's really think about that. How strong can our military really be if we have a white nationalist military? Isn't that more of a militia than a military? Yes, please remember to like and subscribe. Oh, how typical of the ignorance. Have to bring transgender. You know a weak mind who has to bring transgender into every conversation. What does transgenders have to do with anything that we were conversing about? I think that you are kind of telling on yourself. What do you want a piece of tuck dick in your life? Is that what you're telling on yourself? You want a piece of tuck dick? You want a piece of boy pussy? Is that what you're telling in your life? Nobody's talking about transgenders. You want a piece of tuck dick and titties with a tuck dick? Nobody's talking about that. Face it, let me face it. Every move Trump makes is a complete cluster. He's done nothing constructive, only tearing down other accomplishments, which point out his lack of anything positive. I didn't say retarded. I said retardican. You know, on the play on the Democrats, retardicans. No, I don't dislike the disabled. Does your president like the disabled? That was a play on the Democrats. Like your president does the play on the Democrats by calling them Democrats. Someone wrote retardicans. Can you understand English? I clearly stated what it was, you dumbass. I don't like you. That's what I don't like. I don't like you and your victimhood. Okay, let's complain. Let's finish this.
Cost was a turning point for her. What Israeli terrorists did to Palestinians in Gaza, they are now doing the same in Lebanon. Just like they targeted journalists in Gaza to kill hundreds of them, they have done the same in Lebanon. In a more recent case, they have attempted to kill journalist Hadi Hothat, whose videos I have shared from this platform on a number of occasions. In fact, I shared his video last night in which he was talking about the Israeli atrocities in Beirut and how Israeli terrorists had targeted an owner of a bakery. Thankfully, he survived the Israeli assassination and doing well.
I'm in the center of Kfar Tibnit right now. The entrance of Kfar Tibnit from this side, an artillery strike just targeted the area behind me. As you can see, there is heavy drone activity in the vicinity. And of course, the destruction, the amount of destruction is very strong. The Israelis did try to destroy the entire area.
Brave British professor David Miller, himself a proud Jew, recalled his meeting with Hadi as he shared the horror caused by Israeli terrorists in Lebanon.
Like, how are you posting on Palestine TV on Telegram? You just posted on Palestine TV on Telegram.
In the UK, Palestine Action has suffered a setback after a group of 5 judges led by Lady Chief Justice Baroness Carr today reversed the High Court's ruling against the government. The High Court had termed the proscription of the Palestine Action group illegal. But the appeal court judges led by Carr today chose to go with the government. This is what she said while justifying the government's action.
We concluded that the prescription decision struck a fair balance. We therefore allowed the Home Secretary's appeal against the decision of the Divisional Court. The Divisional Court proceeded on the basis of a misinterpretation of the prescription policy. It was mistaken in its approach to the question of proportionality, in particular as to the relevance of future risk assessment and margin of appreciation. We have assessed proportionality afresh. Separately, for the reasons set out in our written judgment, we dismiss Ms. Amori's application for permission to cross-appeal. We recognise that the prescription of an organisation like Palestine Action is highly controversial. We recognise, too, that Palestine Action is supported by many otherwise law-abiding citizens and that it is engaged in peaceful as well as non-peaceful protest. It is nonetheless a fundamental mistake to overlook the fact that Palestine Action overtly promotes unlawful violence amounting to terrorism. It is not, as it claims, a direct action civil disobedience protest group like the suffragettes operating transparently in the open. It is a covert organisation operating with secret cells to avoid the detection and prosecution of those using violence to destroy the property of third parties. Palestine Action's activities have caused injury as well as property damage. And at no stage has Palestine Action suggested that its terrorist activities were either a mistake or an aberration. Rather, Palestine Action has lauded those who took part. The contents of the Underground Manual provide good evidence of Palestine Action's continuing intention to promote the use of violence, regardless of the risk that this will result in serious damage to property or serious violence against members of the public. Ultimately, we have had to balance the free speech and freedom of assembly rights of individuals against the rights of third parties and the national security of the communities of the UK. We have done so by applying well-established legal principles, allowing the appropriate latitude to the decision that Parliament entrusted the Home Secretary to make. The Home Secretary had both the institutional competence and the democratic accountability to make that decision. The prescription decision was not unlawful. We set aside the quashing order of the 25th of February 2026, made by the Divisional Court.
No doubt this will raise more questions on the independence and integrity of the British judiciary. Many are rightly asking the question as to how supporting a genocide is acceptable under the UK law, but opposing the same will land you in jail for years. A UK court just sentenced 4 activists to 28 years in total in jail for their decision to damage the Israeli weapons factory in Bristol. One user spoke for millions when he shared the image of former ISIS terrorist Jolani, who is now the president of Syria, alongside a British pensioner, also a priest in her 80s. He wrote this, and I quote, "One of these people is an 83-year-old priest who held up a sign expressing her right to free speech. The other has decapitated his political enemies with a knife. Guess which the UK government calls a terrorist and which gets invited to number 10 Downing Street for dinner." End quote. No one was surprised that immediately after today's verdict, the brave London police arrested more elderly British nationals under terrorism charges for opposing a genocide.
Why are we only carrying with 3 people? Why don't we have to do our jobs to the letter of the law when we're in...
This is what a bunch of compromised Israeli assets in British politics have done to the UK. I will now leave you with this short clip of an Iranian footballer, Mehdi Taremi, embarrassing an American journalist over Trump's disgraceful decisions to harass the Iranian delegation.
Are you sure about your country?
I'm not the one experiencing it, though. I mean, I'm not the player of a country who's at war.
I have a question. Very from USA, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. But you sure we are safe there?
Well, Donald Trump has said at times that he wasn't sure he could guarantee your safety.
Yeah.
So,
but how you see us as a politician, guys, or we are a sportsman? Yeah.
Of course.
Trump has to see the same things.
Okay.
But we are sport.
That's it from me. Thank you very much for your support of this platform and our journalism.
This link is in my description box. It's the first link that I shared. Let's go on. It's unfortunate. These things you can't find. These are some of these things you cannot find in our for-profit media. Let me go back. Hold on 1 second. Let me go back. Let me exit this. I'm trying to exit this.
If you haven't subscribed to my channel, please do so, because that's one of the many ways you can support independent journalism. God bless you all.
Hold on.
There's no way to...
Let me exit this. Hold on.
Understand those circumstances other than for this Supreme Court, the constitutional harm when it is suffered by black voters, that's okay. That can wait. But when it's a
okay, we're going to talk about this.
Constitutional harm in their view to white voters.
At MAGA, they have this like very They try to present this alpha, fearless energy.
If you're not familiar with Mark Eliza, he is on Mark Eliza. He is one of the main attorneys who is fighting Donald Trump and all of his lies about voter fraud. Mike Eliza has been had his feet on the ground, fighting 45, 47, and all the 2020 voter fraud cases and lies, and has been winning against Donald Trump and all of the lies that he has had regarding voter fraud. And in this upcoming midterm election, he has been extremely busy. Now, the attorney generals in a lot of these blue states, they have the they have a plan to make sure that they are ready to challenge any cases that come up regarding voter fraud. If you are familiar with the primaries in California, for instance, Donald Trump has come out and said that there was so much voter fraud, even while they were counting the votes in California. So the Attorney General Robert Bonta, who is in charge of counting the votes and overseeing the vote in California, said that they definitely have a plan to make sure that the votes are counted in California, and they do understand that the optimal outcome that this administration would want is for the cases to go to an appellate court, and then to go to the state Supreme Court, and then to ultimately go to the federal Supreme Court. The federal Supreme Court, which is skewed in a conservative way. So they are looking at ways to keep the state votes to be determined by the state Supreme Court. So they have been busy trying to make sure that the states are determining what happens to the votes and not federalize the vote. So I wanted to share this with you. Mark Eliza has been working tireless all across the country, trying to secure our votes and trying to make sure that the Supreme Court doesn't get their grubby hands on our vote, to federalize our vote and have this a crooked, in my opinion, Supreme Court bastardize our vote, in my opinion. So let's look at what Mark Elias has been doing to protect our votes. Let me share this with you. This will be in my description box under voter safety. Let me share this with you. Let me let's see where I'm going to start.
So here at Pondering Politics, we have the luxury of being able to interview some of the most interesting people in politics. And this one is a bit of a white whale for me. It's one I've been waiting for some time, because he is the lawyer that MAGA fears above all else. Like, do you know how terrifying you have to be to scare the shit out of Steve Bannon, as he often does? I am with Mark Elias, the founder of the Elias Law Group and Democracy Docket. Finally got him here for an interview. Mark, how are you, sir?
I'm thrilled to be here. We're in the middle of the fight, and we got a lot more to go.
Well, listen, you in many ways have been leading the fight in so many respects. Again, I say this slightly tongue-in-cheek, but it's actually not that much of an exaggeration. One of the things that amuses me the most is that MAGA, they have this they try to present this alpha, fearless energy, but you are referenced a stunning amount of times by some of the biggest names in MAGA. Again, Steve Bannon is somebody who I clock all the time, talking about, you in very hushed tones. He obviously doesn't like you, but he respects your pedigree, respects your capability and the fight that you brought to MAGA. You have this catchphrase, they something to the extent of, they fear me because I fight and I win.
They hate me because I fight, and they fear me because I win.
I love it, man. I love that energy. So I'm curious. Let's start with this because we've got a lot to get into. But to those in my audience who may not be familiar with you, most of them are, give them a kind of a background of what you do at Elias Law Group and Democracy Docket.
Sure. So look, I am a lawyer who has been representing Democratic campaigns, the Democratic Party, for nearly my entire career, going back, 20, 30 years now. And along the way, I started to do more and more litigation. First, I did a lot of recounts and election contests. And then I started doing redistricting litigation. And then, around the time that Donald Trump was coming to prominence, I was actually general counsel to Hillary Clinton's campaign. But around that time, it became clear that Republicans were going to double down and triple down on voter suppression and election subversion, both making it harder for you to vote and easier for them to cheat. And so I started litigating more and more non-redistricting or post-election cases. I started litigating more pre-election cases. And so I developed a pretty large practice and a really great group of lawyers who do that work. We still do a lot of post-election litigation. I led the effort or helped lead the effort for Joe Biden after the 2020 election, rather, in beating Donald Trump more than 60 times in court. That was me and my team. We were prepared to do so. We were announced to do so if Kamala Harris had become, if she had those needs. But we've litigated, election disputes and pre-election voting cases. Right now, we're fighting against the Department of Justice in 30 cases where they're trying to access people's sensitive voter data by getting it from the states, and we're litigating those. We're so far undefeated. We're 8-0 against the Department of Justice. So that's kind of the thrust of Elias Law Group. In 2020, I realized that there was a hole in the media ecosystem. And so I started Democracy Docket to be a platform for news, information, analysis about what's happening with voting and elections in court. And it has grown. It now has more than 465,000 newsletter subscribers. It reaches millions of people on social media and through its website. And that is, sort of my contribution to fix the ever-growing hole in the media landscape that is being caused by the capitulation of legacy media outlets to Donald Trump.
Well, it's certainly a major contribution. Here at Pondering Politics, we refer to Democracy Docket quite a bit. It's an amazing website. You guys carry breaking news analysis with respect to like voting rights and election law, Supreme Court analyses as well. It's an extremely invaluable tool, and we appreciate what you do. So on the subject of the Supreme Court, one of the things that I complain about a lot here at Pondering Politics is the Supreme Court. I think in its own way, the current iteration of the court is as dangerous to American democracy as Donald Trump, perhaps not directly and perhaps not as actively, but it is something that the Democratic Party, liberals and progressives, and quite frankly, freedom-loving Americans need to wrestle with. It's one of the things that Brian Tyler Cohen, our mutual friend, it's a clarion call that we both shout together. And I also know that you, I believe, wrote the foreword, is it, to Brian's latest book? If I'm
His
not
new
mistaken?
book. I hope everyone goes out and reads it, buys it and reads it.
No, 100%. I'm looking forward to it. I told him, I'm like, I need an advance copy so I can read and review. But the
really
point,
good.
I have no doubt his first one was amazing as well. And the theme is basically what Democrats should do in terms of wielding power once they get it. And we're definitely going to get to that. But let's, I guess, set the terrain first. Let's set the table. The Supreme Court, it seems to me, has been on a right-wing crusade to restrict voting rights. I'm sure you obviously certainly understand the law better than I do, but like something that's jumping to mind immediately is Shelby County versus Holder. And it started like a chain of events which culminated perhaps in Louisiana v. Calais. Or there are also some upcoming court decisions as well I want to get your take on. But as far as the Holder versus and then getting to the Calais decision, that lineage, can you explain the damage it has done to voting rights in this country, those chain of cases?
Yeah, look, it's been immeasurable, and particularly the Calais case. But what people need to understand is that Congress is given the authority to set the time, place, and manner of elections if they overrule the state. So in the first instance, states get to decide, but if Congress decides to pass a piece of legislation, they get to pass a piece of legislation with respect to federal elections. On top of that, The 14th and 15th Amendments, which came into place after the Civil War, both of them provide Congress an explicit right to enact legislation in order to implement the guarantees of the 14th and 15th Amendments. 14th Amendment, due process, is an equal protection clauses. 15th Amendment, the right to vote for Black Americans, originally Black men, and then ultimately with the 19th Amendment extended to women. And so, it is not that Congress is without power to operate in this area. Instead, what has happened, and that we have frankly become too used to, it is that the Supreme Court has supplanted Congress's role in protecting voting rights and sort of injected its own judgment. So, when I was in law school, which was a long time ago, when I was a practicing lawyer before Donald Trump, which was for a while, one of the things you'd hear conservatives say is, look, the court's role is not to decide whether they like legislation or not. Their job is not to legislate from the bench. It's just to decide whether or not what has been legislated does or does not meet the constitutional test that is provided. And instead, what we have seen in a series of cases involving the Voting Rights Act, which was passed in 1965, pursuant to Congress's power under the 15th Amendment, 14th Amendment to a lesser extent, the Elections Clause to some extent, but mostly under the 15th Amendment, is the Supreme Court has just interposed its own judgment. So first, in Shelby County versus Holder, the Supreme Court said that the provision of the Voting Rights Act that required states and counties with histories of voting discrimination. So it was just the places that had said, look, we have in the past been involved in discriminating against minority voters, that for them to change their voting laws, they needed to get pre-approval from the Department of Justice or from a federal court in Washington, D.C. But if they didn't get that approval, they could always go sue and then say, look, DOJ should have given us the approval. And all they had to do is show that their changes were not making voting worse for minority voters. And that regime had been in place, called preclearance, or Section 5, had been in place from 1965 onward, and it had led to an increase in voting rights for Black Americans in the South, Hispanics, and other racial minorities. And yet, in 2013, the Supreme Court decided that times had changed. That's almost a verbatim quote. They decided that the needs of this provision were no longer present. And that is fundamentally a legislative judgment, right? Like Congress had reauthorized the Voting Rights Act in 2006 by a vote of 98-0 in the Senate. And they had obviously made a decision, a factual determination as a legislature, that times had not changed sufficiently, that this was still needed. But here's the thing. The Chief Justice in that case, in Shelby County, told us, promised us, said, like, as a reason why we should not be concerned, was that nothing in that Shelby County decision would disturb this other provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2, which applies nationwide and which says that you cannot dilute minority voting power. And the Supreme Court and the lower courts had, over the course of 40 years, pretty well defined what that meant. I mean, Section 2 had been litigated a lot. It had been relied on by lots and lots of people, lots and lots of groups, and all over the country. Supreme Court had put its imprimatur on case after case involving how Section 2 should be applied. And yet here we are in 2026, and the Supreme Court decided that, you know what, actually, we're going to gut Section 2 also, which is not just a backtracking on essentially their promise in 2013, but also reflects their view that the balance that Congress had struck was not the appropriate balance. And, it is difficult to say that a bunch of people who said they were originalists were engaged in originalism, because I sure as hell sure that the people who framed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were not particularly sympathetic to claims by the South that the remedies were going to be overreaching. In fact, the amendment specifically gave Congress the ability to remedy. And it's hard to say they're textualists, because the text of the Constitution gives this power to the courts. It's hard to say that they're judicial minimalists, because after all, they struck down long settled precedent that had come out of prior Supreme Courts. So you're left at the end of this being like, they just decided they personally didn't like these versions of the Voting Rights Act.
So there's so much there that you said that I just want to touch on here. It's funny you talking about enacting legislation, because my mind instantly went, it's a totally separate case to the, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment insurrection clause. Yep. And of course, in a 9-0 decision, the Supreme Court said, well, listen, it's not self-executing. Congress has to enact legislation to give Section 3 its enforcement. And it's like, well, when they do that in other situations, you do everything in your power to basically rule it as unconstitutional. So it seems to be just like a constant bait and switch with the Supreme Court. Yes, Congress needs to clarify with additional legislation, but also when it does clarify with additional legislation with respect to voting rights, well, then we're just going to do everything in our power to overturn it. That was one thing I thought of. The other thing I thought of is just this idea that it's so funny how in our system of governance, we have 3 coordinate branches, but to me, there's such a fine line between judicial review and judicial supremacy. And I think this is something that constitutional scholars constantly wrestle over. The idea that in some ways, the most powerful branch is the one that's the least accountable and the one that was intended to be the weakest. The founders intended the Supreme Court of the United States to be weaker than the president and certainly weaker than Congress. And in some respects, they're the ones holding the leash of both. Part of the reason that Trump is so dangerous, in my opinion, in this respect, in the Trump immunity decision, is not just because of presidential immunity, but because this right-wing Supreme Court will ultimately determine what enjoys or doesn't enjoy immunity. So I'm also thinking about that. This idea, Mark, of that all the other branches and the rest of us are bound by Supreme Court precedent except the court itself. So to your point, Chief Justice Roberts says, don't worry about Shelby County v. Holder. Don't worry about it because Section 2, we still got it until we decide 10 years later to gut it. And so it just seems like we are truly left at the mercy of the whims of this Supreme Court. And given the lack of accountability, given the lack of checks, why should we believe a damn thing they say about, hey, don't worry about this? Like, it could, because correct me if I'm wrong, but again, our mutual friend, Professor Leah Littman of Strict Scrutiny, said Alito tried to do the same thing in the Calais decision that Roberts did in Shelby County v. Holder. Oh, don't worry, we didn't gut the Voting Rights Amendment. We're properly contextualizing it. What the hell does that even mean?
Right, and you notice I don't buy into that framing, right? I mean, if the Chief Justice was here, he would say, no, we didn't strike down Section 5. We only said that the coverage formula for Section 5 needed to be reformed. I don't believe that. There's no question that Justice Alito would say, no, we didn't gut Section 2. We just clarified the standards. No, they gutted Section 2. And to your point, though, about the arbitrariness of some of this, I mean, look, every one of the points you make, I agree with. I mean, the framers intended for Congress to have a robust enforcement of the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and they knew the risks of insurrection, and they intended for the states and Congress to each be able to protect their citizens from insurrectionists running for office. You are correct that the founders of those amendments, the framers of those amendments, intended for Congress to be able to inject pretty strong medicine to remedy racial discrimination in voting. That's why we fought a civil war, is over slavery, and the 15th Amendment was intended to be strong medicines to ensure that the franchise was equally accessed by black voters as well as white voters. So I think you're right on that. But on this arbitrary point, the thing that threw me over the edge was actually not Calais. If you look at my Writings for Democracy docket, I've written several times about Shelby County. I've spoken out about Shelby County. I've written about the predecessors of Calais. I wrote about Calais, and I was very critical of Calais. I described it as the worst decision of my lifetime, but it was still within the frame of a legal decision. This is why I think they got it wrong. But what came next is really where I think your point has its greatest force. In 2021, my law firm, we sued Alabama to try to get
You're right. I can't stand that.
Because we thought
you're right. You're absolutely right. I can't stand that.
And by the end of January 27th, we won that case. By January 27, 2022, we had won the case. And that meant a new map had done for 2022. And in early February, I think it was February 2nd or February 7th, I can't remember which, the Supreme Court of the United States said no. That even though you won, black voters don't get a fair map for 2022. And the reason is because it's too close to the primary. And
it's too close to the primary, they said. However, when they did this in 2026, they allowed them to change the map, even though they were in the middle of elections. So this link is in my description box. Understand what the Supreme Court is up to. This is in my description box under voter safety. Let me change gears right now. I want to share with you what is also being reviewed by your Supreme Court. And bring this to your attention. Now, this is Alabama. Alabama actually said the quiet part out loud. If you think that these people are not serious about overturning these amendments, Alabama House Speaker wants the 14th Amendment overturned as they review birthright citizenships. They want both birthright citizenship overturned, which means the descendants of slaves would lose their citizenships. Do you think that this Supreme Court, that have been making these rulings to disenfranchise black voters will overturn the 14th Amendment to further disenfranchise black voters with all of the shenanigans they have been doing about voting rights in 2026? Do you think that is possible or impossible?
Lawmaker wants the court to get rid of the 14th Amendment. You know, the amendment that made black people citizens and creates equal protection under the law. It's a pretty big deal. Put them up full mass. We have a hell of a story about Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter. Here it is.
Well, it certainly gives us an opportunity to look at those congressional districts again. Gives us a chance at all of them if we get some reprieve from courts. And so we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14 and gives us a shot to revisit those. So I think that's happened. You know, all we need now is the courts to overturn 14, and we can look at a new election.
I didn't even know it was up for debate. Equal protection under the law sounds like a really good plan. Okay, put it up full mass. After the Alabama lawmaker had just passed a bill to strip black people in Alabama of a second congressional district, Alabama House Speaker Nathaniel Ledbetter said during a press conference, quote, "It gives us a chance to look at all of them. If we get some reprieve from the courts." So we'll see how that goes, and certainly hope that the Supreme Court will overturn Amendment 14. End quote. Some say, well, he may have misspoke, but he said it again. Just seconds later, quote, "All we need now is for the courts to overturn 14, and we can look at a new election." So remember, Alabama is a state that brought you a law that gave a woman who was sexually violated more prison time if she sought to abort the fetus than the person who sexually violated her. Okay, Alabama gave you that. Let's get into it. The second of the post-Civil War amendment, the 14th Amendment, is what made Black people in America citizens, along with everyone else born on American soil, to the chagrin of many in Ledbetter's party today. Amendment 14, as Ledbetter called it, was America's acknowledgement that Black people were people, that we were all to be considered equal in the eyes of the law. And it leaves little wiggle room on this.
This is where we are in 2026 in the United States of America. This is the Make America Great Again stance of the United States of America in 2026. This is the insecurity and the self-loathing of the white American in 2026. This is the I am not enough. So I must drag people under to make myself feel better about myself-ism of the white man in 2026 in the United States of America. So I must enact Jim Crow laws in the United States of America in 2026. Is what I'm getting, trying to get you to understand. Now, does the Make America Great Again make sense to you? As we have all of this racism, did you not understand it when the slogan was first penned? Are we going to still pretend as if we don't understand what was going on in the first place? Let's continue.
Point. The 14th Amendment guarantees equal protection under the law. And the courts have read that protection to cover the right to vote. GOP State Representative Chris Pringle, real name, by the way, tried to smooth over what the speaker had said. Alabama has been found in violation not only of the Voting Rights Act, but also the 14th Amendment. They want the court to change its mind on both things, or else the state is stuck with the maps it has. They don't want the court to overturn Amendment 14. They just don't want the court to enforce it. We are in Alabama. Let me start there. So he's saying we're not asking for the courts to overturn it. Nothing that drastic. We just don't want them to enforce it, which would mean you can violate it without penalty, is what that would mean theoretically. There's more. Meanwhile, Republicans like Tim Burchett and Scott Jennings are downplaying that racism was a factor in GOP remapping efforts. Here's what Burchett had to say.
Congressman, what do you think about the new maps? Some people say it's not fair. How do you answer them?
Well, elections have consequences. When the Democrats do it, it's called redistricting. When we do it, it's called gerrymandering. It wasn't anything to do with race, and this has absolutely nothing to do with race. It's kind of ironic that they're throwing the race card when they're represented by a white guy, Steve Cohen, my friend, very liberal, but he's my friend. We're in the state legislature together. Yet he is a white man. And to say that we're taking black representation from some folks is very disingenuous.
Sir, they need to put you back on the hybrid alien detail because your commentary to defend your biased friends, I'm friendly with that word, is even more ridiculous than some of the conspiracy theories. So now Scott Jennings would also parrot the same exact point. Here we go with the messaging.
Like, y'all are cheating. Okay, just accept it. Yeah,
how's it cheating?
Let me just finish. You're cheating, and because you politically are not favorable right now. And so this is the only way you would actually win the House is by drawing maps.
Campaign
You
with
literally
Front,
are taking Memphis, which is a city that with black voters, and you split it in three, stretching 3,000 miles.
Who's the current Democrat congressman there? What is it a black
Just-
congressman?
Just because black people are allowed to like people that don't look like them?
Exactly. And that is the point I wanted you to make, because just because you're not going to have a black congressman, why is it that a Republican can't do just as well representing black voters as a Democrat?
Because
Why
they
does your
aren't
race,
electing.
why does
because-
your race
just because
determine your politics?
It doesn't. No. You're making my point, actually. The assumption
I
is
think
black
you're making
people. No. The assumption is black people will only elect black people. No, black people are smart enough to
No, the
elect.
assumption
No,
is
let me
black people
finish.
only
Black
elect
people.
Democrats.
Let me finish. Black people will elect people who will actually represent them, who have their best interests at heart. And what Republicans have done in Tennessee is dismantle the power for black people to have their voice. They did the same thing in Texas because they said they thought Latinos were going to swing for Republicans. There are black people that are represented. I'm black and I got a Republican president right now. Black people don't elect black people based on race. They elect people that are aligned with their moral, their beliefs in justice, and just took that away from them in Tennessee and in other states.
All right. Scott doing what he does, major gaslighting. Okay. Now in Virginia, taking you to Virginia. So in Virginia, the Virginia Supreme Court on Friday blocked a new Democratic drawn congressional map from taking effect. This delivers a major boost for Republicans as they defend their narrow House majority in the midterm elections. This ruling, coupled with GOP map drawing efforts in other states in the last year and the U.S. Supreme Court's recent ruling overturning racial gerrymandering regulations in the Voting Rights Act, means that Republicans will head into the midterms with a clear redistricting advantage. In Virginia, the state Supreme Court concluded that the legislature began its constitutional amendment process too late to be lawful. Quote, this violation irreparably undermines the integrity of the resulting referendum vote and renders it null and void, the court wrote in its order. Now, just a reminder, the Supreme Court somehow, in their wisdom, the majority of the justices decided that it's actually okay to create racist redistricting maps, as long as you didn't intend to do it on purpose, but you still got to a space or a conclusion where the maps unfairly or disproportionately adversely impact Black people. Never has that been the standard. When it comes to public policy, the standard is typically not intent. The standard for civil public policy is impact to the individuals who are adversely affected. That's your standard. Why? Because it's a public policy. Intent be damned. We don't even need to prove intent. We can show disproportionate impact. And that's enough, because these individuals are Americans. These individuals have a right to the ballot. These individuals have a right to representation. These individuals have just as much equal protection as anyone else. Black folk in particular. Put it up. Full mass. This is what Republicans are trying to do. Republicans could gain as many as 14 seats from redrawn maps across 6 states so far, compared with 6 for Democrats from redrawn maps, but there could be significant variation based on the actual election results in those new districts, which are not necessarily easy wins for the party that drew them. What does this mean? This means that voting is important. If it wasn't, they would not go through such extreme measures in order to manipulate your ability to do so. This means that politicians don't want to be picked by the voters. They want to pick the voters because they're just politicians. They're not true leaders. They're not transformative leaders. This also means we have to vote like we have not voted before. And hopefully enough conservatives, Republicans, MAGA, enough of them have seen the light, hopefully, for this not to work. All right, we're going to bring you updates as they come.
A mother tries to take her own
Patricia, I am clearly aware of what the 14th Amendment was for. I'm clearly aware of what the 14th Amendment was for. So, does getting rid of the 14th Amendment only apply to the people who are here now? The 14th Amendment was for the people who came here as slaves. So, what would be your point? So, if the 14th Amendment was for the descendants of slaves, why is it necessary to get rid of the 14th Amendment? Because he wants to have the descendants of slaves to be classified as undocumented immigrants to this country. Therefore, they would be able to get rid of the immigrants of slaves, dummy. That is the point. Do you not get it? Must we break down and simplify the racism in the wish of this man wanting to get rid of the 14th Amendment and all of what it means, the reason why he wants to get rid of the 14th Amendment, and how many black people that would affect in this country? To be able to get rid of all of the descendants of slaves in this country, as you open the door to white Afrikaners in this country, and your fucking mouths are mute on this. There is no opening of the mouths of all the 17,000 white Afrikaners that have been brought to this country this year alone, and you say absolutely nothing. But you're trying to explain away about getting rid of the 14th Amendment and who that would affect. Like, I don't understand who that will affect, you dumb bitch. The fuck are you talking about? Anyway, let's continue. There are some more things that I wanted to share with you on today. Let's talk about your Trump administration, your own administration people doubt the validity of Trump's Iran agreement. Top Trump officials reportedly doubt Iran agreement cut by their boss. Here we go. You know, it's bad when your own people don't believe you. Let's get into this, shall we? Yes, we shall. Let me find it again. Here we go. I am going to put this in my description box for you under they don't even believe Trump. They don't even believe Trump. Trump's own administration doesn't believe his Iran agreement. Let's go into this story. The link is in my description box, so you can peruse this story. Let me get into this. I'm sharing it on my screen. Here we go. Several high-ranking U.S. officials are privately skeptical of the Memorandum of Understanding with Iran signed by the Trump administration, Axios reported on Monday. On Sunday, President 4547 and Vice President J.D. Vance signed the memo of Iranian officials to put countries on a pathway to end the war. Details of the agreement are sparse, but it reportedly involves Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz. It reportedly, nothing is in ironclad writing. These are reportedly. All of this stuff is vague and hearsay and all of this stuff. It reportedly involves Iran reopening the Strait of Hormuz and agreeing to nuclear inspection. In exchange, the U.S. will end the naval blockade. So if it says they are agreeing to nuclear inspections, that means that they are actually proliferating nuclear material. So that tells you that they have not agreed to stop proliferating nuclear material. The hard line that your president said that they could not have any nuclear material. That right there tells you that we lost this war, because your president said that they could not be manipulating or proliferating any nuclear material. So that right there tells you that they early on that they lost. Period. They are agreeing to nuclear inspection. In exchange, the U.S. will end the naval blockade of Iran, unfreeze Iranian asset, and allow the country to access to $300 billion in reconstruction fund. The latter provision has been both floated by Vance and denied by Trump. So Vance said it and Trump has denied it. How interesting. Politicians and pundits have called on the administration to release the text of the memo. Isn't that interesting? No, the text of the memo hasn't come out. On Monday, Axios reported that top officials in the Trump circle have serious doubts about the deal. These include Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Kegbreat, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe, Axios reported. CIA Director John Ratcliffe told President Trump and other senior officials that intelligence gathered by U.S. intelligence agencies raised serious doubts about Iran's willingness to make the nuclear concessions. I didn't see any nuclear concession. The U.S. is seeking in any final deal, according to the three sources familiar with those discussions. Friction's point. Ratcliffe isn't the only skeptic in Trump's top team. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Secretary of Defense Pete Kegbreat have both expressed concerns and raised questions about the deal in internal discussions, while Vice President Vance and U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner advocated for it, according to two of the sources. Okay. One of the sources alleged to Axios that the U.S. intelligence reflects that the Iranian intentions are not in line with their commitments under the deal. The U.S. and Israeli launched a war on Iran in February, shortly after the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave a presentation in the White House Situation Room. During it, Netanyahu said that the Iranian regime was ripe for toppling, and that the Kurds could mount a ground offensive while a popular uprising happened within Iran. At that time, Ratcliffe called the idea farcical, according to a New York Times report, while Rubio said that it was bullshit. But your president jumped on it and bit and said, "Oh, that sounds like a great idea." Okay, so there you have that. That is in my description box. And your dumb president said, "Okay," and here we are, tens of billions dollars later. Now, what is Fox News saying about that? What is even Fox News? You know, the government sanctioned media. What are they saying about that? You know, the Water Boy news network for this regime. What are they saying about that? Fox News. What are they saying about that? Dana Perino, the former, wasn't she Trump's former spokesperson? Oh, she was Bush former spokesperson for sure. Most transparent administration in history? Question mark. Fox Dana Perino calls out Trump White House for keeping Iran deals detail under wraps. If it's a deal, why are they keeping the details under wrap? Let's see. Fox News' Dana Perino hit Trump's White House for not yet releasing the memorandum of understandings with Iran, so Americans know what they're supposed to be agreeing to. On Monday's episode of The Five, Perino rattled off the opposition's agreements about the White House not being transparent on the Iran peace deal. Okay, so you killed all of those leaders, but now the IRGC is in charge. That's who we're dealing with, and that's who we're supposed to stand next to on Friday and sign in an agreement that nobody has seen or read. Perino asked. This is the most transparent administration in history. Like I can make all of these points. You have to stop doing that, Dana, Greg Gulfold said, while Jessica Taval added, "I think she sounds great." Perino continued, like we said at the very beginning, the victories are usually visible, clear, and understandable, and it is just premature to say we haven't even read the information. If I were the Democrats, I would be saying, "You've telegraphed everything else. Why won't you let us read the thing?" And I think maybe there's two reasons for that. Perino continued. Things are still being worked out behind the scenes, which would be, I guess, understandable. It's like they jumped the gun, perhaps in saying there's a deal. Everything is great. It's moving. But then an hour later, no, it's not. But maybe it is. And I try to keep with it all day long. I think the best thing we can tell, in our view, is to say we got to wait and see. It looks like there could be progress here, at least in getting this to an end, and possibly to oil, and possibly of oil to start moving. In other words, we ain't got no deal. All of this back and forth. I have a feeling we're going to be talking a lot about Iran, but nobody read the documents, so it's unclear what you can really say about it. Perino added. Let's watch the clip above. So Dana Perino said that all of this talk about absolutely nothing.
One sheet of Bounty versus one sheet of the competitive brand. Bounty's durable diamond texture is thicker and holds up better to your toughest messes, even when wet. Get more done with one. Bounty, the quicker picker-upper.
All right, Dana, they're trying to say this isn't a significant difference from this agreement. Well, there are some significant differences. Most of their leaders are dead. Their military infrastructure has been demolished. They can't concentrate on exporting terror because they have to they're barely keeping themselves together. So there is a difference here. The deal may sound similar, but you're dealing with an entirely different atmosphere.
It's, well, I could make their arguments better for them because there are things that you could say that you would be able to think, okay, so you killed all of those 40 leaders, but now the IRGC is in charge. Okay, so that's who we're dealing with, and that's who we're supposed to stand next to on Friday and sign an agreement that nobody's seen or read, except for this is the most transparent administration history, but we can't read it. Like I could make all of those points.
You have to stop doing that, Dana.
I
think she sounds
They don't call me. But the thing, like we said at the very beginning, the victories are usually visible, clear, understandable, and it's just premature to say. We haven't even read the information. I would, if I were the Democrats, I would be saying that you telegraph everything else. Why won't you just let us read the thing? And I think there's maybe two reasons for that. One, things are still being worked out behind the scenes, which would be, I guess, understandable. It's like they jumped the gun perhaps and saying, there's a deal, it's great, everything's moving, but wait, and then an hour later, no, it's not, but maybe it is. And I try to keep up with it all day long. I think the best thing we could tell our viewers right now is to say, we got to wait and see. It looks like there could be progress here, at least in getting this to end and the possibility of oil to start moving. Maybe that can then translate into some lower prices here at home. But in the meantime, you do have to look at the fact that they're going even back. Soleimani was killed. The Operation Midnight Hammer that put the uranium underground in the first place, the fact that they were able to blow up all of the leadership, and including, I would go back even to what the Israelis did with the pagers, and having all of that intel in there, like all of that is different and better and puts us in a better position than we were 10 years ago.
Right.
Or even more than that, like when the JCPOA written by Obama was there. The interesting thing is that from a communication standpoint is that you have President Trump over in Europe talking to the Europeans about a variety of different things, but this is the headline. You have Vice President Vance, who you're going to see tonight. You're going to see him a lot over the next week, not only because he's now the face of dealing with this agreement, but he also has his book coming out, and it's a significant one about his own personal religious journey. And then at the same time, you have President Obama's library being open, so he's going to be out doing all of these interviews. So I have a feeling we're going to be talking a lot about Iran, but yet nobody's read the document, so it's unclear what you can really say about it.
Yeah, we'll be talking.
It's not unclear what we can say about it. We can say that is an absolute failure. An absolute failure. Absolute and absolute failure. That's what we can say about it. Now let's see what our president is saying over at the G7 summit. Let's see what he's saying over there. If y'all want to see what he's saying over there, let me share it with you. Over there, looking like a fat ass. Let's see what he's saying over there, looking like a dummy. I will share with you right here. I wanted to share with you. Trump thanks Russia and China for helping with Iran deal, while he ignores that they help Iran target U.S. troops. I didn't say it. Mediaite said it. Your president is thanking Russia and China, ignoring the fact that Russia and China help Iran target our U.S. troops. Get it? Let me make sure I tag this and drop it in my link so you can have it. All of these links. Hold on. Let me reset this. Hold on one second. All of these links are they don't believe Trump are under the title they don't believe Trump. You can find all of these links. Okay? All right. Let me read this to you. President Donald Trump told New York Times over the weekend that President Xi Jinping of China and Russian leader Vladimir Putin helped him to secure a peace deal with Iran to end the war. Times diplomat correspondent Edward Wong pointed out on Monday just how remarkable a claim that truly was, given that both Russia and China helped Iran attack U.S. troops in the region during the conflict. This is your president. Let me see what the Trumpers have to say now. Let me see what the dummies have to say now. Dummies. Dummies. What do you have to say now? What he didn't mention, the State Department has imposed sanctions on companies for sending Chinese arms to Iran, and Russia has given intelligence aid to Iran, Wong wrote while sharing the report on social media. Dummies, what do you have to say now? The Times initially reported on Sunday night that Trump initiated a 28-minute call from the White House resident and made the case that his war with Iran had remade the Middle East in America's favor. David Sanger reported on the call with Trump and added, speaking on his 80th birthday, and his family could be heard gathering in the background for a celebratory dinner. His praise for two authoritarians, President Xi Jinping of China and Vladimir Putin of Russia, for aiding the settlement of, at least not interfering in the blockade of the strait. He was a total gentleman, Trump said of Xi during the interview, adding he didn't send a tanker along with 20 destroyers on each side of it to try and break up the blockade. On Monday, Wong wrote of the follow-up report on Trump's comments and noted that the White House did not reply for a request for comment on Monday on what Mr. Trump meant when he said that Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin had helped the Americans and the Iranians reach the initial agreement. The State Department referred questions to the White House. The Chinese and Russian embassies in Washington did not answer questions for comments. In early March, CNN reported how Russia is helping Iran locate U.S. troops to target in retaliation. Russia is providing Iran with intelligence about the locations and movements of American troops, ships, and aircraft, according to multiple people familiar with U.S. intelligence reporting on the issues. The first indication that Moscow has sought to get involved in the war, reported CNN national security team, adding, much of the intelligence Russia has shared with Iran has been imagery from Moscow's sophisticated constellation of overhead satellites. One of the people said, it is not clear what Russia is getting in return for the assistance. 13 U.S. service members were killed during the war, and some 370 were reportedly injured, primarily by Iranian missile strikes on U.S. bases throughout the Middle East. So that link is in my description box. So, can anybody make that make sense? Or do you expect your president to make sense? But this is what your president had to say. You know, your president is a big ass licker of Xi and Putin. So there you go. If you are unaware, there was a B-52 bomber that crashed On June 15th, a U.S. Air Force B-52 bomber crashed in flames in California, killing all 8 crew members aboard. There were also contractors as well as contractors and Boeing officials on the plane. A Boeing built by Stratoforce was en route for a training mission. A strategic bomber designated to carry nuclear and conventional weapons. Incident marks of the first Boeing B-52 bomber crash since 2016. Air Force B-52 Stratoforce bomber crashed on takeoff on Monday at Edwards Air Force Base in Southern California in the Mojave Desert. Burst into flames, killing all 8 crew members on board, Air Force officials said. The 8-engine jet-powered aircraft built to carry a wide array of nuclear and conventional bombs was en route on a routine test when it crashed on the runway at Edwards just after leaving the ground. Air Force Colonel James Haynes said in a press conference hours later a towering a pale of black smoke billowed from the crash site was visible for miles immediately after the incident. He said the mixed crew aboard the aircraft consisted of government civilians and governmental contractors and uniformed military personnel. Aerospace giant Boeing, which designed the aircraft, built the plane, said that 2 of its employees were among the dead. The flight was intended to support radar modernization program. Hayes told reporters the cause of the crash was unknown and under investigation. He added, Air Force officials did not name the victims, that they were still in the process of notifying their next of kin. Aerial video footage of the crash scene is about 100 miles north of Los Angeles showed a charred, smoldering patch of the desert floor larger than a football field as emergency vehicles were seen driving along the site's perimeter from a distance. There were no large pieces of debris readily available in the footage. It looks like a whole football field of smut. No pieces of plane, just smut. Just total smut. Nothing remains of this plane. I don't know what the hell they were carrying. Just smut. Because of damage to the runway, he said, we're grounding all operations. So I'm going to link this in the description box as well. You can go over and read this story. We lost another very expensive plane. This will be linked in my description box. I'm gonna put this under B-52 bomber. You can go over there and check out that article and see the crash site and all that it entails. So there's a couple of more things that I let's see. Y'all want to see more line from Kegbreat and all the rest of them. All of the rest of them about this war. Let's see. What else? Let me see. Where do I want to go? Hold on 1 second. Now, understand, SpaceX went public on Friday. The valuation SpaceX on Friday was allegedly $2 trillion. Now they're estimating today that SpaceX is allegedly $3 trillion. Now, all of this is estimated to be some bubble ass equations. Also, you would like to understand, I informed you that they have manipulated these this stock where usually when a new stock came online that it would have to sit in season for 1 year. But Elon Musk threw a hissy fit and said, well, I will not put my stock on the NASDAQ or the S&P if you will not allow big finance firms like BlackRock that has access to large pension funds and 401k one funds to then invest the people's money in my stock. I will not then put my stock up at Nasdaq. So what did these Nasdaq and S&P 500 do? They cut the season time from 1 year where these new stocks had to be dealing in the market. They cut the time that they had the season down from 1 year to 3 months, and then the time that they had the season got cut again to 15 days, which means that a firm that is handling your 401k and your pension now after 15 days Blackstones that handle the bulk of pensions and 401k can throw your pension and your 401k on the crap table and gamble away your 401k and your pension firm, your pension money away on some shit like an AI bubble stock like Meta, like Oracle, like this X stock. That has not performed like this stock that these AI stock that these guys have been pumping up amongst themselves that has not shown a profit that they have just been investing this fake money and this fake investment. I'm investing so much in Google. I'm investing so much in X. I'm investing so much in Facebook. I'm investing so much in Oracle. All of this circle jerk that they have been doing amongst themselves and to each other, the circle jerk of this AI bullshit. Now, they're going to be getting your money pumped into this stock, and they're going to be pulling their real money out. What do they call that? a carpet pull. They're going to be pulling the carpet from under you as these billionaires take their money out and they infuse these markets with your pensions and your 401k funds. And they have found the way to do that by clawing back the number of days that these new IPOs have to season. On these new IPOs have to season on the NASDAQ and the what is it? The NASDAQ and the whatever. Yeah. The NASDAQ and the what else? What's the other one? Anyway, so your money will be available to be used and abused on the stock market. And all of these millionaires and billionaires who had to sit by and let Elon Musk continue to combine his stock as it underperformed, and as he overpromised and his stock underperformed, and he combined his companies as he continued to get government bailouts, as his rockets continued to blow up, and he continued to tell you about these different sports cars that he was going to create as he continued to take down payments on sports cars that he never produced, as he continued to tell you when he was going to have full autonomous vehicles and full autonomous taxis, and none of this stuff ever materialized, as he continued to tell you when he was going to have chips going to Mars. It's none of this shit never materialized, as the government continued to give this losers motherfucking governmental contracts in the billions of dollars. And as your president kept telling you how high the stock market was, well, now your 401k and your pensions are going to start going into these useless AI companies. Now, this is the real money that is about to start propping up SpaceX and Elon Musk. And SpaceX, which is supposed to be a space company, Elon Musk, most of his SpaceX shit, it's not going to be invested in going into space. It's going to be invested into his failed AI venture. One of the things that you really need to know about Elon Musk Grok, one of the things that Elon Musk Grok is most known for is creating kitty corn, where it takes the pictures of adults in present them in underage pornographic videos and settings. This is a thing that Elon Musk Grok is most famous in doing. And after he knows that it is doing that, he continues to let Grok do that. This is the thing that Elon Musk or Grok is best known for doing, and poisoning black communities in Memphis. And this is what your pension and your 401ks is going to support. So let's be real clear about this. This AI that has been underperforming by high margins. This is what your 401k and your pensions is going to be supporting on a large scale, as these billionaires and trillionaires are continuing to pretend like AI is inevitable and you must have it, and it is so instrumental in your future. But they are continuing to lie to you about how it is underperforming on every metric. So let's be real clear that the only thing that has been performing in Elon Musk's portfolio has been that thing that he uses, like what is that thing? thing that he used, like a little satellite that you can get internet off of if you live like in sub-Saharan Africa, and you can use it as a little internet thing, the little satellite thing. That's the only thing that's making money. But your money is not gonna go into that. That's already making money. So if it's already making money, he ain't gonna let your motherfucking ass get into it. Because these motherfucking billionaires ain't don't the billionaires ain't gonna let a regular motherfucker make money. Why would they? So there's that. So let's get into this. So, what I have to say about this young man, I think this young man, he may be kind of knowledgeable, but I think he wants to believe in this a little too much. Let me see. Hold on, what's his name? What is this dude's name? I want to show you these two debating. Mm. Hold on 1 second. Debating AI. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. Now Kevin O'Leary is opening up a big data in Utah. He's opening up a big data center in Utah. And this is what I do not believe. I do not believe that he is the money or the power. I do believe that he is the face and the cheerleader behind this data center. I do not believe that he is the money behind the data center. I think that he is just the marketing tool behind the data center. Because I want you to watch him and Cenk Uygur talk about what these data centers actually cost the public and the utilities and the cost on the actual public and the harm that it does to the public. And I want you to listen to this man, Kevin O'Leary, and his silly ass answers. He has no answers to the questions. His all of the things that he is lies he is telling about how harmless this data center is, and you're gonna find out later that they have actually did not do any environmental investigation about this data center in Utah, and you are going to find out a whole lot of things about this data center, about the lies that he told about that they are not going to use any water to actually cool off the computer that this data center does. No, they're not going to use any water to cool off the data center, but the amount of water that they are going to have to use to actually do one processing in this data center is going to be so high. I'm going to let you let's get into this. I want to share this with you, and I want you to listen to the quib answers that Kevin O'Leary comes back with when Cenk Uygur actually give him some profound things to think about. And the only thing that that Kevin O'Leary has to say is, well, what do you want China to bring it about first? You want China to get this technology first? Would never fleshing out what would happen if China does get this technology first. How is this going to affect you and how you live your life if China happens to get this technology first? He never expounds on what happens if the United States gets this technology first. No one tells you how it is going to impact your life if the United States gets this AI technology first. They tell you that they are going to take away your jobs, but they don't tell you what impact it's going to have on your life. They act like this AI is going to be so fabulous, and they tell you that AI is going to be able to do all these jobs without telling you what impact it's going to have on your life, while pretending like it's going to be wonderful that AI is able to do your job. Let's get into this. This is going to be in my description box under wonderful AI or not. Let me share this with you, because I want to get all the way into this about the things that Mr. Wonderful and this AI bullshit that he is trying to pull in Utah. I have another one. Where some people who have nothing to win or lose, no fight in this Utah AI Center. Now, Mark Zuckerberg, who had his funky ass sitting up at that UFC fight in Washington D.C. Mark Zuckerberg, there was a big council meeting that Epstein had with all of the rich, kind of like the all of the rich like all of the rich bankers used to do. There was a council meeting before Epstein died that Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, I think Bill Gates, what is that? Jeff Bezos, all of these rich tech billionaires were there. Now, I think Mark Andreessen was there. Now, Mark Zuckerberg was sitting up at Trump's fight. I'm starting to give Mark Zuckerberg the side eye personally. You don't have to, but I'm starting to give Mark Zuckerberg the side eye. Mark Zuckerberg and his bunker building ass. I'm starting to give Mark Zuckerberg a real side eye. Now let's get back. Mark Zuckerberg is building a data center in New York City. I mean in Louisiana, the size of Manhattan. Now this data center in Utah is 2.5 size of Manhattan. Now, with water being a source of a valuable resource right now, how is this data center in Louisiana and in Utah going to be cooled off? With water being a precious resource right now in 2026. These billionaires, they don't give a fuck. You will be shocked that Mr. Wonderful is talking about pumping the heat from his data center right into the earth. They give zero fucks. But let's get into what Mr. Wonderful. I'll show you how ignorant Mr. Wonderful is about this data center. Let's get into this.
To this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly the show and you like what we do. Show free if you've hit it or want to hear. Cenk, Kevin, thank you so much for being here with me. There's so much going on in the world that I have so many questions, and you both have very different perspectives on all of the issues that I care about the most. So I thought I'd bring us together to try and pass through what is true. Unlike a lot of shows, I don't expect a shouting match. What I'm trying to get is to truth, and I'm hoping that seeing the collision of your ideas on some of the big issues that are front of mind for me, like artificial intelligence, like geopolitics, like what's going on in America now that I live there, I think will be incredibly beneficial to me and hopefully therefore my audience. I have this graph here that says 7 in 10 Americans oppose local construction of AI data centers.
If you go back in time, any new technology is extremely disruptive. Change is disruptive and it's uncomfortable. And it always is that way. And yet it always proves within the context of the American economy to create a lot of productivity and opportunity. And I would argue today, if we're going to find a cure for cancer, it's going to be through AI. If we're going to democratize education, it'll be through AI. If we're going to do some advances on space research and travel, it'll be through AI. Productivity in the S&P 500, and it's all small companies, AI. And you can't have it without data centers. You actually need the underpinnings, the infrastructure. And so that debate, that narrative is going on. But there's a dark side to this that I've only started to bring forward in the last couple of weeks. I discovered this in Utah, that there are some nefarious forces. Arabella is the name of it. I didn't know anything about it, but I was wondering who was spending all the money in Utah.
Now he's going into dark forces in AI. What he is talking about right now, there is some people who are going up who is protesting him not having any plan. Now he's talking about a group who doesn't want his AI. In Arabella, it is a group of people who are protesting him, and here he is on some shield about them protesting him, and he is going to go into this is this person and she does this, that, and the other. This is some bullshit. People have the right to protest you trying to say that your AI center was voted on by the people, only to find out that 3 people voted to have this AI database data center voted on by 3 people, and these 3 people were in this little small city council group, and you say everybody voted on it, meaning 3 people or who were in a city council. The fuck out of here. And now you're trying to put some nefarious title and try to act like these are some bad people. The fuck out of here. Look at this motherfucker.
With all that misinformation about what the data center was going to be, talking about using water we weren't, or using power we had no intention to, or 40,000 acres, that's complete BS. It was all lies. And I said, who could have...
Now he says using water we won't be using. Be a real... hold on to that. He said that they are accusing him of using water that they won't be using.
Afford that. So I've hired a bunch of forensic auditors, and
now he's hired forensic auditors. Everybody that has gone up against him, he has hired private detectives and people to chase after these people and to go after these people. He's private auditors. He's hired private detectives to go through these people's lives, not private auditors. He's hired private detectives to go through these people's lives who are protesting against him. And data center. Is my opinion.
And behold, it took me back to the Chinese through Arabellum. Neville Singham is his name. He's funding all these organizations in Utah, and I caught him through the IRS 990 filings, and I handed it over to the White House and to a bunch of special agents, and I just won.
What you handed over to the White House for? You're doing a data center in Utah, and you found something. What the fuck? And you handed over to the White House for what?
Wonder what's going to happen next. I'm loving this now. This is back to the Chinese through Arabellum. Neville Singham is his name. He's funding all these organizations in Utah, and I caught him through the IRS 990 filings, and I handed it over to the White House and to a bunch of special agents, and I just wonder what's going to happen next. I'm loving this now. This is so interesting, and it's a national debate, and the poo-poos hit the fan. But I'm not debating this. I'm not suggesting it. I have irrefutable evidence the Chinese are meddling in every place where new power is being proposed in America, every state, every city. And it all goes back to the Chinese through this Arabellum. And just look at the IRS filings. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm just providing the truth.
Kevin, so just for context here, there is a proposal to build some data centers in Utah, and you're saying that the pushback and the negative reaction that has been seen is being encouraged or sponsored by the Chinese, who are driving misinformation through bots? Is that what you're proposing?
No, it's not through bots. It's actually through contributions that are shown through a wide network of different entities. It's very well cloaked, but through forensic audit and IP address scraping, with some really strong data scientists that I hired and I'm working with, we were able to provide 90 pages of IP addresses from foreigners to various agents and various entities within the U.S. government. And we're going to keep doing.
Very powerful ID data scientists I've hired.
We're providing it every 4 hours. We're
providing data scientists information every 4 hours.
One thing I have that I guess they hadn't thought through is I have 12 million followers on social media. No data center developer has 4 million followers. This all
I have 12 million followers. No one has that.
Showed up on my feeds with bots.
They showed up on my feed with bots. You can't. No, who's taking this fool seriously? Who's taking this fool seriously as a businessman? Let's get into this.
Twitter, which is now X, and on Instagram, and then on to LinkedIn. So we just provided the data to the government, and where the chips fall, I have no idea. And we had death threats to our executives. I provided that to the FBI, and they visited the woman who did it in Denver. I think scared the pee-pee right out of her, but she won't be doing that again. So, I mean, listen, bring it. Don't mess with me. I'm just going to provide the data back to the government. I'm just telling the truth. I'm not debating it. I'm not suggesting it. I'm providing the IRS filings of the cash coming from Arabella right into the Alliance for a Better Utah. End of story. I mean, listen, I didn't ask for this fight. I'm just providing the data.
Is that how you see things? Are you seeing the pushback in terms of AI? Do you think it's coming from Chinese-sponsored actors, or do you think it's something else?
No, I don't think China has anything to do with it. So first off, there's a lot of things Kevin and I share. I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm a capitalist and went to Wharton Business School. So I love America. I love the opportunity that America provides. I wanted to provide opportunity for all sorts of new businesses. So that's not remotely the issue. Okay, so the question is, are we going to pay our own costs? So now on the AI data centers, in the beginning, I started reading these stories about how the data centers are driving up the energy costs for everybody in that community that they're based in, and I couldn't believe it. But then I thought, okay, since we have basically legalized bribery in America, That probably is true. They probably, you know, given enough campaign contributions to make this happen. And it turns out they have. No, if you're going to do a data center, you have to pay for it. And you have to pay for all of its costs. None of this subsidizing your costs to the average taxpayer who's not getting anything out of it. So
exactly, they want the taxpayer to pay for their data centers, but the data center gets no revenue once the data center starts profiting money. But you got all of this money to pay for all of these people who are investigating IP addresses and all of these people who are investigating tax fraud and all of this. You are such a victim. If you can't afford to do business, then you can't afford to have a business. Now listen to what he has to say to Cenk Uygur, who is making absolute sense. The nonsense, all of the nonsense that in the victimhood that you heard from somebody who is making a data center twice the size of New York City, and who told you that, oh, they said that we're going to be using all this water. That's not true. And we have empowered investigators, and we're going to get them, and we brought it all the way up to the White House. You heard a bunch of bullshit, crying and whining. From a billionaire who always want to flaunt how he's a billionaire, trying to be a victim, as he's about to rape and raid regular citizens by plugging into their utility infrastructure to make money. Let's be real clear on what we're listening to.
So we have to be absolutely meticulous about who's paying for the cost of the data centers. And it should be the businesses that profit from it, unless you'd like to have the American people take some equity in your business. Because if we're going to pay your costs, well, obviously we should have equity in it. When we bailed out the bankers back in 2008, it was an absolute crime. We should have taken equity in those companies and then sold it later for a profit. I don't want the government to run banks, but I do want us to not be suckers. We constantly pay for the research of the drug companies and never get any equity. So if you're going to be capitalists, let's be capitalists. Now, the real reason why people are most angry about AI is not even the data centers, and they have every right to be livid about their energy costs being higher so somebody else can make a buck. But the bigger issue is the unemployment that we're all worried is coming, and it most definitely is. So there's a lot of happy talk about, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, robots are going to be cooking our salmon. Or 2 years from now. I don't really care. I don't need my salmon cooked by a robot. What I care about is, are we going to have massive unemployment? And right now, and I'm curious what Kevin's going to say about this, because it's kind of indisputable if you're in the business community, everybody is in a rush to fire 10 to 25% of their workforce. And whoever gets there first gets a competitive advantage, and the market's rewarded, and their stock price goes up. Well, if everybody goes to fire 10 to 25% of their employees, we're going to have not just a recession, but a depression like we've never seen in our lives. And everybody's whistling past the graveyard here. So do we have a plan? Does the government have a plan? The only guy I've ever heard of working on a plan to deal with this tsunami of unemployment is Ro Khanna. Other than him, it's crickets. And I think we're going to hit the iceberg really hard.
Interestingly, Cenk, the other person that I've heard talk about the unemployment wave coming has actually been some of the big AI CEOs. And if you go back and look at their quotes through time, people like Sam Altman predicted that there will need to be some kind of UBI scheme. And I think WorldCoin, which is his other startup that uses retina scanning to be able to distribute value to people, to check they're humans. One of the principles of the foundation of that company was to distribute UBI, universal basic income, to everybody. So on this point, Kevin, do you disagree that there will be a widespread unemployment apocalypse, as Cenk has called it on his Twitter feed?
So let's go through Jack's shopping list of disaster. I think it's fair to address them one at a time. Let's talk with the energy. I totally agree with him. You can't build a data center anywhere and tap into the grid, because he's right. the price of energy would go up at the library, the church, and the community center by 30%. And that's what happened in Virginia. So that is no longer a possibility. In Utah, for example, I have to bring my own power. But the idea would be if we produce this energy, because there's no data centers without energy, we'll put it back into the grid, not just for Utah, but for the whole country, because I think he's right. Anybody that's building a new data center should have the responsibility to provide the power and put some of it back into the grid. That would solve two problems at once. The grid is tapped out. The library has no more power. We'll solve that problem for Utah and the country. So that's the first falsehood I run into, fueled by the Chinese propaganda that came into Utah, or whoever they are at Arabella, the CP.
No, that's not bought in by no Arabella, no Chinese. That is bought in by the American people who have experienced these data centers coming in and plugging into their utilities and their utilities service bills going up. That is come in by the fact of the American people. Him and with all of this bullshit that he's talking. Now, he's saying that he has to build his own utility company. This is bullshit upon bullshit. We're going to get into that. Let's get in. Let's play a little bit of more of his dumb shit.
Or the whoever this agency is, because you have to follow it through all these nefarious holdings. But at the end of the day, that's number one. Number two, the idea that everybody gets replaced by robots and then they eat the children, I don't buy that at all. Every new technology in American history for over 200 years has created vast opportunity, productivity, and fueled the economy to lead all economies on Earth by 20%, which is still the case.
But he has no specificity. He cannot be specific about any of this, but he is the one who is creating the AI model, but he cannot be specific about anything.
Case today. Now, it's an uncomfortable reality. The market hit new highs today, and that is an index of how great American companies are, and the smaller companies that are 5 to 5.
A whole lot of boobly-ba, goobly-ga, goobly-blue-blue-blue-blue.
Employees also hitting on all cylinders now, using AI tools for productivity, customer acquisition, maintenance. So the scare factor of saying that everybody loses their job and the robots eat the children, I just don't buy it. And so I think we should have that debate, but you don't know yet what opportunities there are in the economy driven by this new technology. So I think I know there's fear and loathing, and I think it's important to have that narrative. I think it's great to debate it, but I think we should deal with fact. It's very, very uncomfortable when change hits anywhere. And yet it's proven itself within the context of the American economy to rise it above all challenges and still lead the world. Unfortunately, there's the issue of defense and the economy against China. They're our big adversary. In this last conflict in the Middle East, where very few boots hit the ground, it was the technology that provided the ordnance precision that's been used. In the future, wars will be conducted using AI. And unfortunately, the country with the best AI technology will win those wars. I would certainly not want China to be ahead of us. Yet I think they're the ones that would like to stop us building power and developing our AI platforms, because they have something called DeepSeek. I just want to put a fact out there, because we're talking about this. While we were stymied in building any new power, forget about data centers, just new power. The Chinese in the last 19 months built 400 gigawatts of power off burning coal. They don't care about the environment. They don't have any policy about that. They have a supreme leader who points his finger at the ground and says, build a coal burning plant here, put a data center behind it, or you'll disappear in 18 months. And the people involved say, chop, chop, supreme leader, we will make it happen. We can't do that in America, and he knows that. So he's spending as much money as he can, making sure he stymies the efforts of every entrepreneur in every state to do the same. So that's what I think is happening, and I'm happy to provide the data, as I mentioned earlier, and let the government and their special agents in all of these different departments I'm working with now, I'm proud to be providing this information. I think I've kicked the door open on something very, very nasty.
Kevin, I would like to take a look at that information as well. So I'll pick up with you about that off camera. What I wanted to ask you is a lot of this sort of doomerism around unemployment that we're talking about comes from the CEOs building the AI companies. And this is something that's always caused me a bit of cognitive dissonance, which is, I think if you go back to, I've got some quotes here from March 2021, Sam Altman said, and he's for anyone that doesn't know, the CEO, co-founder of OpenAI, which is the maker of
You see what was so disingenuous about that? He brought up Chinese, and he brought up Chinese had developed DeepSeek. But what he brought about Chinese, about the communist leader saying that they must build a coal plant, and they must build it within a certain period of time, and they said chop chop. And he got off a DeepSeek. But what he didn't tell you about DeepSeek, DeepSeek is China's AI. China did not need billions of dollars to build their AI DeepSeek. China built their DeepSeek AI under $6 million. And what China did not need to build their AI for under 6 million, not billion, like what your American AI people are telling that they need these tens of billions of dollars to build AI in the United States. They built it for under 6 million. And you know what else China did not use to build their AI? They did not use a swath of lands to build data centers. They did not use all of these data centers having to cool all of these servers. They did not use all of that. And you know what else that even Sam Altman had to say about DeepSeek? If they marveled at the capabilities of DeepSeek. So while you listen to Mr. Wonderful try to corner Cenk Uygur in this argument when he tells him, well, what do you want China to have it first? China already has it first. And China did not have to spend billions of dollars to get it. And China did not have to tear up their country and plug in data centers to have the Chinese populace pay for billionaires to have AI. That's what Mr. Wonderful is not telling you. He got right off of the topic of DeepSeek.
ChatGPT, AI will probably replace most of the jobs people do today. Entire job categories will be totally gone. And then Elon Musk said in May 24, probably none of us will have a job. If you want to do a job, it's kind of like a hobby. You can do a job, but otherwise AI and robots will provide any goods and services that you want. And Dario, who's the founder of Claude, which is the other major leading AI model, said, this was in 2025, AI could eliminate half of all entry-level white-collar jobs within 5 years, a shift that could push unemployment up to 20%. The public is being sugar-coated on what is coming. These are the people that are most well-placed, and arguably, I mean, it depends how you look at it, have the least incentive to say that their companies are going to cause societal harm. And they're saying that their companies are going to cause massive unemployment. Do we assume that they're not telling the truth, or that they don't know what they're talking about?
I think that's a very selective bunch of sound bites. Dario also said, the CEO of Anthropic, if we don't build more compute capacity in the next 6 months, the Chinese will catch up with us with DeepSeek. That's an ominous warning because, let's say you decide, look, it's too scary. Let's shut down the US's ability to advance compute. Let's just shut it all down as the Chinese want. And let's all sit around the campfire and go kumbaya. Do you think the Chinese are going to stop? I don't think so. I think they're going to continue to do this, and they'll invade Taiwan using no boots. They'll just use AI to shut down their power,
Can two
take
things
over
be
their
true?
chips. I mean, I'm just telling you that the kumbaya stuff I totally agree with. I love it. But it's not reality. Should we compete? Should we advance our technology? Should we be the best in the world advancing research on AI to solve?
The creator of Claude has temporarily suspended the release of Claude, while this buffoon is sitting up here because he's getting pushback for his data center in Utah, that he obviously has no mental capacity to be over this data center. Who is he the front man for? Who? We know he got his first $10,000 for his first business behind the skirts of his hardworking mama. Who is he standing behind the skirts of for this project in Utah?
Solve for cancer? Yes. Or do you want the Chinese to do that for you? And in 20 years, they'll tell your children what to eat when they're sitting at their table in New York City for breakfast. I'm in the camp that says, we know who our adversary is. We know that why they want to stop us. And Dario himself said, hey, everybody, we better build some data centers real fast, or in 6 months, DeepSeek is now #1 on Earth. I don't want that outcome.
Cenk, it appears to me that, there's the CEOs are acknowledging that there could be a mass wave of unemployment that's going to cause a bunch of problems that I don't think people are thinking about. But also what Kevin's saying about there being this sort of global race between countries also appears to me to be true. That if we just sit back and relax and put our fingers in our ear, then there's going to be a huge competitive advantage with this transformational technology that falls into the hands of China, and we'll miss out as the West. What's your perspective?
First, to address a lot of things that have been said. First, I don't know anyone saying that the robots are going to eat the children. So I want to thank Kevin for educating me on a talking point there. I'm less concerned about that, a lot less concerned. But I am concerned about some level of death with AI, and that has already begun to happen. There are reports that we use AI in targeting that girls' school in Tehran, where we killed over 160 innocent schoolgirls. So if that's what AI is going to bring us in precision, as Kevin called it. No, thank you. I'm not interested in that kind of non-precision. And I would much rather have human beings involved in life and death decisions. And I'm super worried that AI is going to be used more in the military. And no, I do not trust Palantir. So now, in terms of universal basic income, I mean, think about it, guys. If a coder is making $120,000, I don't know where that puts him in 2 years in, 7 years in. It's a healthy salary. It's not the world's greatest salary, but it's a good salary for a middle-class person in America. Then you switch to UBI, you'd be lucky to get $3,000 a month. That's $36,000 a year. You're going to go from $120,000 to $36,000. That is going to be devastating, even if you magically got universal basic income passed in America immediately as the wave of unemployment hit. But I don't think that's going to happen either. So is the wave of unemployment going to hit? Well, if you notice, Kevin actually didn't address that at all, because there's no question that it's going to happen. That is why literally every CEO of the AI companies is saying, well, our product is great and you should value us at $1 trillion or so. But yeah, you're all going to be fired. And that's inescapable. It's already begun. The coders have already started getting fired, especially young coders. They feel totally betrayed. They have to find a new line of work. But maybe that's a little bit easier for them because they're young and they're smart and they're professionals, et cetera. And there's a lot of smart folks, but getting a new profession at the age of 58, 62, what if you're a truck driver? And so I'm not saying that the Waymos don't work better. I actually would trust a Waymo more than I would trust a human driver. But nevertheless, that car no longer has a driver that it did when it was a taxi or an Uber or a Lyft. And I understand that change happens. And look, I'm a progressive. I'm for change. Politically, I'm for massive change. I thought Obama did comically little change. But we have to be careful with change. So which direction is it going to go and how are we going to handle it? Right now, I think Wall Street has lost its mind. How could we be at record numbers? Who do you think is going to buy your products? So this guy named Nick Hanauer, there's a lot of folks who believe in this, but he's a big advocate of it. A really smart guy up in Seattle, also an entrepreneur, also sold his business and it's done well. And he talks about middle out economics. If we give more advantages to the middle class, they immediately spend their money. If you give it to the rich, which is what we've done all our lives with this neoliberal nonsense that we've been doing, and trickle-down economics, well, they barely spend any of it. So giving to the middle is a much better way to go. And of course, the question is, how are you going to do that? And you don't just want to give away money. On the other hand, we give away money to oil companies and big drug companies and everyone who's got excellent army of lobbyists in DC. But we're not ready. And no one on earth has given me a plan for, oh, Cenk, don't worry. When 10% unemployment hits, which is at this point almost baked in, completely inevitable, right? What are we going to do? 10% unemployment would be worse than anything that's ever happened in our lifetimes, let alone if you get to 25%. Zero plans for it. None. When we hit the iceberg, we're not going to be ready, and it is going to be an epic disaster. There isn't going to be anyone to buy your goods because employees are also customers, and you're going to lose a massive amount of customers, and it is going to absolutely torpedo our economy. I can't believe how short-sighted Wall Street is. Now, does that mean we stop AI in its tracks and we stop change? No, we can't stop because it's true that China is also going, Russia is, North Korea is, Israel is. Now, the problem is if we get it first, then very, very likely the Israelis will also have it. And God help the world if that's true. They have not been restrained in how they use their power, and I wouldn't want them anywhere near that kind of power. But nevertheless, there is a race. So we can't just stop. So can we do the race in a way that is responsible and actually serves the American voters and citizens instead of just serving the executives of the AI companies and the shareholders of the AI companies? I hope we can, but we've taken absolutely zero steps in that direction.
So let's get specific, Cenk. What might that look like to continue developing this technology, but do it in a way that's responsible and benefits everybody? Because this is kind of what I hear a lot of. I hear from one side people saying we need to carry on going, or, you know, the robots and the kids thing. On the other hand, I hear we need to be responsible. But either side don't tend to be very specific about what their definition of responsible or a responsible race might look like. So does anyone have any specifics, Cenk?
Yeah, so look, it's a tough industry to regulate. I get it. You have to move fast, and regulation usually involves some degree of bureaucracy. But if you have no regulation at all, you will have it run amok. That's pretty much guaranteed, and all the leaders of the AI companies say likewise. So we've got to. The problem here in America is that it's nearly unsolvable in the window of time that we're talking about, because we've lost our democracy in America. We've legalized bribery. That happened back in Supreme Court decisions in 1976, 78, and then of course Citizens United. And so since we have legalized bribery in this country, there's no way they're going to serve the voters. So whichever AI companies are giving them more money, they're going to serve them. And that's already begun to happen. And the AI companies have already started getting involved in primaries and eliminating their opponents through money in politics. So our politicians are deeply corrupt in America. Republicans and Democrats, they almost all serve the donor class. So we won't make it. I'm telling you right now, we're going to run into the iceberg, and it's going to be an epic disaster. The only hope is electing a smart person who's prepared in 2028 that can begin to get us on the road. So now, when the disaster hits, the AI shareholders and executives aren't going to like it either, because the reaction will likely be tremendous anger. And then someone like me is going to say, hey, you know what? Why do they get to keep all the money and you're all broke and out of a job? They created this cost, which is unemployment. Why don't they pay for it? So why don't we take some of the billions and billions and billions of dollars that these AI companies have made and put it towards their costs, which is the unemployment of the American people. So they could, at a minimum, fund unemployment insurance, and we could make sure that that's very healthy. And they could begin to fund other things that might actually help other human beings. I know, heaven forfend that a millionaire or a billionaire should ever help another human being. But if you don't, the pitchforks are coming. I'm not a pitchfork guy. I believe in nonviolence, and I always will. But I don't think people get the level of anger that's happening. I'll try to stop it, but the pitchforks will be significant. And this whole thing of, no, I get all the money and you get nothing, will not play well. You can try it, but it will end in disaster.
Kevin, the pitchforks are coming. We're going to hit an iceberg. And it also sounded like AI is going to ultimately lead to a rise in what sounded like socialism.
Wow, Jake's a real Debbie Downer today. You know, this has been forecast in the American economy every 20 years. It's the end of the free world as we know it, and that's not what happens. Let's go back and do a little fact checking on Jakester here. First of all, AI companies lose billions. They don't make any money right now. They're in a race, as we talked about earlier, against China primarily. They're raising a ton of capital and losing billions every year. We don't know yet how they're going to monetize it, but the market's willing to provide it because they see the productivity opportunity and the cure for cancer and the democracy around education and productivity for the nation already been proven by record earnings in the S&P, of which all 11 sectors have adopted the first wave of AI to enhance productivity and reduce costs. We don't know yet what new jobs are going to be created. I'll just talk about the ones I'm creating in Utah. 4,000 construction jobs for about 9.5 years, high paying, and another 2,000 engineering and support jobs, extremely high paying, because what's now a desert will be a data center, not near anybody's backyard, not replacing farmland, not using any of the water the way the people have been talking about, not taking any energy from Utah, but in fact contributing to it, not polluting the air, because we can't do that without air permits. All of this stuff is a falsehood. So what we don't know, and Jake's right about this, is no one ever predicts with a new technology what the outcome is. So I'm not a doomer on this stuff. My job here is to maintain a direct focus on entrepreneurship, hire as many people as I can, because that's what I do. And I take a lot of flack. I mean, Jake's hitting me hard today, and I appreciate he's an intelligent guy and he's got an opinion. And I'm glad we're in this narrative and having this discourse. It's important, but let's deal with fact, not rhetoric.
Where's this victimhood coming from? I don't recall Jake addressing him. Where's all this victimhood coming from? He has said none of these things, directed none of these things towards him. Where are all these jobs he's creating? Talking about this data center, and now poor me. You know, you're directing everything towards me. No one's said a goddamn word about you. I want to center yourself in everything. Well, tell us about these jobs you're creating with this data center. That is the epitome of not creating jobs. Tell us.
And not hysteria, because I still go back to the robots eating the babies, because that's all I listen to every day. It's just ludicrous. And I don't think robots are actually going to do as much as people think or look the way they think. They're not going to be humanoid walking around taking out your garbage. That's not how it's going to work. Robots have been building cars for decades now and doing other things in medical research, and robotics have been used in all kinds of technologies and chip making and everything else, but they don't look like people walking around. So, I say to myself, we don't know what we don't know, and that's fair. But to say that all of these AI companies are making billions of dollars, and something else, and Jake knows this, most of the taxes in America are paid by the rich people. They pay their fair share now.
No.
So if you take it past 50%, like California, like New York, like New Jersey, like Massachusetts, in the Constitution of America, with the forethought of the founding.
Listen, we're not going to do this. Oh, what we're not going to do is we're not going to pretend like California, Massachusetts, what do you say, New Jersey. We're not going to pretend like these states charge over 50% of taxes to rich people. Because we're talking about federal taxes that is charged to rich people. Are you fucking kidding me? Are we gonna pretend like we're not talking about your federal taxes? Now you're trying to pretend like rich people in blue states get 50% of their taxes charged in state taxes? No. We're not going to do this. We're not going to sit up here and try to lie and pretend like blue states charge you 50% in state taxes. If that was so, none of you rich motherfuckers would own houses in blue states. It's not like blue states is the only places you could own houses, but all of you do own houses in blue states.
Fathers, they believed in the competition of states. And so you have people moving. Schultz to Florida, the Google guys to Florida. Some have gone to Texas. If you want to steal rich people's money, go ahead. They'll just move. And if you really make it difficult for them in every state in America, they'll do what they did in England. They'll find a new America. That's what made America great over 200 years ago.
But motherfucker, you're from Canada. Why don't you move back home? You found America, but you are from Canada. Nobody asked you to find America in the first place. You're threatening to where? Go back to home? The fuck you talking about?
Taxation. It doesn't work. The thing about socialism and communism is you run out of other people's money very quickly because they simply leave the free.
But these are the people who want you to pay your tax dollars for their businesses. But they don't want to pay their own profit. They don't want to pay their own wealth to build their own businesses.
French figured that out. That's what happened in England when they raised 90% tax rates. Monaco, I mean, it only exists because the.
You know what happened in the United States when they had a 90% tax rate on wealth over a certain percent? That's when the middle class in the United States was built. That's when the United States was most profitable for everyone in the United States. That's when the United States had the most profitable people, where everyone in the United States was most happy in the United States. Not just some people, all people. A profiting middle class in the United States. Safe schools, safe neighborhoods in the United States. But no, that's too much to ask for these greedy rich people. They rather have the haves and the have-nots. They would rather have people who are subservient to them. Only people who on the other side of the fence are people who are, like they have these people in Albania. The only people who can come near the gates of the Kushners are the people who are employed to keep the regular people away from the gates of where Jared Kushner and Ivanka have bought up a whole beach. And the only regularness on the island is the private security that they bought to bobble the regular people of Albania across the head if they get close to the beach. See, this is the fucking twisted logic of these motherfuckers. Because no, we can not have a middle class. We can just have a class of people that will bop you across your head. These sick fucks.
French screwed the rich French guys, and they all moved 4 miles across the border. It's very simple. You want to support entrepreneurship and job creation. Only 1/3 of the population in America can be entrepreneurs, and they employ the other 2/3. That's the way it's been for 200 years, and it's a great thing. And I don't see it.
Only 1/3 of the population can be entrepreneurs, and they employ the other 2/3, and it's a great thing. You have to give us our money, and we can employ you, and we can employ you to be working class poor, and just give us our tax breaks, and we can employ you, and we can bust open the unions, and we can have you working as working poor, and that is how it is supposed to be. And we can use our union busting tactics, and we can act like this trickle down economics actually is successful, and I can sit my fucking ass up here from Canada and act like I am a full-fledged born and bred American. I can act like my ancestor has some skin in the game, and I can talk down to you where your ancestors fought and bled for this land, and I can sit up here and give you peanuts on the dollar, and give you absolutely nothing, not even enough to live off of, to live decently in this country, and act like I have done something for you. And I can call your Social Security that you have paid into all of your life an entitlement program, as I sit up here and act as if I'm entitled to pay you peanuts because I'm rich. And the shit that you paid into for your retirement, I act like it's an entitlement program, and we can figure out ways to take it from you by just calling it an entitlement program. And we can act like you don't deserve it, and we can try to figure out ways to take it from you, because we label it an entitlement program. And I'm such an ignoramus, I don't even try to understand that this is what you have paid into, because I'm a dummy from Canada. They got my first money from my rich mother, who got her first money because my father died and left a fucking insurance policy. And she worked all of her life. This is who Kevin O'Leary is. And he's speaking down to you, a whole motherfucking immigrant who got his first shekels from his hardworking mama, who probably was selling pussy on the side, who probably was hoeing on the side.
Anybody else investing money anywhere else except America 52% of the time. 52 cents of every dollar on earth from sovereign wealth comes to America because it has the opportunity. No other country. I don't see a lot of people saying, boy, would I like to invest in North Korea. Hey, can you get me into Russia? Is there a Russian fund I can invest in? Oh, can I invest in Cuba? I don't think so. I don't want to put my money there for retirement. That's why I'm talking about this. The facts are the facts. Get over it, inhale, everybody chillax, and let's keep the American dream going.
Jen, I'll get your response to that. Many things said there. I mean, the core argument there is if you try and tax rich people, they're going to leave and go somewhere else, and we might end up like Cuba.
Yeah. So, did I miss this meme about the robots eating the kids? Because I don't know why that keeps
love that.
coming up.
I love the robots eating the kids. I just don't think it's going to happen.
I don't think anybody thinks it's going to happen. It sounds like it was made up. Okay, so there's some fear mongering about robots eating kids and how America's going to turn communist or something. No. Look, as I said, we're capitalists. We're just trying to figure out what's the best way to do this. Capitalism isn't supposed to be let's crush the average guy and make sure the corporate CEOs get everything. I'm a corporate CEO, but it's not right and it's not balanced and it's not American. The American way is to make sure that we build a super strong middle class that are great, productive citizens, voters, and by the way, consumers, right? And so if we lose track of that, then we're all going to be doomed. So like Kevin's so worried that somebody's going to take his money. Then it's not just Kevin. They always like threaten us like, oh yeah, we'll leave. I mean, don't threaten me with a good time. But beyond that, okay. But beyond that, Kevin, that's not going to be your main problem. When you don't have any consumers, that's going to be your main problem. You have to protect the American middle class. That, you could argue that's the goose that lays the golden eggs, and you guys keep chipping away at that middle class. And so right now, Stephen, this late into the conversation, still no plans on what to do with inevitable massive unemployment. And what I'm telling you is we're not going to go necessarily to communism, but we are going to wonder, wait, why is everyone unemployed and only a couple of people have reaped billions or trillions of dollars? So and come on, Kevin, no, you know how the economy works and the markets work. Yes, you invest into it in the beginning, and that's why right now they're theoretically losing billions of dollars. Same exact thing that happened to Amazon. And then later you make billions and maybe even trillions. That's why their stock prices are so high. And so they're powered by that investment, and later they'll reap the rewards. And when they reap those rewards, it's fair to ask, who got you those rewards? It's not to say that the entrepreneurs didn't and the employees and the shareholders of those companies didn't, but there were other factors involved, including all of the American government and the American people that supported the infrastructure that made that happen. That conversation is going to be inevitable when we have tens of millions of people unemployed. And guys, there's one other factor that's involved there. When you have a lot of unemployed young men sitting around, usually what happens is nothing good. Wars happen, crime goes up. We have to be prepared. And all I'm hearing from the AI industry is like, as Kevin said, chillax. Don't sweat it, bro. Don't worry. We're going to have all the money. And then you guys, I don't know, you'll figure it out and I'll be in Monaco. That was hilarious. Monaco. So maybe that's where the child eating robots are. So Kevin, be careful.
Kevin, your thoughts on that? No, there's,
They have no answer. Okay, I'm gonna leave it here. There's a lot more. You see, this video has just started. I don't want to play this whole video. This video is in my description box under the title Wonderful AI or Not. I just wanted to share a little bit of this for you, and let me move on to some more of what I wanted to share about with you on AI and on this Utah AI Center that Kevin O'Leary is building in Utah, specifically about Kevin O'Leary's AI. Shall we? Shall we get into some more information as Kevin O'Leary is sitting up here trying to play half cute? Let me share this with you. Here we go. Now, I ran across this gentleman's page. Please like his page and subscribe to his page. John E.E.N. Jovan E. Go over there and check him out.
All run on lead time.
Here we go.
That manufacturers themselves say cannot compress. The CEO's finding.
Here we go.
The AI data center boom does not survive basic physics. This is what society has come to. A Shark Tank billionaire just convinced a small county in Utah to unanimously approve a 9 gigawatt AI data center, larger than the entire electricity demand of the state, by telling them the Chinese will beat us if we do not build it. Before the vote, there was no public environmental impact analysis, there was no independent engineering review, there was no completed water plan.
Who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Who would want to stop us from having compute capacity to develop AI? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China.
Kevin calls it Wonder Valley and describes it as the biggest project in Utah since the Transcontinental Railroad. But inside the approval room, the mood was not celebration. Hundreds of residents shouted, "Shame, cowards, and people over profits," as the data center was getting approved.
All of this is false. Then why won't they let people talk? Why won't they let us ask questions? It's false. This is not real information.
This is the part that matters. That was not a quiet little disagreement. It was practically a public revolt against a project whose numbers has not survived independent review. Nonetheless, the problem with this is the data center reality that Kevin O'Leary is selling and much of the AI industry is now betting on does not survive basic physics. If you guys don't know me, my name is Jovan. I'm an optoelectronics engineer. I have a master's degree in engineering, and I'm a researcher that studies optics, photonics, and microelectronics. And I just want to give some insight on what's going on. What's being pitched right now, not just by Kevin, but by every hyperscaler in the country, is delusional on a scale that most people do not quite understand. The physics doesn't survive the timeline that's being sold to us. The chips don't exist in the quantity the build out requires. The financing is going in circles, and the moat that justifies the whole $1 trillion spend just got blown up by a Chinese company charging 8 times less for the same exact thing. The strange part is that the people running the build outs, the CEOs whose stock prices depend on it continuing, have already started quietly admitting most of that on record. And I'm going to show you what I found when I checked out what's going on. Before the project was approved, the developer didn't commission a public environmental impact analysis, as I said previously. There was no independent engineering review on the table. The commissioners voted to approve a 9 gigawatt facility across 40,000 acres without one.
This won't be the last one I build.
May I ask, 2,000 jobs? Okay, so relative to the size, the physical size of the project, which, as you noted, is multiple times the size of Manhattan, and the power draw at peak, this data center, your projections, will consume about as much energy as New York City does. But New York City provides almost 5 million jobs, and this project, by your own description, would provide about 2,000 jobs.
So a physicist at Utah State did the work himself. His name is Dr. Robert Davies. He spent 20 years at the USU Space Dynamics Lab with a stint as a technical liaison for the Internal Space Station. He is not an activist. He is a working atmospheric physicist with a NASA resume. He pulled the publicly disclosed numbers straight out of the developer's own filings and ran them. So 3 numbers came out of the filing. The data center itself is rated at 9 gigawatts of compute load. The power is generated on site by a natural gas plant, and a modern combined cycle natural gas plant runs at roughly 55% thermal efficiency, which means for every watt of usable electricity it produces, it also produces about a watt of waste heat, which gets vented as exhaust. Those 3 numbers are not contested by anyone, not even the developer of the project. So Professor Davies started with a very basic principle of thermodynamics. Every watt of electricity that goes into the data center eventually has to leave as heat, because that is what computation does at the physical level. So just to compute by itself dumps 9 gigawatts of heat into the valley. Then layer in the gas plant, To produce 9 gigawatts of electricity at a 55% efficiency rate, the plant has to burn enough natural gas to release roughly 16.4 gigawatts of total thermal energy. The 9 gigawatts becomes electricity. The remaining 7.4 gigawatts vents into the valley as waste heat. Add the compute heat and the plant waste heat together, and you get a total thermal load of about 16 gigawatts, dumped continuously every day for the 30-year operational life of the facility into one closed desert valley. To put things into perspective, the Hiroshima bomb released about 6.3 times 10 to the 13th joules of energy per year. If you were to divide the two numbers, that means the AI data center is releasing about 22 to 23 times the amount of energy as the Hiroshima bomb. This is not a random set of numbers.
Mr. Wonderful, what say you about that? Huh, Mr. Wonderful?
This is the reality that Utah is facing. Translated, what that means for the area around Wonder Valley is that for every single day for about 30 years, the facility will release into the valley a quantity of heat energy equivalent to 23 Hiroshima yield atomic bombs. Professor Davies published the analysis through a Utah water conversion nonprofit called Grow the Flow. The Salt Lake Tribune covered it also. Davies, or Professor Davies, in his published analysis said this direct quote: "This is the energy output of 2.5 New York cities poured into a single confined desert basin in a watershed that's already in crisis." But what does dumping that much thermal load into a closed desert valley actually do? Professor Davies ran it. Daytime temperatures in the local area will go up 2 to 5 degrees Fahrenheit. Nighttime temperatures will go up 8 to 12 degrees Fahrenheit. A permanent shift, meaning over the sustained period that the data center exists, these temperature rises will also exist. This means a reclassification of the microclimate will happen. Ben Abbott, an ecology professor at BYU, reviewed the work independently and said this will absolutely change the landscape of the area and can also push the local environment outside of the desert into a desert equivalent weather. Now, let's address the water claim. The developers team told the commission that Wonder Valley would use less water than ranching.
Less water than ranching. How many times did I tell you to pay attention to what he said about they're saying that we're going to use all this water, and that's not true.
With closed-loop cooling. The file number for phase 1 was about 24 acre-feet of water for about a 3 gigawatt facility. Professor Davies also ran his numbers against this water claim, and he ran it against the most efficient natural gas plant on Earth, which is located in Astoria, New York. His finding was this: 24 acre-feet for a 3 gigawatt facility is 97% more efficient than the global state of the art, which is a polite way of saying the developer's numbers doesn't exist in known physics. To actually cool 16 gigawatts of thermal load in a desert, Professor Davies estimated you need hundreds of acres of industrial dry cooling infrastructure. The cheaper alternative is to pipe the waste heat into the underground aquifer, which has, in his words, extreme unknown ecological consequences.
The investors' numbers don't exist in physics. The numbers that they put down don't exist. They are fictitious numbers that they put down. They are fairy tales that they put down. Fairy tales.
Meaning there's no accurate way to cool this data center. And the numbers that the developers have shown are physically improbable. Nearly 2,300 Utah residents filed formal protests against the water rights application. 3 days after the commission vote, the developer withdrew the application. Whatever water plant is currently being marketed is not the one that was filed. And in Kevin O'Leary's television appearances, he repeatedly claimed that Wonder Valley will be powered partly by, quote, solar, wind, and batteries. The development agreement filed with the state on record says 100% natural gas drawn through the Ruby pipeline from Wyoming. Both of these statements cannot be accurate. The commissioners voted anyway. Everything Professor Davies found out about Wonder Valley scales. Physics does not care what county you're in. So before I leave Utah, I want you to understand the size of what's being built nationally. The big five hyperscalers, Amazon, Alphabet, Microsoft, Meta, and Oracle, are spending between $660 to $690 billion on capital expenditure in 2026 alone. Roughly $450 billion of that is AI infrastructure specifically, servers, GPUs, networking, and cooling. Meta alone is now spending 54% of revenue on CapEx. Microsoft, 47%. Google, 46%. A normal software company runs at about 8%. These companies are spending like utilities now, not software companies. They have the same revenue base, but they have different spending DNA. Stack on top of that Stargate with a $500 billion target. Wonder Valley with another $100 billion target. Meta's Hyperion, roughly $1.5 trillion of infrastructure to be built, financed, and paid back inside of 5 years. For comparison, the Apollo program cost about $260 billion in today's dollars over a decade. The interstate highway system that we all drive on cost about $600 billion in today's dollars over 40 years. The entire 1990s fiber build-out cost about $500 billion across a decade. The AI build-out is roughly all of that every year on one single industry. Now, apply the Wonder Valley problem industry-wide. Every one of those projects needs power. Most of them are going to natural gas because the grid can't connect them in time, so they need turbines. Wood Mackenzie tracks the global market for combined cycle gas turbines. Their finding was this: lead times went from 3.5 years in 2023 to 5 to 7 years 2 years later in 2025. Order books for new turbines are closed until 2028, with delivery 6 years after that. Prices are projected to be up 195% by the end of 2026 compared to 2019. Global manufacturing capacity for these turbines is about 30 gigawatts per year. The current backlog of orders is about 8 gigawatts. CleanView tracked 46 data centers in the United States alone, 56 gigawatts of nameplate capacity total. All of them are planning their own on-site power generation because they can't wait for the grid. Their workaround for the turbine shortage, and I am not exaggerating, includes mobile gas generators strapped to semi-trucks and turbines repurposed from cruise ships and aircraft. This is basically the state of the art of data centers in 2026. Then there's the chips. Modern AI accelerators are not single chips. They are logic die bonded to a high bandwidth memory stacked on top of silicon interposers. The bonding process is called CoWoS. That's CoWoS. The only company that does that at scale is a company called TSMC. And in late 2025, every major player in the chain confirmed the same thing from these earnings calls. TSMC said CoWoS capacity is sold out through 2025 and into 2026. Hynix said the same thing about HBM, which is sold out for 2026. NVIDIA said the assembly capacity is oversubscribed through at least mid-2026, which is about now. The top 4 companies, NVIDIA, AMD, and Google, have locked in over 85% of TSMC's CoWoS capacity for 2026. In HBM, the high bandwidth memory uses about 3 times the wafer fab capacity per wafer compared to the standard DDR5. So in simple terms, producing more of one means producing less of another. Demand for HBM, high bandwidth memory, is growing 80 to 100% year over year. Supply is growing 50 to 60%. New HBM fabs take a minimum of 18 to 24 months to come online. Most new capacity won't even land until 2027 or 2028. Then there's the rebuild cycle that no one priced in. These facilities are not pyramids. They get gutted and rebuilt every few years if you didn't know. NVIDIA ships a new chip generation every 12 to 18 months. Each generation burns more power than the last generation. Blackwell, one of their chips, is around 1200 watts per chip. The next generation Rubin is projected to be about 2000 watts per chip. As power density per rack jumps from 30 kilowatts to 130 to 250, the cooling architecture has to change with it. Air cooling fails, then liquid cooling, then direct-to-chip cold plates. Each transition of chips is a tear out and rebuild of the entire mechanical plant, which is a construction project, not necessarily a software patch you can fix with an update. Bank of America did a breakdown of where the money and the data center build out actually goes. About 2.5% goes to local construction, 75% goes to servers and networking manufactured in California. About 75% goes to servers and networking manufactured in California, Taiwan, and Korea. The rest is just power equipment also made elsewhere. And that 75% of the money gets replaced and ripped out every 3 to 5 years. The dollar that comes into community as construction wages once doesn't come back in its totality. The dollar that buys servers goes back to NVIDIA, TSMC, and SK Hynix on a 3-year cycle though. The hyperscalers, Amazon, NVIDIA, Meta, Oracle, and Microsoft cannot agree amongst themselves on how long any of this hardware actually lasts. Amazon shortened its server depreciation schedule from 6 years to 5 years in February 2025, citing the increased pace of AI development, and took a $700 million hit of operating income just to do that. Meta, in the same exact year, extended its depreciation to 5.5 years and booked a $2.9 billion reduction in depreciation expenses. And these are the same conditions, and this happened in the same exact year. And they made opposite accounting calls. This is not a product of engineering. This is more so an earnings management by these two companies. And they came out to different answers at the end. I want you to look at what the people who are running the build up have said on record. In August of 2025, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, said this when he was comparing the AI bubble to the .com bubble. When bubbles happen, smart people get overexcited about a kernel of truth. Are we in a phase where investors as a whole are overexcited about AI? My opinion is yes. Jeff Bezos at Italian Tech Week in October 2025 said, this is kind of an industrial bubble. David Solomon, the CEO of Goldman Sachs, on a stage at the same conference the same day, said there will be a lot of capital that's deployed that will turn out to not deliver returns. And when that happens, people will not feel good. And even the head of Google DeepMind, Demis Hassabis, said the current investment environment, quote, seed roundings reaching tens of billions of dollars with just nothing. And finally, April 28th, 2026, the Wall Street Journal broke the story that should have ended the conversation. OpenAI missed its own internal monthly sale targets, missed its goals by 1 billion ChatGPT weekly active users by the end of 2025. And the part that matters the most, OpenAI's chief financial officer, Sarah Fryer, is privately at odds with Sam Altman. And the part that matters the most, OpenAI's chief financial advisor, Sarah Fryer, is privately at odds with Sam Altman over whether the revenue can possibly support more than $1.4 trillion in AI infrastructure commitments that OpenAI has signed to build it. And remember, Fryer is not a junior executive at OpenAI. Fryer was a CFO at Square and the CEO at Nextdoor before she joined OpenAI. According to Day Reporting, Fryer also told colleagues she doesn't believe the company can support its commitments at the current burn rate and has urged Altman to slow down the new pace of infrastructure deals, which makes sense. CEOs admitting their failures on camera is one thing, but you might reasonably say these guys all have a stock price at stake and their emissions are hedged. And you don't trust them either way, whether they're telling the truth or not. And that's a fair analysis. So let me show you what the people with no stock price at stake have published. I'm going to show 3 studies, each one a different leg of the same problem, each one from an institution with no horse in the race. First study, Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. This is the U.S. National Laboratory the Department of Energy uses to estimate national energy consumption. Congress passed the Energy Act of 2020, specifically requiring the DOE to publish an updated assessment of data center energy use. and Berkeley Lab is the team that wrote it. They have produced this report for Congress every few years since the early 2000s. There is no more authoritative source on this question in the country. According to the Berkeley Lab, data centers use 4.4% of all US electricity in 2023. They project that will hit between 6.7 and 12% by 2028. This is tripling in 5 years total. To translate that for anyone whose eyes glaze over percentages, the high end of that range is the amount of electricity used by the entire country of Japan, dropped onto the US grid just for data centers, just for AI. In this same report on about page 11, the authors quote an important caveat about their own methodology. The quote says this: historical utility demand forecasts consistently overestimate both peak and average demand. What does this mean? The federal lab that the US government uses to forecast data center energy demand is telling Congress in writing that historical demand forecasts on this kind of question tend to be too high. Not sometimes too high, but consistently too high. This is a federal energy lab telling you in their own published methodology to assume the bull case is overshooting. And that is before you layer in any supply chain bottlenecks that I walked you through earlier. The second study being reviewed is by MIT. The team is called Project NANDA, which stands for Networked Agents in Decentralized Architecture. The study is titled The Gen AI Divide, State of AI Business in 2025. Their headline finding was this: after $30 to $40 billion of enterprise spending on generative AI tools, 95% of organizations have seen no measurable return on investment. Only 5% are getting real revenue back. Page after page of the report breaks down why this is happening, which industries are working and which ones are not, what separates the 5% from the 95%, but the headline number is the one that matters most for this specific video. Let me translate why that number matters for the AI data center build out specific. The whole $1.5 trillion capital expenditure plan is sized for an assumption that AI demand from enterprise customers will keep growing fast enough to fill all these new facilities at a premium pricing. That is the demand curve the financing is built on. This is what OpenAI's commitments to Oracle and Microsoft and NVIDIA all assume. MIT's measure finding is that the enterprise demand the build-out is sized for is failing to show up in profit and loss for the companies who are paying for these tools. Not in just a few cases, in 95% of the use cases. If that number even stays close to where it's currently at, where MIT currently has it, the customer pipeline that's supposed to fill these data centers does not exist at the scale it's being written for. The third study, this one is peer-reviewed academic work from UC Riverside and Caltech, published in Communications of the ACM, which is one of the most respected venues in the entirety of computer science. The earlier paper was titled Making AI Less Thirsty. The follow-up is called Small Bottle, Big Pipe. Peer review took 7 months. The methodology section in these papers walked through every assumption that they made. Their finding was this: US data centers will need somewhere between 697 million and 1.45 billion new gallons of water per day by 2030. To put this into scale, the entire city of New York uses about 1,000 million gallons of water per day. So the AI data center build out will require new water capacity equivalent to roughly one entire New York City by the end of this decade. So we have about a few years. And the kicker is that the cost just to build the water infrastructure for the demand is between 10 and 58 billion dollars. And that's before you ask the harder question, which is whether the water itself even physically exists. Wren said, this is the UC Riverside statement on paper, quote, even if you have the money, the water source is another challenge. You may have money to build treatment plants and pipes, but money can't buy more snowpack. This is a peer-reviewed academic researcher describing the same exact physical wall that Dr. Davies identified at Wonder Valley. Wonder Valley is not a one-off situation. It is the local instance of a national pattern that has already been documented in peer-reviewed research. And these are not the only 3 studies available. There are several more that point in the same direction. The Brookings Institution published a study, 770 US data centers across 93 countries, showing that the industry job creation claims are overstated by roughly 3 times. The Pew Research Center and Carnegie Mellon University have published work showing residential electricity bills could rise 8% nationally by 2030 and up to 25% in Virginia, directly because of data center load. The International Energy Agency published a comprehensive report on AI and energy that comes broadly to the same conclusions as Berkeley Lab. Anthropic's own internal research team has published findings that AI labor displacement is far smaller than what the CEO has predicted publicly. All of these are linked in the description if you want to read them yourself. And these are not advocacy groups. These are the most rigorous research institutions in the country and in the world. The Department of Energy's National Research Lab, MIT, a peer-reviewed academic journal, Brookings, Pew, Carnegie Mellon, the International Energy Agency. The institutions don't agree on much in 2026, but they agree on this. The build-out at its current scale and timeline is sized for a future that the most careful published research available flat out does not support and flat out refutes. There's an assumption baked into the entire build out that I want to unpack. The assumption is this, that if you build the data centers, the customers will fill them. History says that's not how it works. In 1998, Motorola spun out a project called Iridium. They launched 66 satellites into low Earth orbit to provide global satellite phone coverage. Total capital deployed was about $5 billion. The constellation went live in November 1998. The engineering worked in that project. The phones worked in that project. The coverage was genuinely global, including the middle of the ocean and the South Pole. Iridium filed for bankruptcy in August of 1999, 9 months after they launched. The forecast has said millions of paying subscribers. At peak, they had about under 50,000. The satellites stayed in orbit because deorbiting them cost more than leaving them up. A year later, a post-bankruptcy investor group bought the entire constellation, 66 working satellites, and the ground network for $25 million, about 0.5% of what the original build-out had cost. About 0.5% of what the original build-out has cost. Iridium built the infrastructure, but the customers never came. The satellites are still up there. The original investors, however, are not. And the version of this in 2026 is worse, because Iridium satellites had a useful operating life of over 10 years. They could sit in orbit and wait for a buyer. An AI data center's primary asset, the GPU, has an engineering useful life of 2 to 3 years before the next generation makes it completely obsolete. If a data center fails the way Iridium did, the chips inside it aren't waiting around in orbit for a salvage buyer. There's scrap metal. They're not useful anymore. Now layer one more thing on top, and this is the reason customers might not come at the price the build-out requires. In January 2025, a Chinese AI lab called DeepSeek released a free open source model called V3. It matched the performance of OpenAI's flagship at roughly a fraction of the cost, allegedly trained for under $6 million on chips that the US government has specifically restricted. The day the model went viral, NVIDIA lost almost $600 billion in market capitalization, the single largest loss day for a company in US history. Then DeepSeek released V4 in April 2026, $3.48 per million output tokens. This is the same task. Comparable performance on all the benchmark exams that AI runs. Open source, you can download the weights and run the model on your own hardware. OpenAI charges $30 per million tokens for the equivalent. Anthropic charges $25. DeepSeek is roughly 8 times cheaper for the same work, and enterprises have noticed this. Multiple industry analyses say companies are cutting their AI operational costs by 85 to 95% by routing routine workloads through DeepSeek instead of paying US frontier prices. The $1 trillion AI build-out depends on one big assumption. Companies will keep paying premium prices for AI inference, but the premium is already breaking down. DeepSeek showed that a powerful model can be open source, downloadable, and far cheaper to run. That does not mean AI inference is dead. There is still real business in running and serving models, building agents, and integrating AI into specific industries. What it does mean is that simply owning the model is no longer a defensible moat. Google actually saw this coming in 2023. An internal memo titled, "We have no moat and neither does OpenAI," warned that open source models would eventually pressure the entire business model. That prediction is no longer theoretical. It happened. And the financing structure of the build out makes it worse, not better. Microsoft invested $11.6 billion in OpenAI. OpenAI then committed over $250 billion to Microsoft Azure for compute power, which Microsoft books as revenue. NVIDIA issued a $100 billion letter of intent to OpenAI, which deploys progressively as OpenAI buys NVIDIA chips. Money NVIDIA is investing in OpenAI recycles right back to NVIDIA as chip purchases. NVIDIA also owns 9 to 13% of an entity called CoreWeave and has a $6.3 billion contract to buy CoreWeave's unsold GPU capacity. CoreWeave borrows against the contract to buy more NVIDIA GPUs. Same dollar, however, but is kind of running in circular patterns. Oracle has equity in Stargate. OpenAI has $300 billion in obligations to Oracle for Stargate capacity. To finance that, Oracle issued $18 billion in bonds in September 2025, including 40-year transfer maturing in 2065. The bonds will be outstanding for 35 years after the GPUs they're paying for have been scrapped, which is the kind of duration mismatch the credit market is supposed to notice immediately. It did. Oracle is tied directly into this build-out. It has equity in Stargate, and OpenAI has committed roughly $300 billion to Oracle for Stargate data center capacity. To help finance that expansion, Oracle issued $18 billion worth of bonds in September 2025, including a 40-year bond that does not mature until 2065. This creates an insane mismatch. Oracle is borrowing money for decades to finance infrastructure built around GPUs that may be obsolete in 3 to 5 years. In other words, the debt could still be sitting in Oracle's books after 35 years, after the hardware that it's helped pay for has been ripped out, replaced, or just flat out scrapped. And the credit market also noticed this. Oracle's 5-year credit default swap spread tripled in the second half of 2025. This is what circular AI financing looks like when the market starts pricing in risk. But here's where I want to land, because I'm not an image mirror of doomers. They're confident in the wrong direction, and I don't want to be confident in the other wrong direction. So let me draw the line clearly. AI is objectively real. Anthropic itself is at over $30 billion in annualized revenue. OpenAI is at $24 to $25 billion, and data center vacancy in core markets is 1.6%. This is showing that there's real money in this, there's real customers, and there's an objective real demand. What is delusional is the gap between the build out that is being financed today and the revenue trajectory that has to materialize for the financing to make sense. The gas turbines, the chips, the cooling, the construction, the permitting, and the local political consent all run on lead times that manufacturers themselves say cannot compress. The CEOs financing it are on record calling it a bubble. But I also want to give you the other side of this analysis. There are scenarios where this analysis does age badly, and I want to name them. Algorithmic efficiency could keep dropping at roughly 10 times per generation, in which case the build out is overspec rather than undersized. And the hardware ages into more useful output than I expect. You can also factor in photonic compute, which is my field, which can move research from early pilots into commercial development, which would change the entire thermal and power envelope of the industry. You can also factor in small modular nuclear reactors, which could deploy in serial production faster than being projected, which would loosen the grid bottleneck that I described. Enterprise adoption velocity could keep accelerating at the rates Anthropic has shown over the past year, meaning that the growth rate that they're having now, if that continues, this bottleneck could be solved. And any one of these instances would immediately change the picture. And any one of these can change the picture. None of them justify $1 trillion of debt financed gas turbine plants committed in 2025 on the assumption that they'll arrive in time. What am I saying? All of these are technically possible, but they're improbable. They're improbable realities. I do, however, owe you all the honest other side. There are ways that this analysis that I went over could go badly, and let me name them clearly. There could be algorithmic efficiency that could keep improving fast enough that the same hardware produces far more useful output than expected. In that case, the build out will look overbuilt, not underbuilt. There could be photonic computing, which is my field, which can move research and early pilots into commercial deployment. That would change the industry's entire power and cooling profile. There could be small modular nuclear reactors, which could also scale faster than expected, which would ease the grid bottleneck that I described earlier. And enterprise adoption could keep accelerating, especially if companies start turning AI pilots into real revenue at pace. And Anthropic has shown this over the past year. Any of these could change the picture, but none of them justify committing $1 trillion of debt financed gas turbines in 2026 on the assumption that every bottleneck gets solved on schedule. If I'm wrong, come find me in 3 years and I'll eat the L. But I am not betting against today's physics and today's finances on the hope that tomorrow's physics saves their spreadsheet. Now, if you're a student, just keep watching this play out and stay on the course that you're on. Or if you're early career, stay the course that you're on, because the numbers and the narratives being put out are not necessarily accurate. And if you're just watching this play out and you're not a student or you're not in the STEM field, don't make a single life decision based on a narrative that the people pushing it have already started to walk back. Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, has called it a bubble. Pryor told her own CEO to slow down. Bezos called it an industrial bubble. Solomon expects the capital to be incinerated, so on and so forth. And lastly, the research backs that this could possibly be a bubble and defies physics. A physicist with a NASA resume ran the math on the flagship project in Utah, Wonder Valley, and called it 23 atomic bombs of thermal energy every single day. And these aren't my words that I'm making up. They're their words. But all in all, the .com bubble crashed, the internet still won. Amazon survived, but pets.com didn't. Two things were true at the same time. The same is true here. AI is obviously real. Most of the specific build out financed this specific way on this specific timeline is not real. My name is Jovan. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please make sure you like and subscribe if you like videos like this, and I will see you on the next one.
Appointed Husted to fill the seat when J.D. Vance became vice president. Okay, so obviously we care because, as you know, we only have to flip 4 Republican-held seats in the United States Senate for the Democrats to obtain a majority. I spoke about this a couple of days ago. That's why we're watching the Annie Andrews race against Lindsey Graham. That's why we're watching the Graham-Plattner race against who? One of our favorites, that lady. Anyway, the point is, it is not a coincidence that the FBI is targeting states like Ohio. Now, let's talk about what this FBI did in Ohio. They went out across the state, showing up at the homes and cornering people that are a part of the Ohio Organizing Collaborative's staff and their leaders. Some of these agents had subpoenas, some of them didn't. Those subpoenas sought information and electronic devices. Prentice Haney, a board member of the Ohio Organizing Collaborative, telling MS Now on Thursday that FBI agents approached people that have connections to the group, including some who had only done basic canvassing and volunteer work, and was pressuring these poor people to give them information. This is Haney, quote, "They had agents all across the state going to civil rights leaders and community leaders' doors, intimidating them, coming and demanding that they talk about literally anything they would ask. the agents asked if they're committing voter fraud, asking them on their doors in front of their houses with their children and just following them to work and to school. Guess what it was called? Straight up intimidation tactics. Amen. What else are you going to call it? Some of the people said that the FBI agents didn't even have warrants at all. Now, what else did we hear? Well, look, the WYSO, which is Southwest Ohio's community-owned public radio station, also reporting on this breaking news. Haney telling WYSO, quote, "This is not normal business. I mean, there's no reason for over 100 agents to be knocking on the doors of everyday Ohioans, demanding and accusing people of voter fraud as if it was a witch hunt, and scaring them with the children, following them in their cars to school and to work. I mean, this was a full-out assault. I mean, we haven't seen anything like this since Selma. And so this was completely and politically motivated." Where else are we seeing this type of FBI involvement and pressure? How about Georgia, Fulton County? I've been reporting about that here at Katie Fang News. How about Wisconsin? They've also subpoenaed voting records. Where? Arizona, other jurisdictions, and they've been trying to get into voting machines in Puerto Rico. I mean, folks, this is an all-out assault, like Prentice Haney said, on pro-democracy groups that are attempting to do voter organization and voter support. So why am I telling you all about this? Well, it's important. You should know. But it's directly related to the nomination of Jay Clayton, the current interim U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Trump has nominated him to become the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence. Now remember, Tulsi got the boot. Bye-bye, right? And who did Trump say he was nominating to kind of act in the interim? We talked about this, right? A horrible person, Bill Pulte. It has been all out chaos and coup because of Pulte's nomination. So Trump, though, remember, this is what we're starting to see with these nominations for these critical roles in the Trump regime. Trump nominates somebody, creates a big stir, brings in somebody who looks kind of a Manchurian candidate, right? This subsequent nomination looks like it'd be more decent, but really, it's a lot more nefarious. Another example, you boot, I don't know, who's the chick with the shitty face work? What's her name? Oh my God. Kristi Noem, DHS secretary. You get rid of Kristi and you bring in Markwayne Mullen, and we think Markwayne's gonna be better? Markwayne's actually been worse so far, right? Especially now that he just got another $70 billion to use with ICE and CBP. But I digress. So let's talk about Jay Clayton, because there's so much I want to tell you about Jay Clayton that is just so wrong. But first and foremost, I want you to hear, as it deals with this issue of voter integrity. This is Jay Clayton, just a few days ago on CNBC. And he is claiming without evidence that Trump's allegations of voter fraud and problems with voter integrity in California, that they're real. This is the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York corroborating lies from Donald Trump about voter fraud in California. Why? Because Steve Hilton is not winning. Why? Because Spencer Pratt did an advance in L.A. Get the you-know-what out of here. But I want you to take a listen and just stick with it, because it's important to hear what this man, Clayton, actually alleged.
Give me an idea of what's happening in California right now.
No, I actually can't, which I think is the problem. You raised this about election integrity, which I think is the point.
That's what I'm watching it, and are any of the things we're hearing about, like thousands of votes, all for the same person? Is any of that true, or is that just this sort of conspiracy stuff? Like 100% for the socialist candidate versus the others? Is any of that true?
Look, we had a deep problem with voting in America. We faced discrimination around voting. It was identified. We had the Voting Rights Act. It was all about access, making sure that people were not denied access. There was a second element to it, which was election integrity, making sure that once everybody has access, that their vote actually counts, that it's not being diluted by illegal voting or shenanigans and the like. I think we've done a pretty darn good job on access. I don't hear anybody claiming that they don't have access to the ballot box. What we've done.
You hear politicians saying that it's Jim Crow
but no evidence. Right? We have groups dedicated to making sure that people have access. Tons of money dedicated to it. Laws and laws that my office enforces, other offices enforce to make sure that people. On the integrity side, we're doing an absolutely terrible job. And the American people are right to question it. How come we can have an audit trail in every other aspect of our lives that's important? People cite getting on, planes and the like and things, but, in every
here's the issue. California's election law allows ballots postmarked by election day to be counted and permits same-day registration. That means tabulation typically continues for weeks after the vote.
I think you go 30 days, isn't
it?
But why is that law there? I get you.
That doesn't sound like fraud. That you can argue whether the law makes sense, but that doesn't sound like a fraudulent situation.
No, there's a great phrase: opportunity for fraud. Right. One of the things you do in designing laws is reduce the opportunity for fraud without, in this case, reduce the opportunity for fraud while not adversely impacting access.
Okay, so let's break it down just really quickly. I mean, this man had the gall to say that the Voting Rights Act, which, by the way, SCOTUS just gutted, just eviscerated, right? That access isn't a problem anymore. This white man is sitting there looking out into a camera and has the nerve to tell hundreds of thousands, if not more, of disenfranchised voters in black and brown communities that, don't worry, your access to vote has been fixed via the Voting Rights Act that just got gutted. And we've now seen the shenanigans with the illegal gerrymandering and redistricting that we've seen going on with the Republicans. They couldn't have moved any fucking faster in the race to the bottom to proudly peacock their racism when it comes to voting. But sure, Jay Clayton, yeah, there's no problem with access. But more relevantly, the man has the gall to say that there's something wrong with California laws that have worked for years when it comes to the ability to count ballots after Election Day. It is remarkable and noteworthy. If you are a lawyer, you can say that you disagree with the law. You can say that you think the law should be changed. But no matter what you have to do, just like any regular citizen, but especially as a lawyer, you have to obey the law. That's what the rule of law asks. And the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton, who's just been nominated to be the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, has the nerve to sit there and say, well, and completely unfounded, that there's something wrong in California with not only its law, but that there has to be voter fraud because there's no way that these results are what they are. Just parroting what his cult leader wants him to do. And so this is why we have to be concerned about Jay Clayton's nomination. This is why we have to be paying attention. And I am sorry, but Jim Hines and Mark Warner, y'all need to fucking cool your jets a little bit. Okay, and I say this with love and respect. Because for them to come out of the gate within hours of Jay Clayton's name being dropped and nominated to be the DNI, and for them to be like, oh, this is so great. Look, cool your jets a little bit here, okay? I mean, I all know we all don't want Bill Pulte. But look, let's be very clear. This is not an apples to apples comparison here, okay? Bill Pulte sucks. But let's not be so overjoyed that we have somebody who on the paper and on the superficial surface looks like they're better than Pulte. Let's not get so excited here about that. Let's calm down for a second and let's figure out why Clayton is such a dangerous nominee for DNI. Clayton is one of the worst loyalists that exists. And we're so programmed to look at loyalists to be a certain kind of rabid way, right? We're so programmed to see loyalists be the crazies, the Bondis, the Blanches, the Bovies, the Patels, the Bongo Bingo Bonjuno, whatever guy, right? The Rudy Giuliani's, right? We're used to the crazy. But let me tell you, the loyalists that come in wolves in sheep clothing style, they're the worst. And that's Jay Clayton. All right, first and foremost, not only have we just heard Jay Clayton question voter integrity and voting integrity in California for no reason, but take a listen to this. This is Jay Clayton defending Donald Trump's $1.7 billion, I'm sorry, $1.8 billion slush fund of American taxpayer money theft. This is him on CNBC just a few days ago defending that slush fund.
Pretend it's me.
Yeah.
Why? And let's say you thought that I was a tax cheat. Why would you? I'm not saying that he was a tax cheat. I'm just saying, let's say you thought that I owed the government money. Wouldn't you want me to pay the money? Why would the government not want me to pay the money?
Andrew, we have two things going on here. We intentionally leak your tax returns to embarrass you in the public. You have a claim against us. There's an audit that we don't know whether there's money owed or not owed. To resolve that, we say, you know what, Andrew? We're going to drop the audit. We're going to move on, and you're going to drop your claim against us for trying to name and shame you. That's a deal I think that, is actually a pretty good deal for the government if the government intentionally leaks somebody's tax returns.
The man's a lawyer, and he's sitting there saying that this is a great deal. I mean, this is a loyalist by definition. But wait, there's more. All right, so this guy, Jay Clayton, he used to be a major partner at white glove, white shoe law firm Sullivan and Cromwell. Huge international law firm making $1 kajillion, right? Sullivan and Cromwell, notably, has represented many major financial institutions and corporations. I'm talking big ones like Goldman Sachs, etc. Okay? Now, Clayton was tapped to take over as soon as Trump entered his second term. Clayton was tapped to be the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. However, what was the problem? Oh, well, even Chuck Schumer said when his name was supposed to advance in the Senate, Chuck Schumer said, I am the Senate Democrat of New York, and I am going to block Clayton's nomination. At that time, the beginning of last year, 2025, Schumer said Trump had made clear he has no fidelity to the law and intends to use the Justice Department, the U.S. Attorney offices, and law enforcement as weapons to go after his perceived enemies, end quote. I mean, we knew it was coming. Schumer called it out, and that's why he blocked Clayton's nomination. So what happened? Because he couldn't become the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Trump immediately appointed him as the interim U.S. Attorney for 120 days. Now, that 120-day term ran in August of 2025, at which point in time, the judges in the Southern District of New York voted and appointed Clayton to the post. So that's what he's been doing. He's been the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York since August of 2025. Now, okay, let's get into more of the details. During his tenure as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, you will recall who got fired: Maureen Comey. A week before, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche went to visit with Ghislaine Maxwell down in Tallahassee before she got moved into her Club Fed in Texas to play with puppies and to eat her fine French cheese. Maureen Comey got fired. Maureen Comey was the lead trial prosecutor on which Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's criminal cases, not to mention other major, huge criminal cases that were prosecuted out of the office. Maureen Comey, a skilled, fantastic lawyer who just happens to be the daughter of James Comey, the former FBI director. She got fired for a myriad of reasons, right? All of which are wrong. Good for her, she's suing over that firing, but Clayton did not stand up for Maureen Comey. Clayton did not stand up and say that this is wrong. Clayton picked a side, and he made it very clear he was not picking the side of the lawyers that were in his office that were fighting the good fight. He picked the Trump side of that equation, number one. Number two, Sullivan and Cromwell, the law firm that he was at where he was making shit pots of money and was a big-time, big swinging dick guy at Sullivan and Cromwell. Sullivan and Cromwell is currently representing Donald Trump in legal cases, including Trump's appeal of his 34 felony convictions for falsification of business records that was obtained through the prosecution by Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA. The only criminal trial that went to a final disposition where he was found guilty by a jury of his peers and convicted, right? That's why we call him convicted felon Donald Trump. And Sullivan and Cromwell said, I understand history, and I'm going to pick the wrong fucking side. So Sullivan and Cromwell has been representing him as personal counsel in that appeal. It goes on. Sullivan Cromwell negotiated with the White House, Paul Weiss Rifkin, the first of the big law firms, white shoe, white glove law firms that capitulated last year, right? Remember that? Covered it extensively. Sullivan and Cromwell negotiated one of its big partners, Robert Guthrie or something. I can't remember how to pronounce his last name. He, Sullivan and Cromwell, participated in the negotiations with Boris Epstein at the White House for Paul Weiss to capitulate, which then, of course, caused the capitulation of several of them, right? Sullivan Cromwell was involved. It was so bad that Democrats actually sent a letter, Jamie Raskin, of course, brilliant, saying, hey, you might want to explain your dealings and your communications with the White House on this because we want to know what the hell happened, because it kind of smacks of what? Extortion, right? I'm going to punish you, law firm, unless you bend the knee and give me all this money and pro bono hours and all this other bullshit and you eliminate your DEI. Doesn't smell good. Oh, and Donald Trump, just a few weeks ago in May, just nominated one of his personal lawyers at Sullivan and Cromwell that's been representing him in this appeal of the hush money convictions. He just nominated that partner at Sullivan and Cromwell to be a appellate court judge on the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, to be a lifetime appointment federal appeals court judge on the Second Circuit. But sure, Jay, let's talk about no conflict of interest, right? Let's talk about how you don't think that anything is wrong with that, right? But wait, there's more. Of course there's an Epstein angle. How could there not be an Epstein angle? Let's talk about Epstein and Jay Clayton. All right. So, as you'll recall, Jay Clayton, as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, was tapped by then Attorney General Pam Bondi to do what? To oversee the investigations into only Democrats whose names are appearing in the Epstein files. Now, to be clear, I haven't heard anything coming out of that purported investigation. But what I have seen are some really big red flags. Let's start with the first one. Number one, look at this representation from the Department of Justice when it dealt with, in January of this year, the quote, final production, as in like, we are done, world, we are not giving you any more information. This is the final agency action that has triggered the Administrative Procedures Act claim that I'm making in my lawsuit against Todd Blanche. But they're saying, we are done, nothing more, nothing here to see. And look at this language. More than 500 attorneys and reviewers from the department contributed to this effort. In addition, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York employed an additional review protocol to ensure compliance with a court order requiring U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton to certify that no victim identifying information would be produced unredacted as part of the public production, end quote. Get the fuck out of here, Jay Clayton. I don't even have to blink without being able to name how many Epstein survivors whose personal information was not redacted repeatedly by the Department of Justice. And the court order, where frankly, Jay Clayton should be held in contempt of that court order, because that federal judge in the Southern District of New York was very clear that if I am releasing these files that are a part of my stable of information that I am required to give to you pursuant to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, that you, Jay Clayton, as the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York, must certify that you have reviewed these records yourself and that your office is not releasing records that have not been redacted properly. And we know, I can point to so many people. I was just sitting next to Danny Bensky, just yesterday with her in Washington, D.C., and she can point out how many times, more than a few dozens of times, where her name has appeared, her information has appeared, her date of birth, her address, where she worked, where she went to school. I mean, it is a disgusting violation of their privacy, and not to mention it's a violation of the law. They have broken the law. Jay Clayton, you have violated a court order that is meriting criminal contempt, and you have violated the law. So you should be prosecuted for violating the law. Unfortunately, the Epstein Files Transparency Act does not provide for that enforcement. It's a whole other cup of tea. Number one. Number two. Let's talk about the fact that Clayton has allowed himself to be weaponized by the Trump DOJ, has allowed himself to be a tool. Why? As I mentioned, he's supposed to be, quote unquote, investigating Democrats whose names appear in the Epstein files. Remember, Trump posted on Truth Social demanding that Bondi target former President Bill Clinton, Democrat Reid Hoffman, and former Harvard President Larry Summers, JP Morgan Chase, right? So what did Bondi do? Snaps to attention, and she immediately announces on X that she is directing Jay Clayton at the U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate. So she officially signed through a DOJ measure, she assigned Jay Clayton to investigate Democrats. She said, SDNY U.S. Attorney Jay Clayton is one of the most capable and trusted prosecutors in the country, and I've asked him to take the lead. As with all matters, the department will pursue this with urgency and integrity to deliver answers to the American people. So, if that's the case, and again, nobody has seen any results of this purported investigation that's been spearheaded by Jay Clayton at the SDNY into Democrats only because, yes, of course, there's no Republicans like Donald Trump, whose name appears in the Epstein files, but there's one. From 2021 to 2025, guess what Jay Clayton did? Jay Clayton was the chair and the lead independent director at Apollo Global Management. Does that name sound familiar? It should. That is the baby of billionaire financier Leon Black. Leon Black co-founded Apollo Global Management. And Leon Black was Jeffrey Epstein's largest financial benefactor after 2012. This is after the sweetheart deal, after he's been convicted sex offender, after it's all come public. Leon Black was the largest financial benefactor for Jeffrey Epstein. Leon Black paid Jeffrey Epstein more than $170 million between 2012 and 2017. Black, who is yet to appear in front of House Oversight, he has negotiated his reappearance several times. Black says the payments were for estate and tax advice provided by Epstein. However, we have seen in the released Epstein files thus far, what we've been able to see, Epstein was actually just a fixer. He fixed Leon Black's personal, legal, financial, and reputational problems. Okay, so I bring up Leon Black and Apollo Global because how in the world is somebody who was the chair and lead independent director of Apollo Global Management that close to Leon Black? A, supposed to have been investigating anybody vis-a-vis the Epstein files. Should never have happened, meaning Jay Clayton doesn't have the judgment to recuse himself from an investigation like that, even if Pam Bondi and Donald Trump wants him to do it, because he should know that ethically he can't do it. But he did it anyway, right? He took on the assignment, just proving further that he is a loyalist, a Trump loyalist through and through. But B, how is somebody who has that relationship with Leon Black, who we all know is compromised when it comes to, by the way, Leon Black has also been accused of rape and sexual assault. I just want to put that out there too. How is it possible Jay Clayton is going to be the director of national intelligence? I mean, the hypocrisy abounds, does it not? Does it not? I mean, there's so much more that we can get into, but I just want to kind of take a little bit of a detour for just a second to talk to you about this, because I think this is important. Because also, by the way, you know, Jay Clayton should also be investigating at SDNY, has never investigated the suspicious circumstances under which Jeffrey Epstein was found dead. But of course, we haven't heard anything about that. Even though Sarah Kellen just said the other day that she herself does not believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Just like many of us don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, Jay Clayton, of course, hasn't tried to reopen any investigation into that. Has he? No. Nope. Hasn't happened. All right. So, Jay Clayton has been seen frequently golfing and socializing with Trump at Mar-a-Lago and other locations. They're hauling ass. Senate Intel Committee scheduling a hearing for June 17th on Clayton's nomination, which means they don't want any moss to grow on this stone, so they're nervous, right? And apparently, John Ratcliffe CIA director, another Trump loyalist, is the person who allegedly recommended Jay Clayton for the job of DNI after the big furor over Bill Pulte, right? And here's my concern. Who's going to take over for Jay Clayton? So it's not just Pulte being out, Clayton coming in. By the way, the fact that Pulte's even going to be acting in any type of temporary capacity should freak every American out. And again, I don't want to hear Democrats being like, we hate Pulte so much. I mean, what did Schumer say? Let me read this to you. It's from the New York Times article. Pulte has to go. He cannot be in the DNI role. Our national security is too important. Okay, I agree our national security is too important, but I don't want to put in somebody like Jay Clayton just because you don't like Bill Pulte and you want him out. Sorry, does not work. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay? But who's going to take over for Who's going to take over for Jay Clayton as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York? That jurisdiction is so important. So important. Remember what happened when Emil Bovee was pressuring the U.S. attorneys that were working there, the AUSAs, that were prosecuting Eric Adams? Remember all of that? And then suddenly his indictments are bye-bye gone? Come on, that office is too fucking important to just put anybody in this role. Like, I just asked Preet Bharara. Preet will tell you. In fact, maybe I should invite Preet here so he can tell you. But I mean, there is all this collateral consequence that comes from these major decisions that are made. And so, just to put a bow on it, we got to be up in arms. You got to be contacting your senators. Let them know, even your representative, just let them know this doesn't work. We have to put the public pressure on this. I cannot stand to see what is happening in Ohio. I cannot stand to see what is happening to the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center. I can't stand to see what is happening when somebody like Clayton, who is a true Trump loyalist, ends up being the director of national intelligence and has access to information about Americans, people. Not just foreign nationals, Americans. It's dangerous. That's why I wanted to have this conversation. Be mad, be outraged, demand accountability. I'll be back with more, but in the meantime, I'm off to rattle some more damn pages. Let's go. Katie Fang here. We launched the Katie Fang News Channel in partnership with the Midas Touch Network so we could bring you the latest in legal and political news. Straight, no chaser. So if you're a fellow truth teller, hit that subscribe button and share the word about this channel so we can build a high information America together.
As we discussed in our earlier video today, Donald Trump's memorandum of understanding, which is not quite a peace deal with Iran, is on the verge of total collapse even before the damn thing is signed. And in a desperate bid to prop it up and hype it up as a magnificent, overwhelming diplomatic and military success, Trump sent Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth onto CBS's Face the Nation to try to gaslight the American people, only for him to have a total friggin' meltdown as he was relentlessly fact-checked. And we have to talk about it. But before we do, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, unfortunately, I have to subject you to multiple clips of Defense Secretary and former Fox News host Pete Hegseth. It's extremely important, even though he's wildly incompetent, wildly corrupt, because he is currently the face of Trump's rapidly collapsing memorandum of understanding. And it's fun to see him get fact-checked in real time. We'll start with this.
So it's been military pressure and strength from President Trump that's compelled Iran to this deal, which will be performance-based when it's signed shortly.
Right, but we're not at that deal yet. We're not even at the memorandum. That's what we're waiting on being signed to.
Correct. Listen, I understand, like, even I'm doing it in the YouTube titles just because memorandum of understanding is, more of an archaic term and it takes up a lot of characters. There is a difference between a memorandum of understanding and a peace deal. A memorandum of understanding is basically the next step, in theory, towards a peace deal. It's basically like, okay, it's basically a more glorified ceasefire. Okay, I'll give you a little bit of this, you give me a little bit of this. We have an understanding that we're working towards a broader peace deal. Let's revisit it in 30 or 60 days. That's a memorandum of understanding. I don't want to downplay its importance because if a memorandum of understanding is signed today, although Iran says that it's not going to sign a memorandum of understanding today, their foreign ministry has said as much. But if one is signed, it is a major step towards some sort of peace deal. But it doesn't guarantee a peace deal, and it's not the same thing as a peace deal. And what Hegseth wants you to believe is if there is a memorandum of understanding signed, it's as good as a peace deal. But even worse, he wants you to believe a memorandum of understanding which isn't even signed yet is effectively the same thing as a signed peace deal. Don't let him gaslight you.
U.S. and Israeli militaries, no doubt, did devastate the conventional military, as you are arguing there. But the IRGC terrorist-controlled regime, they control this country. They would be pocketing the financial benefits of being able to sell the oil if the blockade ends, as you just indicated. They didn't capitulate. They're negotiating. So how do you reassure allies who are in the region and say they still feel they are at risk? Are you keeping the force posture in place through the 60 days of negotiations and beyond?
Oh, we'll make sure the military option is there. And that's the big difference between this and JCPOA and the way Obama did it. Obama, they begged Iran for a deal, and we bombed Iran and then put in a blockade and then ran ships through and then have restarted when necessary to ensure that they come to the table for a great deal. So
you see the panic on his face. You hear it in the stammering of his voice. His pitch is elevated. He's stammering and stumbling over his words. He's desperate to spin this because she's correct on the facts. Well, no, Iran still poses a threat. Iran has not totally capitulated. Yes, their military capability is no match for ours in the conventional sense, but they don't need to be a peer military nation in order to threaten the United States, particularly by way of their control of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, Hegseth in real time is panicking because just with the bare minimum of scrutiny and tough questions, the whole facade collapses.
Our military posture will be whatever it needs to be to ensure they're compelled over this 60 days through the memorandum of understanding that they live up to what they said they would do. The document says Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, won't seek one, won't buy one, won't have one.
JCPOA said that
days,
too.
There'll be negotiations to make that final. But they didn't have the threat of military force the way that we do, that Iran respects in a very way that their regime is more devastated than it's ever been in its 47 years. And that's why they're at the table. So
again, here's why this is important. Look, does Pete Hegseth suck at his current job? Yes. But the reason that his panic right here is so important and it's worth noting is, what was Hegseth doing before he became the defense secretary? He was a MAGA Fox News host. He was part of the B team of Fox and Friends Weekend, right? So he is a seasoned, photogenic TV news host, right? To the extent that he has one talent, it's the ability to speak reasonably well. And again, he's stammering, stumbling over his words. He's unable to articulate a cohesive and persuasive case, right? The JCPOA, President Obama's deal, based on the details that we have right now, it'll guarantee that they'll never develop a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA, President Obama got that more than a decade ago, 11 years ago. Obama got that done, and he didn't need to get 13 American service members killed. He didn't need to vaporize 168 Iranian schoolgirls. He didn't need to inflict massive harm on the American people domestically to get that done. So how are you meaningfully different? Well, Iran really fears our military. Well, Obama had military options. If he wanted to carpet bomb Iran or Tehran in particular, he could have done that. He chose not to. So again, you use the awesome power of the U.S. military to basically, if we take you at face value, get us right back to where we were with Obama. Obama didn't even need to invoke the military to do it. Sounds like what you've just proven is Obama is the vastly superior negotiator and diplomat compared to Trump. Furthermore, they actually don't respect the military, or at least the United States military, the way you're suggesting. Because if they really did fear the U.S. military the way you're suggesting, they would have capitulated and waved the white flag of surrender weeks ago, and they did not. They recognize our military is superior to theirs, but they are a radical, repressive regime, and they are fighting an existential war. They believe, at this point, that there's no point in just rolling over for the United States, so they're willing to dig in. The way that Vietnam did, for example, when we attacked Vietnam. Vietnamese knew our military was superior, but they were fighting a defensive war on an existential basis. They did not want to be conquered by the United States, and they felt that diplomacy wasn't getting anybody anywhere, so they were willing to fight to the bitter end. That's what Iran is doing now. If it was really about the terrifying fear of the U.S. military, this conflict would have been over weeks ago, and it's not. So again, Hegseth is verifiably lying.
Right. Well, as I understand it, the first part of this deal would involve the clearing and reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. How quickly will the U.S. blockade on Iran end? How quickly will they be able to sell their oil?
Immediately, is what the president has said, and that'll be our expectation of the Iranians, is that
so
it's
tomorrow
not us
you'll end the blockade if they sign it
the problem
today.
here. So when it's performance-based, Margaret. So we're not going to, unlike Obama, President Trump is smart about these things. He's not going to just give it away. So ultimately, the blockade will stay as the strait opens, and then the blockade will open, and then the straits open. And if that takes, 30 days to fully mature or 2 weeks to fully mature, but it will start immediately, as the president has said.
Right. Well,
so again, it's just so funny. He is unable to make a persuasive and cohesive and coherent case. He's really not. I mean, well, Trump is smart, unlike Obama. Nobody believes that Donald Trump is as smart as Barack Obama, let alone smarter. Again, all you're doing is demonstrating in real time that even if we take the best interpretation of this, amorphous, ambiguous deal at face value, Obama didn't need to get 13 American service members killed, didn't need to inflict both military and, economic harm, military harm against Iran and economic harm on our own people to get where you're hoping to get now. But the truth is, the Memorandum of Understanding isn't even signed. The JCPOA was better than a Memorandum of Understanding because it was an ironclad deal. So again, no matter how you slice this is a total disaster by Obama comparison. Obama is infinitely superior, and his deal is infinitely superior.
By the way, I think your viewers need to remember, Project Freedom never stopped, and we've run 125 million barrels of oil through the straits, and Iran couldn't do anything about it. Yeah. How many ships from Iran have transited our blockade? Zero. We have controlled the straits this entire time.
Right. You're going to negotiate with them to reopen
and
reopen it.
If you control, exactly. Brilliant question by Margaret Brennan there. If we controlled the Strait of Hormuz, if the United States really controlled the Strait of Hormuz, why are we negotiating? Do you see how stupid this is? Do you see how incoherent this is? Pete Hegseth simultaneously wants you to believe the United States can just effortlessly annihilate Iran because we have the big military cock and they've got nothing. Also, at the same time, we control the Strait of Hormuz. We get everything we want. They get nothing of what they want. But also, we're negotiating with them in real time to reopen the Strait of Hormuz that we totally control. It's kind of like how you control the door of your house, right? It's our house. It's my house. It's our house. We control the front door to our house. It's our house, but also we're going to negotiate with our neighbor. We're going to ask our neighbor if we can open the door to our own house, and we totally control. We can do whatever they want. They can't stop us. But we're going to really negotiate with them and maybe give them money to let us open the door. It's not. Nobody's buying it, man. Nobody's buying it. Totally incoherent argument from Pete Hegseth, hoping that the gaslighting works. It's not.
So, okay, you're saying immediately, but Secretary Rubio had said the U.S. would help to clear mines from the Strait of Hormuz. You just used 30 days as a period of time. Can you clear the mines and remove the security threats in the Strait within 30 days?
We can do any of those things within 30 days in a permissive environment. So the ball is in Iran's court at some level.
So we would get back to pre-war shipping?
We're already doing things I can't. We're already doing things I can't talk about on this program, and that to ensure that safe passage happens as quickly as possible. So we're all over this. We know exactly what the dynamics are. Iran probably doesn't because they can't see and sense their capabilities around the Strait, especially these last couple nights were very devastating for them as far as their ability to understand what's going through the Strait. So if they have capabilities and can do it, great. If not, it's international partners who've said they want to step up and contribute, great. But once this deal is signed, our expectation is that Iran will stop shooting, drones at commercial shipping. It's been them shooting at shipping the entire time.
Yeah, they did that just on Friday. And in fact, a drone collided with an Apache helicopter last week. They fired drones into Bahrain. They fired missiles at a U.S. base in Jordan just a few days ago. They still have the capacity to
And that's why you have to deal with these folks with strength and not just ask them at the table. And it's the military strength that compelled them to this point where they're making a deal which will be great for the security.
Even if you didn't like President Obama's Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA, it was a deal, right? Objectively, it was a deal, and its terms were being enforced, and Trump had to withdraw from the deal to end the deal. If it was the military and military force that compelled Iran to come to the table, how the fuck did they come to the table under Obama? Obama did not carpet bomb Iran. Obama did not inflict a military blockade on the Strait of Hormuz. Obama got an actual deal. Even if you think the deal is dog shit, even if you think the deal is infinitely worse than whatever Trump is going to create, Obama was able to get an actual deal, not a memorandum of understanding, not even, well, and where we are right now is not even a memorandum of understanding because the memorandum of understanding hasn't even been signed yet at the time of recording. He was able to get a signed deal. You all are at the pre-MOU stage, and an MOU, which is signed, is at the pre-peace deal stage or deal stage. Obama was able to do that without invoking the military. And again, see how he tries to have it both ways. Iran is totally neutered. They totally fear the United States military. We can do whatever the F we want. We're that damn good. And then Margaret Brennan's like, okay, but they shot down a U.S. helicopter. They launched drones at their various Persian Gulf neighbors, and so they clearly have the ability to threaten the Persian Gulf. Yeah, exactly, and that's why we got to use the military against them. I thought you said they weren't a threat. I thought you said they'd been brought to their knees. You've compelled them. If you've compelled them and you brought them to your knees, then how is it in the past 24, 48, 72 hours they've been able to strike at their Persian Gulf allies and attack a U.S. helicopter? None of it makes any sense. It cannot withstand even the basic level of scrutiny.
It's an important point for those who are members of the U.S. military to understand whether you are saying ground troops would be involved in cleaning up nuclear dust.
That you're saying that you're trying to put words in my mouth to create a headline. What I'm saying is we have plans. No, we have plans for everything. And should the president need a compel option, we have compel options and many different types of compel options. But right now we've set the conditions for 60 days to ensure that material is downblended, destroyed, or removed, whatever the president decides is in the best interest of the United States of America. And the War Department is there to support that effort.
So again, this guy whose only real qualification as far as Trump was concerned for this job is that he is a veteran. He was a decorated veteran. He didn't advance particularly far. He certainly didn't have much by way of command responsibilities, but he's a telegenic, photogenic ex-Fox News host. And when she asked him a question he had to have assumed was, if you're smart at all, you know that this host is going to ask you, okay, well, the American people already don't support this war, and they're really pissed off that 13 service members were killed because of you and Trump. And so the last thing they want are American boots on the ground. Well, if Iran won't turn over the enriched uranium, you're going to have to go in and put hands on them to get it out. So are you prepared to do that? He's having like a stroke on live TV because he can't answer. Well, you're putting words. No, bro. I'm literally just asking, is that something that you're prepared to do? Is that on the table? Well, we've got plans. But right now, we're negotiating that they downblend it and they destroy it or they turn it over. Obama got that done too. Obama got Iran to get rid of its enriched uranium stockpile. Obama got it done. And he didn't need to get 13 American service members killed. He didn't need to get 168 Iranian elementary school girls killed. He didn't need to get thousands of civilians in Iran and Israel and Lebanon killed. And here's the thing. Even if we take you at face value, they're going to do it. They haven't done it yet, man. The enriched uranium is still in Iran. Maybe if you get the memorandum of understanding signed, and maybe if a peace deal negotiation or some sort of formal deal comes into effect, and that's a lot of ifs, then even if that happens, you are literally dead even with the JCPOA on just that specific term. If then else, maybe, you might get right up to where the JCPOA was on that one thing, which is Iran surrendered its enriched uranium. Obama got that done already. And to the extent that there's enriched weapons-grade uranium in Iran's possession now, is because Trump shredded the JCPOA. All of that enriched uranium that you guys are trying to get your hands on now didn't exist until Trump got rid of Obama's deal. Under Obama's deal, that shit didn't exist. It's because of Trump. Trump effectively created the enriched uranium that Iran now has. Again, it just comes down to they make a mess. They make a mess. that wasn't there before, and then after making a bigger mess and denying that there's a mess, then they're like, well, I'm about to go get a paper towel and maybe I'll clean it up. So it's basically like there wasn't a mess to begin with. No, man, that's not how it works. So dumb. They are so desperate to gaslight. And their powers of gaslighting seem to be failing in real time. And MAGA has formidable gaslighting powers. It's amazing what Trump and the Republican Party and Fox News have been able to persuade the American people to believe over the past 10 years. But in this case, it's totally failing. Here's another clip.
I mean, think about that. President Trump had the foresight to seize Maduro, change the relationship. We have a totally different energy dynamic around the world. By the way energy flows today, the straits will be nowhere near as relevant 1 to 2 years from now. Because of the foresight of President Trump, he's made us energy independent at home. We're a net exporter. Now Venezuela, through our partnership. Now we're killing foreign terrorist leaders who have terrorized the American people. The amount of drugs and gangs that came from
energy prices are pretty high right now.
It's a huge deal.
So I don't know that the independence is helping people at the pump.
I mean, even Brennan's like, she can't even bother hiding her contempt here. And again, I don't blame her. Do not blame her. The fact of the matter is this. We were energy independent before Trump took office. We were energy independent under President Biden. But we don't have autarky. We're not energy independent in the sense that we literally are not affected by the global energy market. We are and we always will be. Which is why what Iran did as far as like closing the Strait of Hormuz was so devastatingly economically effective. Why it was such effective economic warfare. Now, again, Hegseth is trying to get, well, you know, if then else, in 2 years, things are going to be like so good, man. Even if we believe you, which we don't, and we have no reason to, we're not in 2027, 2028. We're in 2026. Dealing with the economic consequences of a disastrous war you all started for no damn good reason. We're not going to give you credit for shit that may or may not happen 2 years from now. Instead, we're going to give you all the blame for what you chose to do in the present and the suffering you've inflicted on your own damn people in the present. That's where I stand on this. In the meantime, let me know what you think in the comments.
The CIA will so ruin a person whose politics they don't like that he can never work again. I did 23 months in a federal prison.
We went to war in Iran because of Israel?
Absolutely, yes. The Iranians were no threat to the United States. I believe Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad access agent. The Shin Bet officer, he had his glasses down like this. He says to me, "You are Jewish?" And I said, "I am not recruitable."
I assume that there are things that you know that you still can't say.
Absolutely.
How bad are they?
Yeah, it's pretty ugly.
One advisor said that once Trump receives a call from an international number he doesn't recognize, he answers it anyway. He just sees the number and thinks, this might be a foreign leader I want to talk to.
It's got to be a dozen different countries listening. Absolutely, yes. I know what we used to do at the CIA.
Do you agree that it's at least concerning for some people, that it should be concerning for some people, as a former spy, that a former CIA agent turned whistleblower then ends up working for the Russian government? My guest today has a life story straight out of a Hollywood movie. A former CIA agent who turned whistleblower on CIA torture and then experienced the wrath of one of the most feared intelligence agencies in the world. John Kiriakou went from the shadows of counterterrorism work in Pakistan and prison in the United States to the bright lights and filters of social media today, garnering millions of views from online followers who want to hear more of his stories and his takes. He's now host of the Deep Focus podcast on YouTube, author of several books, with one new one out this summer, and he joins me now here in the studio in Washington, D.C. John, good to see you again.
Good to see you.
A lot to talk about, but let's just go back to the beginning for those of our viewers who don't know about you and your story. A fascinating story. You were at the CIA, you joined and became a Middle East analyst, all the way up to being named Chief of Counter-Terror Operations in Pakistan, the height of the war on terror. Why did you join the CIA, and why did you end up leaving?
Well, I come from an immigrant family. All four of my grandparents came from Greece, and they were so grateful for the opportunities that the country gave them that they instilled in us this notion that we needed to give something back to the country. So I only considered public service. I was thinking maybe the State Department, maybe something on Capitol Hill. I wanted to see the world and travel. And then my graduate school advisor turned out to be a CIA officer undercover.
And that happens a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
At universities across, not just elite, universities across the board.
Across the board. It's not as...
Now everyone at home is wondering which university you go to.
Oh, it was George Washington University. Since the passage... DC-based. Since passage of the Equal Employment Opportunity Act in 1993, that's illegal to do it clandestinely like that. Now they have professors who are the scholar in residence, and they just do it out in the open.
Do they have little stalls now at careers?
They do.
Join the CIA?
They do.
Why did you leave the CIA in 2004?
Well, you know, I wish I could say that I left on principle. That was a part of it. The CIA had changed, but I was newly divorced. I had 2 little boys at home, and especially boys need their father, and I decided rather than to go back to Iraq or Afghanistan or Pakistan, I was going to stay with my sons. And
so you leave the CIA in 2004, 22 years ago, and then you do an interview with ABC where you confirm, this is during the Bush administration still, right? That official US government policy permits interrogators to use enhanced techniques, which is a polite way of saying torture techniques, to get information out of prisoners at black sites, etc. What made you go public after all those years of having left the CIA and taking this big step? And explain to our viewers what happened to you after that.
Sure. I complained vociferously inside the CIA about the torture program. I'm sorry to say that of 14 people approached and asked if they wanted to be trained in the use of these torture techniques, I was the only one of the 14 who said no. And I thought this was so clearly illegal, immoral, unethical. Somebody was going to come out and say something, and nobody said anything. And then in December of 2007, Brian Ross approached me from ABC News and said that he had a source who said that I had tortured Abu Zubaydah, Zain al-Abidin Mohammed Hussein. I said, absolutely untrue. I was the only person who was ever kind to Abu Zubaydah. And he said, well, you're welcome to come on the show and defend yourself. I didn't know that was a reporter's trick because I'd never spoken with a reporter before. And so I
said... This is 2007.
2007. I said, I'll think about it. In the meantime, while I'm thinking about it, President Bush gives a press conference in which he looks directly in the camera and says, we do not torture. And I said to my wife, who was a senior CIA officer, I said, he is a bald-faced liar. He's looking the American people in the eye and just lying to them. And then a couple of days later, as he's walking to the Marine One helicopter, he shouts in response to a reporter's question that if there is torture, it's because of a rogue CIA officer.
Oh, wow.
And I said to my wife, Brian Ross's sources at the White House, and they're going to pin this on me. I'm going to go public. And I decided that I would just tell the truth and let the cards fall. Within 24 hours of that interview, the CIA filed what's called a crimes report against me, telling the FBI that they believed I had committed espionage by revealing a classified program. The FBI investigated me for a year, from December of 2007 to December of 2008, and determined I had not committed a crime. Just 4 weeks later, Barack Obama becomes president. He names my old nemesis, John Brennan, the Deputy National Security Advisor for Counterterrorism. And Brennan asks the Justice Department to secretly reopen the case against me. They did that. For the next 3 years, my phones were tapped, my emails were intercepted, teams of FBI agents followed me everywhere. And then finally in January of 2012, more than 4 years after I went public, they arrested me and charged me with 5 felonies, including 3 counts of espionage.
Liking this video? Don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now. You'll be supporting fearless, independent journalism. They accused you in 2012. It wasn't over the whistleblowing, it was allegedly disclosing classified information to journalists, including the name of a covert CIA officer. That's something you've never accepted. You did.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I'll explain. There were 2 names that they accused me of having turned over. One had never, ever been undercover, and in fact had a LinkedIn page where it said Central Intelligence Agency. Yeah, and then the classified programs I was supposed to have outed were the torture programs.
How did it feel knowing that you went to prison, essentially, for whistleblowing on the CIA's torture policy? I mean, they didn't charge you with that, but that's what started the whole thing.
Right.
The torturers themselves and their bosses who ordered them to torture, they never saw a day inside.
No, not a day. You know, I don't mean to smile because it's not funny, but this has been, of course, something that's been on my mind for a decade and a half now. And our system is corrupt, our government is corrupt, life just isn't fair. And so I was determined to make the best of it. And I feel like I have.
You are critical of torture.
Very
You say you were
much so.
critical at the time.
Yes.
You refused to do it. Here's what's confusing. Since then, you've said multiple times that torture doesn't work. You said it to Joe Rogan just last year in your interview with him. You said it's not effective, which is the view of the Senate Torture Report and most experts. But in the ABC interview in 2007, you said it did work for
Yes.
Abu Zubaydah. Why did you say that?
Yes, that's a great question. The reason I said it is because all of the reporting cables coming back from the secret site were lies.
I see.
What was happening was the CIA and the FBI were still so at odds that their computer systems were not compatible. So the FBI agent interrogating Abu Zubaydah, Ali Soufan, great hero of this entire episode, great hero. He did what the FBI is very good at, and he interrogated Abu Zubaydah by treating him with respect. Abu Zubaydah opened up, and Ali was reporting back to the FBI. This is what he said every day, and he was giving us actionable intelligence. Well, the CIA insisted on taking over for reasons that have never been made clear.
And tried to attribute Abu Zubaydah opening up to torture.
Exactly.
To cover their
So what they did, because the computer systems were incompatible, they took Ali's reporting, retyped it in CIA channels, and said, we waterboarded him once, here's what he said.
So you were wrong in 07 when you said that. You were basically
I was
incorrect,
wrong.
incomplete,
Yeah,
incorrect.
but we
dishonest.
didn't know that that was wrong until April of 2009.
But as of today, you stand by the consensus position that torture doesn't work.
It does
didn't
not work. Besides being
Besides being
illegal
immoral,
and-
illegal, yeah, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
All right, let's broaden this conversation out. You today, 2026, you've gone from being a man who was in the shadows, a man who was taken on George W. Bush, going to prison for it. You've become an online personality, don't you? In fact, I interviewed you a few years ago, and even then you weren't as big as you are now. A Complex magazine described you as a TikTok sensation with a skill for narrative mastery. When was the moment you realized, oh, I'm a bit of an online celebrity?
Well, it was about 11 weeks ago.
Okay.
I happened to be in Dubai during a business trip, and my niece called me, and she said, Uncle John, you're exploding on TikTok. And I said, why? And she said, I don't know, but you're everywhere. And I said, okay. I thought some one day thing, something happened, something in the algorithm. And I went to bed. The next day, CAA calls me, the Creative Artists Agency.
They want to rep you.
And they said, tell us you're not represented. I said, no, I'm not represented. You are now. Well, it turned out
By the
that-
way, is it only me who finds it amusing that you went from the CIA to CAA? So it had to be said.
I've had to spell it out
very
carefully. So what it was I had given an interview to Stephen Bartlett of
Diary of the CEO. Big show.
Big show a month earlier. And as it turned out, a 20-year-old sophomore from the University of Texas saw that podcast, chopped it up into shorts, gave me an Alvin and the Chipmunks voice, put lasers shooting from my eyes, and made me famous.
There you go. I wonder if George W. Bush has seen the clip. Just on, there are a lot of people, though, who are craving information about what is going on right now in the world, in the Middle East, in government, from Iran to Epstein to Gaza. What do you think the average John Kiriakou subscriber who listens to your podcast, who finds you online, what are they looking for, do you think?
The truth. My management.
Everyone's looking for the truth. What are they looking from you?
They are confused. I get this a lot.
Yep.
They're confused by the competing, I'll call it right-wing and left-wing media narratives, the two parties of the duopoly and their narratives, and they're looking for somebody just to speak in plain English and tell them the truth. Funny thing, when I got out of prison, I had this website. And my webmaster asked me if I could guess at my demographic. I said, oh, yes. I said, women 40 to 60. She says, not even close. She said, it's men, and it's equally divided between ages 15 and 80. 80-20 men. Well, since this exploded, it's still 80-20 men, but almost all of them are between the ages of 15 and 30. They're looking for somebody just to tell them the truth.
And how much truth can you tell them? When you talk about your experience in the CIA, I'm sure people want to hear stories. What did you see? What did you hear?
A lot.
What are you restricted by? Obviously, you don't want to go back to prison.
No, I don't want to go back to prison. But over the years, because I've written so many books, I've written now 9 books, I've gotten all my stories cleared. Okay. Plus, the CIA is subject to something called mandatory declassification. Information has to be declassified when it gets to the 30-year or 35-year mark. Now, generally, you have to file a Freedom of Information Act request to force the declassification. But I'm happy to just tell the stories. And besides, my opinion is not classified so long as it's not based on specifically classified information.
But I assume that there are things that you know that you still can't say.
Absolutely.
How about it?
Yeah, it's pretty ugly.
You mentioned Stephen Bartlett's show. You said on Diary of a CEO in January, you said I'm the most anti-CIA, former CIA person that's out there. And you justified it by saying that the CIA is an organization that's just out of control. What do you mean by that? And when did it go out of control? Because many would argue it's always been out of control.
Oh, it was out of control from its first covert action program, which was to steal the Italian election of 1949, until the Church Committee hearings.
Yes.
Between 1975 and about 1982, there was real oversight, something that Americans could be proud of.
The Jimmy Carter presidency.
The Jimmy Carter presidency. Yeah. Frank Church was serious. Otis Pike was serious, the congressman from Long Island. They were serious about reforming the CIA and really overseeing its activities. But that all went out the window with Iran-Contra.
Iran-Contra, and then obviously the war on terror, which takes the CIA into a whole different world.
See, and this is the big problem. The war on terror is the most obvious example. The Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence really are not oversight committees. They're cheerleading committees.
Yes.
And they don't do anything to rein in the CIA. They didn't do anything to rein in...
The opposite. They emboldened the CIA.
They emboldened the CIA.
After 9/11,
the assassination program, the secret prison program, the torture program, the rendition program.
It was put at the heart of the war on terror.
It was.
Not the Pentagon, it was the CIA.
Very much, it was the CIA.
In 2019, John, former CIA Director Mike Pompeo, who went on to be Secretary of State, told a crowd at Texas A&M University, "What's the cadet motto at West Point? You will not lie, cheat, or steal, or tolerate those who do." I was the CIA Director. We lied, we cheated, we stole. I mean, obviously he was saying, I'm joking, but from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, that was a really stupid thing to say. I mean, it was true, of course, but it was a really stupid thing to say in public because it's exactly what people want to hear from a CIA director so that they could use it against the CIA. Not that they don't deserve it. They deserve it.
Do you agree with people who say the CIA is a rogue agency that needs to be shut down?
Yes, I'm on record as saying that I think the CIA should be shut down. And you know, we've got...
Not enough people say that, though.
No, not enough.
I mean, Democrats are too scared to say abolish ICE.
Yeah.
I've never heard the slogan abolish CIA. Maybe we're coining it here today on May the Unfiltered. Abolish CIA. Maybe a Democratic presidential candidate in 2028 could run on that.
Most countries have one intelligence service. Some have 2. The United States has 18.
18, which is currently being managed by Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Exactly. Do you regret anything you did during your time at the CIA?
Oh, sure. I've told this story about a morning early on in my career. I was an analyst working on Iraq. This was early 1993. And every branch in the CIA meets every day at 9 o'clock. Everybody has their little, lowest level branch meeting just to talk about what happened in the part of the world that you cover overnight. So I was in my 9 o'clock meeting, and the secretary came in, kind of perplexed. And she said, "John, General Powell is on the phone for you." And I said, "General Powell?" I said, "How does he know who I am?"
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell. He was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the time. And she said, "I don't know, but he asked for you by name." So I looked at my boss. He said, "Well, go answer the phone." So I went to my secure line and I said, "Good morning, General Powell. May I help you?" And he says, cut straight to the chase. He says, "John, if the Iraqis were going to try to kill the president, who would be in charge of an operation like that?" I said, "Well, if you're talking about the attempt to kill President, it was George H.W. Bush, in Kuwait, Kuwait operations are run from the Iraqi intelligence service Basra station. But Basra station is headed by the director of the Iraqi intelligence service, Sabr Abdulaziz Aburi. And he said, where does he physically sit? And I said, in Iraqi intelligence service headquarters. And he says, thank you, and he hangs up the phone. I go back into the meeting. They said, what do you want? So I told them what he wanted and went about my day. That night, we fired 47 cruise missiles into Iraqi intelligence service headquarters, and we vaporized it. But we killed a janitor. And I went to the office the next day after having read the news reports, and I said to my boss, I killed that janitor yesterday. And he said, I knew you were going to say that. You didn't kill the janitor. Powell killed the janitor. You just answered his question. You didn't know what he was going to do with the information. But it's bothered me all these years. You know, we bombed the place in the middle of the night because we didn't want there to be a massive loss of life.
That's what the argument.
But the one, like the most innocent person in the entire Iraqi intelligence service, the janitor, that's the guy.
I hate to say it, but that story almost sounds quaint. We now live in a world where we killed 126 people on day one of this war.
And don't bat an eye.
And don't bat an eye. Won't even take responsibility for it. We'll come back to that in a moment. Just on CIA and people asking you questions about your time, a lot of people, I'm assuming, ask you to confirm or debunk conspiracy theories.
I get it all the time.
One of the biggest ones of recent years that turned out not to be that much of a conspiracy theory, but just a real conspiracy, was one involving Jeffrey Epstein and his ties to the rich and powerful, but also his ties to foreign governments. Israel comes up a lot. Obviously, there are other governments, the Russian government, etc. But to your mind, was Jeffrey Epstein, A, a foreign agent for Israel, B, a foreign agent for any other government?
I said from the very, very beginning, and took it on the chin, for saying that I believed Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad access agent. And what an access agent is, it's different from a recruited spy. You know,
like a freelance fixer type person.
Yeah, if you are a government and you want information from the richest and most powerful people in the world, you're not going to recruit them. You have nothing that they can't get. You go to an intermediary, somebody who can get close to them, somebody who can wine them and dine them.
But why wouldn't he be working for lots of governments and making money? Why is Israel?
As it turned out, it looked like he was trying to. So I accused him of being an Israeli access agent. I still believe he was an Israeli access agent, but we know from this most recent tranche of documents that he had volunteered to the CIA, volunteered to the FBI, volunteered to MI5 and MI6 and the Germans, and was really, really trying to get a meeting with the Russians. They wouldn't allow a meeting directly with Vladimir Putin. They offered him a group of as many as 4 intelligence officials, and he said no, he wanted Putin directly. So he was out there trying to ingratiate himself with a variety of intelligence services.
I mean, he aimed high and he got high.
And got high.
He got MBS. There's a whole story about how he nagged the Saudis to get him a meeting with MBS.
Yes.
What about Ghislaine Maxwell, his literal partner in crime? Was she spying for Israel? Her father, the late father Robert Maxwell, the publisher in the UK, he was alleged to have been a Mossad spy?
Yeah, I think the evidence is pretty solid that he was a spy for Mossad. And it's not at all unusual for parents to offer up their children once their children have access to the kind of information that an organization like Mossad would have. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
So let's talk a little bit more about Israel. Did you work with the Mossad during your time at the CIA, and what is your impression of them, if so?
Yes and no. The very first briefing that I ever gave, I'd been on the job for 6 weeks. And my boss said, listen, you're going to do your first liaison briefing. It's going to be the Israelis. It's Mossad and Shin Bet, the 2 representatives at the embassy here in Washington. And, you know, here's the way we do it. He laid it out. He said, we do not allow the Israelis into the building. We used to, but every time they would come, they would bring gifts. And the gifts were always laden with listening devices and batteries and, you know, microphones, and they were trying to bug the conference room table, and it was just terrible. And then we would catch them every time. You x-ray everything that comes in, and they would laugh and say, oh, it's just a misunderstanding. Oh, so they're not allowed in the building. We have to rent a space, and we meet with them in this off-site space. So because I was the most junior person giving the briefing that day, I went last. And the senior analyst went first, and then the political analyst, the military analyst, the economic analyst, the oil analyst, and finally they got to me. because I was an overt employee at the time, not undercover, I used my real name. And so the Shin Bet officer, he had his glasses down like this, and he said, "Spell your name." So I spell it. And in front of all my colleagues, he says to me, "You are Jewish?" And I said, "I am not recruitable. Don't even think about trying to recruit me." I was furious. So I go back to the office, and my boss said, how'd the briefing go? And I said, he tried to recruit me right in front of everybody. And he laughed, and he said, "They do that to everyone does." So I made a point of staying away from the Israelis for much of the remainder of my career. We had this thing called the exchange, where we would send officers to Israel once a year. They would send officers to the United States once a year, and we would have this intelligence exchange. And I elected instead to go to the Arab countries. I wasn't interested in the Israel.
And you're a fluent Arabic speaker, I believe.
Yeah, and I'm an Arabic speaker. So we had this thing called the exchange. I declined the exchange. I didn't want to go to Israel, not officially. I didn't want to be harassed. I instead went to almost every one of the Arab countries. I felt more comfortable there, and made my career in the Arab countries. I finally went to Israel for the very first time as a tourist in 2022, but I did not go.
They gave you a visa fine?
You know, I have to say I was shocked that they gave me the visa.
So you get to Ben Gurion Airport, what happens?
No problem at all.
I get more problems than you going into Israel.
I couldn't believe it.
I get more problems than John. You said in the past the Israelis have no rules. Quote, "They'll kill anybody. They'll kill 1,000 people just to kill you."
Yes.
Why then is the US such a close ally of such a country?
That's a good question. That's a good question, and there's no answer to it. The context of the quote that you just read was, I was talking in some podcast or news broadcast about Israel's policy of being perfectly happy to blow up an entire city block, an entire block of apartment buildings, if they think there's one Hezbollah leader inside, or one Iranian scientist, or one Iranian military leader. They don't care about civilian casualties. They'll just blow the entire place up. And they know that the United States isn't going to say anything. And they don't care if any other country says anything. And they know they'll get away with it. So they continue to do it.
You recently tweeted that it's not the Russians influencing American elections. Israel is. Are you referring to the pro-Israel lobby, groups like AIPAC, or are you referring to the Israeli government?
No, I was referring to AIPAC, but let's not pretend that AIPAC isn't tied to the Israeli government.
You think you should register as a foreign agent?
1,000% yes.
Is that your opinion, or is that based on evidence you've seen?
That's my opinion. But, you know, I was on Capitol Hill for years as well. I spent several years as the senior investigator on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, working for John Kerry. And I had been on the House side before that, so I knew how things worked up there. But AIPAC will assign a young, staff member, lobbyist, to every office, and these kids will just sit there in the anteroom, in the outer area of the office, and interact with constituents, interact with other lobbyists. Try to get involved in every piece of legislation that's either written or sponsored or co-sponsored.
There's a piece in New York Magazine this week about Senator John Fetterman having a friend, a very pro-Israeli friend, buddy, who's not an official member of the team, but sits in on calls with Netanyahu, sits in on meetings with government officials, apparently is the person who tells him everything he needs to hear about Israel. Such as the reporting from New York Magazine.
I don't understand why everybody else has to register as a foreign agent. Even if you're not a foreign agent. I'll give you an example. Back in 2008, I won a very small contract to write 4 or 5 op-eds in support of the Abu Dhabi Chamber of Commerce. Okay? Do business in Abu Dhabi, it's really great, they have plenty of money, free capitalism, whatever. I had to register as a foreign lobbyist. But AIPAC can spend millions upon millions of dollars in American elections, which would directly benefit the state of Israel, and they don't have to.
They argue that we're all Americans fighting for American interests, but I think more and more Americans are questioning that narrative.
May I add one other
Please.
thing? So I got I got a call, I'm going to say about 6 months ago, from the Democratic state senator from Texas. And he followed my case and my notoriety, and he said, hey, I'd like to do a declaration, John Kiriakou Day. I said, hey, thank you. That's going to be fun. You get a nice certificate, and it's signed by the governor. It's got a big gold seal on it. So he said, yeah, I'll sponsor it. He said, we do about 150 of these a year, and I'll let you know. I said, great. He calls me a few weeks later. He said, yeah, that resolution, that's not going to happen. I said, oh, okay, what happened? He said, AIPAC objected. I said, in the Texas state legislature, to a non-binding resolution. And he said, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Do you believe we went to war in Iran because of Israel?
Absolutely, yes. The Iranians were no threat to the United States.
But there was not a faction of American hawks that wanted to do it regardless of Israel?
Oh, there always will be. The neocons...
military-industrial complex, the neoconservatives.
Absolutely. The GNC, Democrats, absolutely, yes. Yes, you're always going to have haters in both parties.
But Israel was pushing it.
Israel was pushing it. Israel had been pushing it since the 80s, the 1980s. I can tell you, from my time at the CIA, literally every Israeli prime minister, this isn't specific to Benjamin Netanyahu, but every prime minister of Israel, when they would come, regardless of who the president happened to be, would say, please bomb Iran, please bomb Iran, please bomb Iran.
I think John Kerry affirmed that point recently, saying we were asked, we said no. Everyone said no.
Every president said no.
Donald Trump.
Exactly.
We will come back to Donald Trump in 1 second. Just on Iran, a lot of hawks in the US say this isn't about Israel. Iran has been a threat to the US. Iran has killed American soldiers in Iraq. You were there at the time.
Sure.
What do you say to that?
Sure, it's true. Iran has killed American soldiers. It's true that, but the Iranians tried to kill me in 2001. That doesn't mean I want to attack and invade the country and overthrow its government and fire missiles and kill schoolgirls. And, we've got to pick and choose our fights. The Iranians were no threat to the United States or to the stability of the United States. The Iranians did not have a nuclear program, and that's not John saying it.
They had a nuclear program, not a nuclear weapons program.
Nuclear weapons program. It's not John saying it. That's 2 national intelligence estimates done by all 18 members of the U.S. intelligence community.
And Tulsi Gabbard repeated it in Congress.
In Congress, and besides the fact that Ayatollah Khamenei had issued a fatwa in 2003 declaring it a sin.
So here's what's interesting. You told Joe Rogan last October, quote, call me crazy, but I think that if there's going to be peace with Iran, Donald Trump is going to make that peace with Iran. Can I call you crazy now?
Yeah, call me crazy.
You got it wrong.
I was totally wrong.
And it wasn't just you. A lot of people thought Trump was going to be anti-war. I met Muslim friends of mine who said, Trump's going to be anti-war. Kamala Harris is a neocon. Joe Biden's a Zionist. Trump's going to be anti-war. And it's turned out that the guy has attacked, 7 countries last year. He did Venezuela at the start of this year. He's done Iran. And now apparently Cuba any day now. How did you get it wrong?
I really believed that he really believed he had a chance of winning the Nobel Peace Prize. And I said on the Joe Rogan show, I said, listen, we used to say only Nixon could go to China, right? And I said, maybe only Trump can go to Tehran. Not literally. Maybe Trump goes to Riyadh and Mohammed bin Salman.
I mean, he might go literally to North Korea.
Yeah, that's true too. He crossed in. Yes.
If they built him a Trump Tower in Tehran, I reckon
he'd be there. He'd be there. So I thought there was a real chance that this might happen. Although I also have been repeatedly accused of being overly optimistic about things.
Yeah, although Trump had a record as a whole, right? He'd already killed Qasem Soleimani in his first term. You know that. You followed foreign policy.
Yes.
But you still believe there was a chance with him. You're so unorthodox.
Yeah.
Some of us were saying the opposite, that don't believe the bullshit. This guy is a warmonger. And it's not just that he's a warmonger. To come back to Netanyahu, Netanyahu kind of bragged that for 40 years I couldn't find an American president who would do what I say. Yeah. And this guy was basically dumb enough, impressionable enough to believe me that Strait of Hormuz would be fine and the regime would fall.
Well, and that's the key. The key is that Netanyahu convinced him that the Iranian government was a house of cards, and it would just collapse. As soon as hostilities began, as soon as the missiles started flying, it would collapse. And
but even George W. Bush did not do Iran. That's right. Donald Trump did Iran, and I think you're right. I think, ironically, if he'd got the Nobel Peace Prize, he might not have done it. He's actually said publicly, well, I don't care about peace anymore because I didn't get a peace prize. In a rare moment in U.S. history, the U.S. intelligence community did not even bother to manufacture consent for this war.
No.
Right? The CIA,
They
the
did literally
DIA,
nothing.
normally they say, with Cuba now, they're doing this whole leaking of, they've got drones and they could hit Miami and all this bullshit.
Right.
With Iran, they didn't even bother. He just bombed. They didn't even try and make a case. As you say, Tulsi Gabbard, the National Intelligence Officer, said the opposite, that there are no evidence of nuclear weapons. The Ayatollah has not decided to build nuclear weapons. The question is, do you think the intelligence community could have done something to stop it? We've had some kind of carefully timed leaks.
Right.
But do you think people within your former agency and other agencies, they're clearly pissed about this? You can see that they're not happy. Could they have done more? I know we talk about a deep state.
Oh, yeah, sure.
But it doesn't seem to be a very powerful deep state if it couldn't stop Donald Trump and Marco Rubio.
No, I think you're right. Rubio, that's a whole conversation right there. No, I think you're right. They could have done more. They could have leaked more. They could have put their collective foot down, and they didn't. They just saluted. May I add something too?
Please.
John Ratcliffe went to Cuba a week ago. The CIA director went to Cuba a week ago. And a couple of my colleagues, my former colleagues said, oh, that's good, back channel communication. I said, are you crazy? He's going to tell them, we're going to overthrow you. We did the same thing to Gaddafi. And we sent the CIA director to meet with Gaddafi and say, the gig's up, you're going to go.
I mean, Libya was a disaster. Venezuela so far militarily is not a disaster.
Right.
That's emboldened Trump to do things like Iran, which is a disaster. Question is, where is Cuba or Venezuela or in Iran?
I don't know if you've ever been to Cuba.
I have not.
I went 2 years ago, and several things struck me. First is how incredibly peaceful the Cuban people are. Literally every Cuban has a relative in Miami.
Yeah.
They just want to work and earn money for their families and live happily ever after. And Cuba is not only no threat to us, they're worried about how many hours the electricity is going to be out and where food is coming. I said something, here's what an idiot I am sometimes. I said something to a waiter in the hotel where we were staying. I said, buddy, squash 3 times a day, every day. I'm squashed out. I can't eat any more squash. Certainly you have to have something besides squash. It's killing me. And he said, the American embargo extends to food. We have to eat what we grow, and this is squash season. I had no idea that it extended to food.
Do you think Cuba will end up a Venezuela or Iran, if you have to predict?
God forbid. I think it would end up a Venezuela. Nobody there has the stomach to
They
fight.
give up Raul Castro. They put a Delcy Rodriguez equivalent in.
I think so.
You went to Cuba 2 years ago, you said?
Yes.
When did you go to Israel?
In 2022.
I'd love to see your passport. The stamps on your passport.
And I'll tell you, they put the red light on when I come back through immigration, and I look up and there's the red light. And I say, okay. And I give them my mantra. I'm represented by counsel, and I don't talk to cops. And you cannot stop me from re-entering my own country.
But they all know you at the airports that you're the ex-CIA.
Yes.
And now podcaster. Quick question on technology. Does Israel have spy technology that the US does not have or chooses not to use?
Oh, I believe so. I believe that they do. And I believe that they use it against Americans, especially Americans who have the guts to protest in front of the Israeli embassy.
There's all this reporting that they've agreed not to use technology against Americans, the NSO group and all these companies,
and
the
we're supposed
hacking
to
of WhatsApp.
take their word for it. Sure. Yes.
You think they're spying on Americans with technology that they have developed, sometimes with America?
I do, yes.
And we're seeing a lot of use of AI in warfare. The US reportedly used Anthropic's AI in its war with Iran. Israel reportedly uses AI programs like Lavender and Where's Daddy, where they follow a militant into their home to kill them with their wife and kids. Apparently only 20 seconds of human intervention to authorize a bombing once AI has decided on a target. How dangerous do you think, as someone who was in the war on terror as a CIA officer, how dangerous are these developments?
Oh, I think they're incredibly dangerous, but they're more dangerous because there is no internal rule or regulation or policy for the Israelis to try to avoid killing civilians or innocents. They don't care about collateral damage. They'll just kill everybody who's in the area if they can be sure to get the target. One of the things about the Israelis, too, is they can't help themselves but to brag to the media about their successes. So, as an example, the Iranian nuclear scientists that have been killed, they've been wiped out.
Yes, murdered.
And the senior military officials, how? After the Iranian leadership said nobody was permitted to use cell phones, it didn't occur to them to tell the bodyguards that they couldn't use cell phones. And so the Israelis just honed in on the cell phones of the bodyguards to geolocate their targets.
But if you make remote killing that easy, and AI can pinpoint where people are,
right?
What kind of checks and balances are there in a world where governments just can kill anyone, anywhere, anytime?
None. This is like an episode of Star Trek. It really is. Where it's you get to the point where it's almost impossible to stop once it's been initiated.
Earlier this year, I interviewed Michael Steinberger, who's author of the book Philosopher in the Valley, which chronicles Alex Carr and his company Palantir. He told me the tech bros have captured the state. The US government has become over-reliant on these tech billionaires, these tech companies.
Yes.
They've got contracts with the Pentagon. They've been now integrated into the military planning and execution. How worried are you that it's not just the deep state we should be worried about, but it's tech companies integrating themselves into our defense apparatus?
Oh, I'm deeply worried. You know, the CIA received a waiver in the immediate aftermath of the 9/11 attacks to create a venture capital firm, quasi-independent venture capital firm called In-Q-Tel. They thought it was cute. It's Intel with the letter Q in the middle as a nod to the James Bond character. The very first investment they made was something like $1.5 million to Palantir. And now Palantir is a multi-billion-dollar concern. It is deeply integrated into the CIA. But besides Palantir, there are other companies. One, Abraxas, for example. Abraxas was set up when I was still at the agency. It was founded by a group of retired senior CIA officers who really set it up as a pass-through for to have a place where they could go, drink coffee and smoke cigars and talk about, all the scalps that they had accumulated during the courses of their career. And they started getting these counterterrorism contracts after 9/11. They all got rich. That's also a multi-billion-dollar concern now tied to the CIA. When you couple that with the fact that, well, we know from the Twitter papers, the Twitter files, that there were active duty CIA, NSA, and FBI employees working at Twitter, at Meta, Instagram, Facebook, at all of the social media platforms, and then knowing what they're doing with In-Q-Tel and Palantir and Abraxas, etc., where are they not in tech and in government? I'm genuinely worried about this.
So where does that leave our government? You describe yourself as a third-generation Democrat who left the party ages ago. I think you were once vice president of the college Dems at GW prior to being recruited. What made you leave the Democratic Party, and where do you stand on the political spectrum now? How would you classify your politics now to your new online followers? Say you're a conservative, you're a liberal, you're a socialist. What are you?
I call myself a leftist libertarian.
Okay.
The Libertarian Party has this online Q&A.
Okay.
And they'll show you on a graph where you sit. And I am solidly on the left and solidly in the anti-government libertarian quadrant. I also am a firm believer in the fact that the ideological spectrum is not a straight line from left to right, but it's a circle. And it meets.
But that's often used as a pejorative, the horseshoe, the far right and far left meet.
But I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
I'm perfectly happy to cooperate with somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, on an issue like Jeffrey Epstein or Israel, Palestine, Gaza, Iran, whatever. Perfectly happy to take support from wherever I can find it.
Let's talk about the very contentious issue. I recently made a video about that, because AOC came out and said, I don't trust Marjorie Taylor Greene, then some people on earth attacked her, and she said, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene's got
You're
lots
not
of issues.
asking her to marry Marjorie Taylor Greene. Just work with her on this issue.
Yeah, but there's a trust issue for some people. And there's also an issue of what are the toxic politics surrounding some of these people you have to ally with.
Yeah.
Before I ask this next question, I'm going to forget. You said you're on the left. How many other CIA or ex-CIA people are on the left? I mean, you don't think of the CIA being a left-wing place.
You don't, but I'll tell you something. On Election Day, 1992, I voted and I went into the office, and we had our 9 o'clock morning meeting, and my boss said, I know we're not supposed to do this, but I'm really curious as to who everybody voted for. And in our branch, it was 3 for Bush, 3 for Clinton, and 2 for Perot. And I remember thinking, wow, I'm not the only, well, we called ourselves liberals then.
Yes.
I'm not the only liberal. Well, I never had any idea what the politics were of the people that I was around. And then when I got arrested, the day I got arrested, my wife said to me, well, you don't have to hide your politics anymore.
Well, your politics are interesting because I think a lot of people have moved. I think you've shifted as well, as you said, left libertarian.
Yes.
We talk about working with people on different sides of the aisle, circular politics. Marjorie Taylor Greene, AOC, big topic right now. I need to ask you about someone else because I was looking forward to this interview. My team and I did some research, and then I got very upset.
Uh-oh.
So I
Who'd I
got a
talk
bone
to?
to pick with you.
Okay.
You endorsed in Florida the far-right Republican candidate, James Fishback, who is very anti-Israel, very anti-establishment, claims to be libertarian. He's also a brazen racist.
Yeah, I didn't endorse him.
Okay.
And I'm not using this
You said,
as an
listen,
excuse.
if you're a Republican voted for governor of Florida, consider James Fishback, February 2026. That was you.
Yeah, that was my assistant. And I tore him a new one for
This was you,
tweeting
John
that.
Live with Ted Ralph.
Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. Oh, yes. And that was a stupid thing to say. I didn't really know anything about him other than I had seen this clip.
I thought you were going to sit here and defend James Fishback.
No,
to me,
no,
and then
I
we were
saw
on a real
this.
falling
I
out.
saw this clip where he's yelling about AIPAC, and I said, "Hey,
A lot of people.
This kid?
There's the problem with the clips.
Yeah, and then
You got to be careful with the clips.
And then my assistant endorsed him on Twitter, and I had to delete it. And I was like,
So just
no,
to be
no,
clear
no.
now, you have not told people to vote for a man who says a black man should be lynched.
Oh my God.
Who says Indian people shouldn't eat with their hands, they don't have forks. I can go through the list of
Oh my
the racists
God,
from
no,
overseas.
no, that's
Because this is the
dreadful,
problem.
dreadful.
I have brown Muslim friends of mine who have said to me, James Fishback's interesting, because they, like you, saw a clip where he's
Yeah, I
attacking
was like,
AIPAC.
hey,
and they say, finally,
who's this
someone's
guy?
standing up to AIPAC. But you would agree that there are people on this political spectrum, whether it's round or linear, who are not just anti-Israel because they care about Palestinian rights or international, but also anti-Semitic.
Yes, in fact,
and you probably shouldn't ally with those people.
No,
because that's
you,
not.
you have to draw the line. I do a lot of cameos since this thing went crazy.
I love it.
People
I
want
love
me to
it.
become
From CIA agent to cameo guy. I love it.
And the only cameos I've ever turned down, there've been 3, are people asking me to give shout-outs to Nick Fuentes. And I've said no. I'm not.
So far in this interview, we've learned you turn down the opportunity to torture people and to do cameos for Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
Good to hear. Good decisions, both of them. Another controversy that surrounds it, I wanted to give you a chance just to get this out because it's still a big issue in Democratic circles, which is Russia.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about Russia, we're running out of time. From 2017 to 2024, correct me if I'm wrong, you worked in the radio talk
Yes.
shows at Sputnik News,
Yes.
a Russia state-owned media company.
Correct.
The New Republic, I think in 2018, published
Right.
a big piece saying the CIA spy who became a Russian propagandist.
Yeah.
Put aside the Russian propaganda line. Do you agree that it is at least concerning for some people, that it should be concerning for some people, as a former spy, that a former CIA agent turned whistleblower then ends up working for the Russian government?
No. And I'll tell you why. What should be concerning to people is that the CIA will so ruin a person whose politics they don't like that he can never work again. I did 23 months in a federal prison, paid my so-called debt to society. But then I'm never supposed to work again as long as I live.
So it was a financial thing?
Oh, completely. I have 5 kids.
But isn't that even worse? Because that suggests that you'll do anything for anyone who pays you.
No.
That's what your critics would say.
No. What you didn't quote in that terrible New Republic article, the New Republic.
You said you had editorial freedom.
Oh, complete and total editorial freedom.
People would say that's not possible for Russian states.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. People also say, want CIA, always CIA. There's nothing.
I mean, I do a show for Al Jazeera English and people say I'm a Qatari student.
So ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Al Jazeera English is obviously...
The Russians came to me and offered me a radio show. I turned it down. They came to me again 6 or 8 months later, offered me again. I, for the life of me, could not find a job. And because I was a convicted felon, I was turned down by Uber. I was turned down by Lyft, by Safeway, by Target. I mean, I literally could not find work. I was turned down to be a baggage handler at the Reagan National Airport. And so I said to the Russians, the only way I would take this job is if you give me complete freedom to criticize anybody and anything I want, including Vladimir Putin. They said, done. I said, would you put that in writing in the contract?
And you did criticize Putin on it?
On the day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I opened my show by saying, I unreservedly condemn the Russian invasion of Ukraine and I call on Russian troops to withdraw immediately.
What do you make of the Donald Trump relationship with Russia? It's weird. I don't want to relitigate Mueller and all of that stuff. My position on this has always been, put aside all the wealth of information that shows there were financial and business ties between the Trumps and Russian banks and blah, 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 blah. You'd have to argue, does Donald Trump an asset? All that. I don't want to get to that. Just as someone who follows Donald Trump, this is a man who criticizes everyone, throws his own children under the bus if need be, gives nicknames to everyone, attacks allies, whether you're the Canadian Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister. Never, I've yet to find, open challenge people watching at home, find me a place where he attacks Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I have to agree.
He's never done it.
No.
Weird.
It is. It's strange. And I wonder if it's just that
he's in awe of him.
He's not. Yeah.
That's the only best. The best explanation for Trump is just that he's a sycophant who's in awe of this autocrat he'd like to be.
I think he admires autocracy.
Yes. He loves Xi Jinping. He just came back from China.
Yeah, with nothing but
But
compliments.
even with China, he's been critical of China, critical of Xi Jinping, Putin.
No. Although, listen, I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian, and you get a lot of Orthodox who won't criticize the Russians either.
Yeah, but Donald Trump doesn't have any religion.
No.
Let me ask a quick question. We're running out of time on Trump and his own vulnerabilities. He continues to use his personal cell phone to call everyone.
Yes.
He takes random reporters can just call him up. Multiple people in DC have Donald Trump's number in their phone. That's the first for a United States president. Previous presidents didn't even have cell phones, let alone one that people had the numbers for. One advisor said that once Trump receives a call from an international number he doesn't recognize, he answers it anyway. He just sees the number and thinks, this might be a foreign leader I want to talk to. Do you think he's the most compromised president of our lifetime? Surely they must be listening into these calls. Any good spy agent?
It's got to be a dozen different countries listening to these calls. Absolutely, yes. I know what we used to do at the CIA.
How is that not a bigger issue? Hillary Clinton got slaughtered for a freaking email.
Yeah, it's not good.
He's got a phone that you're saying a dozen different intelligence agencies may be listening into.
Not good.
Well, good thing is Donald Trump's very discreet, I'm sure, in all of his conversations, so there's nothing to hear. Some people say that you were soft on Trump last year because you want a pardon from Trump. What do you say to them?
I probably was soft on Trump. Yeah, I would love to have
because
a
of a
pardon. I would love to have a pardon. I've applied for a pardon.
Yes, you have. You tried to hire in the first administration Rudy Giuliani, is that right?
Oh, no. I hired a lobbyist named Karen Giorno. Rudy Giuliani, several people suggested that I speak to Rudy Giuliani. And so I called one of his top aides and said I'd like to talk to him about a pardon. They said, we're going to be in Washington. Let's meet on Tuesday at 12 at the Trump Hotel. I said, great. I went with my attorney. We sat down with Giuliani and 2 or 3 other people. And Giuliani says, you a baseball fan? I said, yes, sir. Pittsburgh Pirates are my team. They're terrible. And how do you like the Mets? Okay, the Mets are great. You a football fan? Yeah. I said, I am. But there's this issue of the pardon. And Giuliani says, anybody know where the pisser is? And he stands up and walks away. And I said, what just happened? And his aide says, never talk to Rudy about a pardon. You talk to me about a pardon, and I talk to Rudy.
Did they ask for money?
Rudy's going to want $2 million.
$2 million?
And I laughed. I said, I don't have $2 million. I'll never have $2 million. Even if I did, why would I spend $2 million to recover a $700,000 penalty?
When you say you'll never have $2 million, CAA may have different views on that, John. Giuliani, of course, says he has no recollection of that meeting.
Yeah, and then when the New York Times called me to say Giuliani says he has no recollection of the meeting, I said, Giuliani forgot that we took a picture together at that meeting.
Ooh,
and so I sent it to them, and then they wrote in the follow-up.
Don't deny meetings with a CIA spy. They know what they're doing.
They wrote in the follow-up that the New York Times has seen documentary evidence that the meeting took place.
Let me ask you a quick thing before we run out of time. We mentioned the phone call, Donald Trump, whether you were soft or not. Let me just ask you bluntly right now then. So you said you're honestly saying that you think it's not great that he's using a private phone call. As a former spy, you would say a lot of agencies are listening in. There are many people who say to me, I don't agree with this, but I want to get your view. Many people say to me, the reason Trump's doing all this stuff is because the Israelis have stuff on him, they have leverage on him. Look at the Epstein files. What is your view?
I don't think that that's the case. I think that he is stubborn enough and arrogant enough that if they were to threaten him with holding something over his head, he would lash out at them. I don't think that's it at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also think it's very hard to shame a shameless man. Like, we're going to put out an embarrassing video. Why does Trump care? His base will say it's a deep fake. Okay,
exactly.
Before we finish, last question. 2028. We just talked about your politics. Who would you like to see running for president in 2028?
I've looked at everybody, and I think that the person that I'm probably closest to ideologically is Ro Khanna.
Okay. Congressman from California, regular guest on the show.
Yep.
Do you think he fits the leftist libertarian mold?
In most respects, you know, I
make the case for why kind of.
Because I think that he is the truest to his convictions. There are so many other Democrats who are more prominent than Ro Khanna, who just are too slick, too closely tied to the party structure. They're neoliberal war lovers. You know, they're just kind of status quo Washington, D.C. people, even if they're not in Washington, D.C. People like Gavin Newsom, for example. People like, oh my gosh, there's so many. Where do you even begin? I went on Kalshi the other day, and they have 46 Democrats.
Yeah, it's going to be a big race.
Yeah,
I think they're going to have multiple kiddie table debates.
I have to agree.
I want to give you a chance at the end to plug the book. You've got a new book coming out, Remains of the Dead, a definitive guide to historic cemeteries of Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Not a book about spycraft.
No, my first 7 books were about the CIA.
Okay.
And when COVID hit, I decided to do something completely different. And so I thought, well, I'll look at and see what cemetery books have been written about Washington. And I realized no books had ever been written about Washington, D.C. cemeteries. So I wrote the book. And then my publisher, Simon & Schuster, they liked it so much, they commissioned several more. I have another one for the end of the year called Whispers in the Dirt, a definitive guide to the mafia graves of New York City.
Oh, wow. Actually, I lied. I do have one more question. I thought of one, but I want to hear. You said at the beginning of this interview, you wanted to serve your country, you wanted to travel, join the State Department, join the CIA. Today, one of your new 18 to 30 followers comes to you and says, John, I've been listening to you. I want the truth. I also do care about my country. I'm patriotic. I want to serve the United States of America. Should I join the CIA? And if not, what should I do?
People ask me that literally every single day. And my response is, it's difficult, actually. I'm on record as calling for the dismantling of the CIA. It's redundant. Other organizations in government do exactly the same thing. But I'm a realist. I know the CIA is not going away. It's never going to be dismantled. And so if you want to really change the CIA, you have to do it from inside. Run for Congress, get onto the oversight committees, or join the CIA, and when you rise up through the ranks and you find yourself in a position of authority, you use that authority to do the right thing.
Even if it risks going to prison as you did.
Worth it. I would do it again tomorrow.
John Kiriakou, thank you for your time. Appreciate you coming on.
Thanks for the invitation.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube channel and turn on notifications. For exclusive content and to support our independent, unfiltered journalism, head over to zeteo.com. Your support matters.
In. Yeah, New York. Let's get this. Whoa, this is massive. How we doing? You excited for the show? Okay, don't freak out. It's not starting yet. This is just the pre-show. But I'm out here to make sure that we get ready for the show, okay? My name is Alejandro. I'm a musician here in New York. I'm so excited to see you guys. And yeah, you're here for, of course, Rise Up, Sing Out. You've shown up. So you've risen up, but now I got to make sure that during the show, you sing out, all right? You think you can do that? Yeah, there's a lot of you too, so we're gonna make some sound. So we've been asked to sing for the legend Patti Smith. Oh yeah. You guys excited to see Patti Smith? Amazing. We are going to sing the backups for People Have the Power. And I know everyone's getting settled, but when you have a second, go ahead and grab your lyric book. And you can find the song towards the end. It should say People Have the Power right at the top. Patti Smith and Fred Sonic Smith. Make some noise if you've heard the song before. Oh! Okay, we have a lot of people who know it. So we're gonna kill it. Over here at the piano, I have MMC, Mary Mitchell Campbell. And she's gonna help us out, getting us our key, okay? And we are going to first start with the chorus. I think a lot of you will know it, but just so we feel strong about like the main part, right? So you don't embarrass me later when Patti Smith comes on, okay? So it goes, people have the power. I'll go first. People have the power. Your turn. People have the power. Okay. That was probably like, what do you think, like a 4? Let's go for a 7 this time. Let's go for a 7. Let's see, because then we can save the 9 and the 10 for when Patty's out here, all right? But it goes 1, 2. People have the power. Sing. Believe it. Yeah. Okay. That's giving like a 6. All right. We'll aim for the 7 next time, all right? But the song doesn't start like that, all right? So the first thing we do is oohs, all right? It goes ooh, ooh. Your turn, go. Good, you do 2 of those and then Patty will sing, all right? I was dreaming in my dreaming. We'll hear this part, right? Great. So we're just chilling for that section, okay? And then when you come back in, you're gonna look at me, I'm gonna go, yeah, you follow along, keep going. Keep another one more. Yep, and then we get to this part that's like these echoes, right? So Patty's gonna go, that the people. Work. All right. Have you been here before? It goes, that the people have the power. Okay, great. You feel that? Where it's like kind of fast, right? Okay, so let's see if you can do it with me. Ready? It goes, that the people have the power to redeem the work of fools. Upon the meek, the graces shower. It's decreed, the people rule. Yes! It worked. Sing, third row. Sing. Okay. So what we want to do on the people rule, because I saw you be like, the people rule. That's like the best part, say it. So we're actually going to say it with Patty. It's going to go, it's decreed, the people rule. Yeah, we say it all together. Let's try the echoes one more time. Anytime those echoes come up, it's back and forth. Balcony, you with me? All right, let me hear you. All right. From the echoes, here we go. 1, 2, 3. That the people have the power to redeem the work of fools. Upon the meek, the graces shower. It's decreed, the people rule. Yes! And then we say, people have the power. Yay! Look at me. Sing, yeah. Patty's gonna be singing. You're doing oohs, you're doing oohs. And then there's another part that goes like this. People have power. Again. People have power. Echoes in the form of shining valleys, where the pure air rarefied, and my senses newly opened. I awaken to the cry. Sing the chorus. Hear you. People have the power. Okay, down. Paul. Y'all are singing out. Okay, front row is... All right, and so is the mezz. I'm freaking out. All right? So every time we get to that chorus, we're all singing together, okay? People have the power. Every time, right? But that people have power is a little bit more of the backups, all right? So you can chill out. The third time we go around, after we sing the second chorus, instead of ooh, we're going to sing ah. It goes like this. Ah. Your turn. Going, ah. Keep going. Don't get tired on me. Yeah, open up. Here's the quiet one. People have power. Go. Have power. Again. Last time with the echoes, I was dreaming. In my dreaming, God knows a purer view. As I surrender to my sleeping, I commit My dream to you. Then we sing the chorus. People have. Who does? Let's go. Sing it out. People have the power. I'm blown away. I'm shocked. I'm thrilled. Now, listen. There's the whole show's gonna happen. And then Patty's gonna come out at the end. And if you're like, I'm gonna be mad. So you better remember this order, all right? Now we're gonna do it from the top. When we get to that number, everybody, all the lyrics that you sing, that you have to sing, it's mandatory, is up there, all right? So you'll be able to follow along. You don't even have to turn your pages. Can you believe it? Now, that's the team here at Town Hall. They killed it, all right? So we're gonna go from the top, and we're just gonna go all the way through, and I'm gonna give you some of the Patty lines so you know where we are. But for right now, you gotta follow along in your lyric book. I promise when we get to the show, songs, it'll all be up there. And you know who else will be up here? Well, Patti Smith will be up here, yes. But also, what's my name? What's my name? Yeah, it's like the Lady Gaga song. Okay, from the top, you ready? What's the first thing?